Welcome to the MadSpideyverse. This is Spidey'S Outback. What time is it? Roll the intro.
Say goodbye to Remy's place. Looking for my friends on a Saturday. Where's Fantastic Lady, Chip and Journey, Beckerman and Robbie Fatstacks? And they're like, don't you watch MadSpidey'S Outback? Where Lemmy shows up just like that. Live chat here with YouTubers. You better sub, bring a comic cover.
Bow down, bitches. Gobble, gobble, whack, bitches.
My best mate Lee Simon Sorrow. A Lee meme with some muscle. On here you better watch your language, or you won't get any of his Vegemite sandwich. Freaky Sid, I come from MadSpidey'S Outback. Talking comics and some smack. Welcome all to MadSpidey'S Outback. You better sub, bring a comic cover, yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for joining MadSpidey'S Outback. It is 11 a.m. on a Sunday here in Australia. I'd like to say in the Outback, but I'm in Metro Melbourne. But anyway, before I actually get into the chat, there is just a quick little clip that I'd love to play for you. You may have seen it before, and if you have, you know how awesome it is, but you know what's coming up literally in just under a month. Let's roll it. So there you go. So yeah, C3 is coming up. Obviously less than a month now. Obviously it's 24th of September here at the moment, probably 23rd over in the States. But yeah, C3, massive event that we did extremely well last year, and we hope to absolutely smash it this year. Obviously, you know, flagshipped by Rob Fatstacks, but also with great, I wouldn't say supporting crew, because there are equal parts this year, definitely with DJ Links and Mark from Legion of Comics. I did have the pictures of just the logo and the exclusive comic, but due to my lack of technical skills, I added them as backgrounds instead of as pictures. For some reason, they wouldn't work as just pictures. But anyway, you would have seen it on DJ's channel, Rob's channel, Mark's channel, and obviously a few others. Hopefully I can work that out at some point, so I can just flash it up on the screen. But yeah, I've got 9 people watching. Let's say a quick hello to the chat. I do not have anybody backstage at the moment, so just me and my awkwardness doing live streams by myself. But very, very early. Kev from Entropy. Hope you're doing well, brother. But you always know who's going to be early. Las Crucius, thank you for joining as always, mate. You're a great community supporter. And we all greatly appreciate you very much. And obviously he's got to drop his normal hello from New Mexico. Wellbore, hope you're doing well. Hello from old Alberta. Mr. Seabizzle, couching and slouching with Seabizzle. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hello, originally from Detroit, but now in Texas. And Mr. Beckerman himself. Hello from the City of Fountains. Okay. Obviously, people in the States will get that. I won't get that. All we have is like, I know Adelaide, which is a smaller main city in Australia, is called the City of Churches. But everything else is just Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, whichever. Eli, hope you're doing well, brother. Mr. Rob Fatstacks, yes, he's cooking dinner, so hopefully he will be here at some point. There is no rush. Just take your time. The man himself, DJ Links, I might tune in from the club. If it's just me, mate, go back to clubbing and drinking and partying up with the missus. I hope you have a lot of fun. John, hope you're doing well, mate. Evil Air Project. So I'm wondering why you're doing Evil Air Project. You must be working, Joe. So that's obviously Pocan Joe, the man, the myth, the legend. He must be busy creating something dastardly and devious and awesome. Just saying hello to everybody. Watching the OSU game tonight, so dropping so much love. Thanks, Durs. OSU. Oh, God, watch out. The drunk Links is in the house. Hey, what's up? Come on, brother. Yeah. Have fun, brother. Oh, God. It's always fun getting a drop in from drunk Links. Though he might not be quite drunk yet. Just say hello. Hello. Grilling up a steak. Nice. Bubs, hope you're doing well, mate. How to be banging the air, man. I thought of you and your fucking blooming onions. I'll send you a link, Bubs, if you want to jump on if you're not busy. Hang on, just bear with me for a sec. I gotta see if I can find it. Yeah, just copy the link. It's easier doing it on my phone. You're probably busy watching football or something, I suppose. But yeah, I'll send it to you anyway, just in case you decide you want to jump on and hang out. Everybody's saying hello to everybody. Hey, Sean. Hope you're doing well, mate. Mike. Hope you're doing well, mate. Everybody's saying hello to everybody. Think of course. Kansas City's called the City of Fountains. Cool. Yeah, so I didn't know that, Mike. Obviously, being over here, you don't get as much of that. Mark, what's going on, brother? I think I've got everybody finishing up dinner. Awesome. Can see somebody waiting in the wings. Anyone who thinks DJ is too old to go clubbing is correct. Oh, shots fired. I'm too sexy to go to the club. Watching UFC and eating pizza. Okay, cool. Thought you might have been. I thought I sent you the link, Rob. I'll be free if you're fishing up. Okay. We will bring in the man that has the best review channel on YouTube.
Thank you,
Evil
Mr.
Mike.
Unboxer. Yourself, you know.
I still don't know why I'm in that category.
But you're there, and that's what counts, right?
Yeah.
Somebody thinks you're the best unboxer, and you know.
I still reckon they've confused it with the statue unboxings, and they've just gone, oh yeah, that's for statue unboxing. They put it in that category instead.
Maybe they were looking at your channel date and they went back to like some of your old videos, and they were like, man, this guy is like a great unboxer. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, quite possibly. Quite possibly. Although I didn't start mad mail calls until much later. Because I'm not like a lot of the other guys on YouTube. Like I might get one box a month, or I might not get a box for 3 or 4 months, sort of thing. And then sometimes I'll get like 3 boxes in a week. So it's very sporadic. It's not something that I can do on a regular basis. And I think that's what mainly people sort of look for, is people that do mail calls and stuff like on a regular basis, at least once a week or something like that. But I'll send Rob's. Oh no, he's already he found it in one of the chats.
Yeah, it was in the Legion. Mark was like, "It's in the Legion." I was like, "Dope."
I didn't see it in the Legion chat. I remember seeing it come up in the DJ Links chat, but the DJ Links chat doesn't show up on my computer. It's only on my phone, and that means, and since I'm joining from my computer, it means I have to like look and frickin' manually key in all that string of bullshit. It's like, no, man. It's just most of the chats I can see, but it's only DJ Links' chat is broken for me on for the most part.
Well, like as we've talked before with IG, the difference between computer and phone is the computer one. Like all the group chats are always up the top of my chats on my phone, is because it's always going. But on the computer, I can't find them at all.
No, they've had a problem where some of them are disappearing. As I said, DJ Links' group chat for me is one of those ones that's just completely vanished and doesn't exist. I have to go find it on my phone sometimes and like forward it to myself, and then I can go to the computer and get to it.
That's exactly what I've been doing. Like every Spidey's Outback now, I'll go in StreamYard and send the link to myself in my phone, and then send the link out to all the group chats.
Yeah, Instagram needs to fix this crap, because you know what? It sucks that the reality of the situation is the phone is fine and dandy for a lot of people, but I'm a grumpy old man who doesn't do well on a small little phone with these big freaking meat paws, and I need my keyboard.
It's challenging in not a fun 8-bit, kind of challenging way.
No.
And obviously, I'd say for me, some steak. That's what we're doing. Filet mignon myself.
No, it's New York strip. That'd be a huge filet mignon.
I can eat a lot of steak.
Not a fan of filet mignon myself personally. I don't like the texture.
Okay. It's cheap.
But,
for me on the phone, they all just disappear. I have to constantly like refresh, pull it down to refresh it, and then
sometimes refreshing actually makes it worse.
They just disappear, and I literally have to go search the chat, like like a gaming one that I'm in. It's called the Fellowship of the something. But like I constantly have to like pull that down and type in the long ass chat name for it to pop up, and then for some reason it refreshes.
Yeah, it's just weird. It really is.
It sucks because we're kind of like codependent on IG. That's where we tell people, hey, if you want to reach out to us, reach out. And it's like IG's fucking up.
Yeah, it's I got messages. Speaking of which,
Spidey, your other mystery box came.
Oh, okay, beautiful. It's actually 2 mystery boxes.
So you have 2 here right now. One from
the
Eddie.
one that just sent has actually got 2 in it, because they're only $19 each.
Oh, okay. Well, it's one medium flat rate box, so there might be 2 inside of it. I don't know.
Well, probably 2 Geminis or something in there. I think
it's pretty heavy. So yeah.
Oh, it's only supposed to have, I think, 5 books or 10 books or something in there. I don't know. I'll find out when I open it, and I'll get around to it. But I'll make sure we'll organise that before C3, so it's out of your way and you don't have to worry about it.
Appreciate that.
Because I know stuff is going to be flooding.
I'll look at it tomorrow. I'll see if I can put both those boxes in one box, so I don't have to repackage it for you, and then see if I get you a postal weight cost, so you can plan for that.
Yeah, beautiful. What's this? What's my
hurt myself looking at comic books today. When you're too out of shape to go through comics, you might have weight loss. I think this was I hurt myself today looking at comic books. Wait, I hurt myself looking at comic books today. when you're too out of shape to go through comics, you might just have weight issues. Yeah, come on. I need a guitar. I can do some. Yeah, we can. Johnny Cash. We get
long
Johnny.
boxes today.
Yeah,
Mr.
get Johnny
Choppin'
Cash
Block.
to sing that one. Get some AI. We'll get it going there for you. I think that'd be awesome, Beckerman.
Or Mr. Freaky Loowee could be his new song.
It could be, yeah.
He's got that
That'd be-
latte.
Yeah, no,
No,
it's not
it's
just
a
you.
lot of us.
Yeah.
And speaking from somebody who literally started YouTube just on my phone, doing like hopping in live streams and doing like interview shows and that on your phone, it is not fun. I really, like, now that I have the laptop or whatever like that, I really struggle doing anything on my phone. I'd rather walk around with a laptop in my hand than walk around on a phone doing that sort of stuff. Like pre-recorded stuff, just getting footage and that, different story. But yeah, doing a live stream on a phone is not fun. But yes. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, silly me, I don't know why, but DJ sent me the file for the C3 stuff. And it would not let me add, like, as a, where people just show clips or like just not a clip, but just a photo or a thumbnail or whatever like that on the screen. It wouldn't let me add it to it. I had to add it as a background. I'm like, well, that doesn't work because I have to kick everybody out to be able to put it on the screen. So that's sort
in the overlay.
of. Oh, do you put them in the overlay? Do you?
Yeah, that's where we put it.
That's probably why I didn't.
Because the other is video files.
Yeah, so I did it in the. Yeah, obviously I did the.
Yeah, if you put a still photo there, it won't put it in the video files. But the still photo you put in the overlay.
That's probably where that's where I screwed up. So I suppose while I'm sitting here, I could probably do that right now.
Yeah, Beckerman, that was the first thing I thought at first. I remember the first time I noticed it was on a Brian LCS family group, and I reached out to him. Well, did I get booted from the group? And he's like, "No, you're right. I can see you right here." And I'm all, "Oh, all right. Well, that's when I first noticed it." All right, now the stake should have settled down. Now I can try it.
Hey, Todd.
Yeah,
how's it going, mate? Speaking of the man, Rob, that is the man that actually has my comics in Vegas.
All right, we're gonna need a review on that steak, Rob.
All right, let's see if this works. Yeah! Boom.
Just splooshed off all.
Now I've got to try.
The steak is proper.
I have to try and find the other one now.
Mighty nice.
Where's the other one? There. Okay. Let's try this one. Yeah, so no, I've just been figuring this shit out for myself. Like, people have given me a few pointers and stuff, but yeah, I'm still so unnatural with this kind of stuff. Nice segue there. So, obviously, if you haven't seen it, I don't know whose channel you haven't been watching because it's been on all the major channels that we all watch, including DJ's, Mark's, Rob's, and a few others. The exclusive for C3 is available now over on djlinks.bigcartel.com. So go pick it up right now.
Only 250 copies available. It's going to run out soon.
And that's what I'm worried about, is because I have no money. I'm not getting paid for another like week and a half, and I'm like, crap, is there going to be a copy left? There should be, hopefully.
I gotta wait till Wednesday myself. I'm like, damn it.
Oh, here we go. You have half a short box left. Should be able to pack it in large flat. Oh, okay, awesome. So he must have been able to condense it because he said it looked like 1.5 short boxes.
Yeah, no, if it's only half a short box, you can put it in a large flat rate box, and you probably actually, like we talked about, Spidey, if you're not ready for it to get shipped to you, you can just have, if you want it out of Todd's place, you can send it to me, and I'll put it with the rest of your stuff, and we can filter through it whenever as you want. Matter of fact, because if he's in Vegas, he wouldn't want to put it in a flat rate. Well, it might be. He'd have to weigh it and see. It might be ground advantage from Vegas to California. Might be cheaper ground advantage than it is going priority, even with a flat rate box. But it's hard to say.
That's all right. I'll get I'll organise. I know Todd's been very busy lately, so I'll just get him to. We'll organise it at some point.
I mean, although right now is not a great time for it to be showing up.
No, definitely not. We won't.
After
we won't be
at the end of
organising that now.
October, that's a different ball of wax. But
Yeah, we won't be doing it now, Todd, because we've got C3 coming up, and Rob has literally got like I'm surprised you haven't dragged out like pallets and just started putting stuff in boxes on pallets in the garage. Hey, Kenny Bird.
well, I had just picked up a brand new set of racking because my racks of slabs was full, and I was needing to expand, so I ordered new racking. But I haven't yet moved. I haven't had to use the new racking yet for my slabs. So I've right now it's all loaded up with C3 stuff and shipping stuff and everything else.
Can you nominate someone for Postmaster General? I've never seen one, but I imagine Rob looks the part. Oh, God. You're a shocker, Mike.
You go to the post office and you see Rob's picture. He's like, hey.
Hey, you go to the post office, see my picture. Hopefully it's not because I'm one of the top 10 most wanted.
Or missing children.
They don't still, I know, like, not necessarily over here, but did they used to do that on milk cartons back in the day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they still post at like Walmart and the post office and stuff like that, like Kroger's.
Obviously, they don't do it on milk cartons anymore because it'd be everything's online now, so you wouldn't have to worry about that sort of stuff.
Now we got Amber Alerts on your phone if you have that activated kind of thing.
Ah, okay.
I don't. That's just annoying as hell. Like 4 o'clock in the morning.
We get the Amber Alerts. We get, I don't know about you, but we also get Silver Alerts. So like when an old person with dementia or something goes missing,
I have that.
They'll send that out. And then we also get out here, we have some new experimental earthquake warning system that gives you like 3 seconds notice.
3 seconds.
Oh, God.
You're doomed.
You've got 3 seconds to grab what you want and get out of your house. Oh, crap.
Get under the table now.
The theory is, any seconds you have is that much more, right? But the problem is that, okay, my phone goes off. Who grabs their phone the second it goes off, A, and then B, can unlock their phone and digest the message? So I don't know, but whatever.
Yeah. By the time
I suppose it does no harm, and if it helps just one person, then I guess it's worth it. I suppose.
Job done.
I like how this. Well, they're called NFC chips for that's probably what's in every single patch and sticker and book Joe has ever given anybody. It's probably got tracking devices in there. What's this? We need a common community alert for missing YouTubers.
It happens.
We're all Pocan chipped. Not over here. We're not.
Yeah, not all of us.
Not yet, anyway. Unless Joe sends me something, then I'll be going through it with like a black light and a fine tooth comb and microwave bloody sensors and all sorts of things to find out what's in there.
No, you don't have the technology. You're screwed. He'll be watching you when you sleep.
Emergency signal nationwide.
That's why you have to keep all AOKs from Pocan Joe in a Faraday cage.
Right.
I
Go
know
straight
nothing.
into the black box. Stays in the black box. It lives in it.
Give it a static charge.
Right. Got it.
The only thing I'd be worried about from Pocan Joe would be a bloody glow powder bomb or something like that. It's going to blow up my face as soon as you open up the box.
He's all like, gotcha.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
All right, well, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta finish up something real quick.
Yeah.
Just at least I know now you're not by yourself.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. He was all about.
Everybody knows how much I struggle on live streams by myself.
Yeah, that's anybody, man. It's hard. Running the chat. And
like obviously some people are natural talkers and they can, run live streams, for half an hour. Like if I've got something to talk about specifically and I've got either notes or everything off the top of my head, then I can do it okay. I'll just mumble and stumble and waffle along, but I'll get through it. But yeah, if I'm just free balling it, then yeah.
I don't have that issue. I can always talk. You know?
Mm.
Like it's more the with me, it's more the allowance of allowing me to talk. So if I'm ever quiet, it's usually either A, because I don't have anything to say about the topic on hand, so I don't want to, just murder out stupid shit. But no, or B, people let me talk, and then it's like diarrhea of the mouth. It's like blah, 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 blah.
Bah. Yeah. And I think sometimes, like especially on the group hangouts too, it's a bigger personality versus a smaller personality thing too. Because obviously, the bigger voices, the bigger talkers generally will just keep
Overtake.
going, and the people that are a bit more reserved or don't have much to say will just sort of sit there and be quiet until they're asked a question or something like that.
Well, most people know, like, if sports comes up, and it's any form of sports, all the way from golf to bowling, it doesn't matter. But I don't do sports, so I don't have nothing to comment. It doesn't, sports, like, very hardly touches my world. Like, I don't know current athletes or, like, you could throw some names out there, real or fake. I'd be like, sure, yeah, no, but I mean that's kind of like politics. I don't follow that like in any regard. I know certain names in politics because we're supposed to, but other than that, I don't follow it.
Yeah, I'd like if you asked me, like, okay, who the prime minister is? Yes, I know who it is. Do you know who our state premier is? Yes, I know who that. But if you ask me, like, who's the leader of the opposition or this or that or whatever, I wouldn't have a freaking clue.
It's the same here. I know who our president and vice president is because it's that famous. But if you ask me to like start naming off Senate members, like which is next down, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Like,
but in saying that, yeah, I'm not a fan of politicians at all. But I do like this. This is actually not a bad topic. Which countries would you like to see? Well, speaking for me personally, I've never been out of the country.
I have.
So I'm in my mid 40s, never been out of the country, unfortunately. Tried it, planned it, even came close to paying for it, but have not actually had the chance yet. I've always said the two countries I'd love to go to would be obviously US and Japan would be the two main ones that I want to visit. I'm not. Yes, I'd love to do the sightseeing thing, but it's more the fact for me, like even if I go interstate and, obviously I haven't been there a lot, but if I go to like, say the next state up and go, say I go to Sydney, which is the other probably most major city in Australia, I don't necessarily know everything that's there or have been there enough. So generally what we'll do is we'll look, okay, we'll see if there's any sightseeing stuff we want to look at. But there'll also be a list of like comic shops and collectible shops and all that sort of thing as well that we'd like to go and see. So, but yeah, I'd love to go to the US, love to go to Japan. US, obviously, I want to go for a big convention or a convention or any convention.
I've been to a couple other countries. I've been to Japan, and when I went to Japan, I kind of did what you were talking about. I went there to go to specific places, like Toho Studios was a big one, like Nintendo Corp. That was another one, like the headquarters for Nintendo. But outside of that, I had a couple small places I wanted to go to, a specific restaurant. Like other than that, like I kind of started at those places, and then like after that, I just spanned out. And the first time I went, I actually had a translator with me, and like I don't know if it helped or hurt. I don't know, but Japan was definitely like one of the coolest places I've been to personally. Like I've gotten to go twice, and both times was like magical. It was cool. I didn't really have any bad experiences, nothing like that. Everybody was super friendly to me. A lot of people worry about the language barrier. It wasn't an issue. Like pretty much everywhere I went, like they started out with Japanese, but a lot of people spoke like I want to say broken English. They knew enough, to get you around, kind of thing. That's one thing in my life I did early on. What's that, Mark? Was that? I traveled. What's that, man?
Living the dream.
Como estás usted? No.
No, we're not going that far.
I don't even know what he said. I don't speak French.
Bien y tú, says Mark.
Right?
Oh, God.
Después
How
en
are y'all
inglés.
I speak a tiny bit of Greek, tiny bit of Italian,
Said no one ever.
Right.
and a few swear words like everybody else knows in a few other languages, but that's about it.
Can you fill us in on those?
Not right at this point in time.
Put them down in the private chat, and Remy won't tell everybody. How about
What
that?
language?
My plan to have was funny.
I speak 4, but 2 of them I'm really rusty on. Like with languages, once you learn them, they're there. But if you don't use them, it starts to slip away. Like
Get a bit rusty.
It's problematic.
especially with Spanish, man. I'm fluent in Spanish, and it's like I can understand everything that's spoken to me. But as far as like speaking it back, that's a different story. I've lost a lot of it just because I don't use it as much anymore. In Texas, I did. Fuck yeah, but not so much over here.
Oh, fuck yeah, bud.
Y'all been in any other countries? That was the question, the topic of the.
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
Romania? Is that what you're taking?
No. The only
Go every
countries
day.
the only countries I've technically been in are Mexico and Canada. The cruise ship pulled in, we got out on port, whatever, went on shore. I was in the country. And I left the same day.
It
Hello.
counts.
Turning a light on so they can see your eyes sparkle.
Oh, how sweet!
It's there.
Yeah, but he was sending me pictures.
She's like, fuck off.
He was sending me pictures of Kyle being all sexy for me. So I don't know what that.
That happened.
It's true. Yeah, she knows my kink.
He's a Nightmare Before Christmas, or he actually has masturbated to the original movie no less than 37 times.
Nice.
Accurate.
Accurate.
I did not.
Yeah, so I'm.
Florida
the-
counts.
Yeah, I got the mask and like I'm lazy, so I just got like the T-shirt with the Jack Skellington stuff on it.
Because he'll actually wear it again.
So you're gonna be dedicated to have?
I will.
Are you gonna be dedicated to this thing and have one more kid just so you can have lock, shock, and barrel?
No,
Right.
Abe's doing his Ghost
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
or Zero.
cosplaying
Oh,
the
that's
bedroom.
cool.
No, it's Halloween. It's not cosplay. It's Halloween.
It could be, we don't know. You didn't tell us all that.
I call it role play. You call it cosplay. Whatever.
Oh, okay.
That's right. Exactly.
What you do behind closed doors is only up to you.
Close doors.
Yeah.
You hear that, Kyle? They think we close the doors.
Exactly.
I would want to visit Egypt and the pyramids.
I think Egypt would be cool.
Yeah, I'd love to see it, but
It's hot.
I've heard from people that I know that have been to like Cairo and that it's apparently a very dirty city. So, but I think the pyramids and the sphinxes and stuff would be magical to see.
I think as long as you stay I think this is anywhere you go because especially with like major tourist spots, those spots are usually like pretty. So as long as you stay within the guided gap, you're not, but if you go off the beaten path and do your own thing, of course, you're going to see, what they don't show you, on social media and stuff. Because, Mexico can be both like pretty and if you go to the wrong parts, it can be real dirty,
How dirty?
Dirty. Jack Skeleton. Dirty.
Oh God!
I don't know. Why is it?
What was this girl's name? Rob? What's his name?
Sally.
Sally Dirty. There you go.
Sally. That girl.
Yeah. And that's
She's
probably a
got,
good
like,
sound piece of advice.
she's got those connectable parts. She's all stitched together.
Go on. Do it, the mom. Lick your finger and do it.
No,
It's like these eyebrow hairs that are like this long.
I try to tell her it keeps the sun out of my eyes, but she don't care.
You think a groomer could be able to take care of that, huh?
No.
It's kind of like mechanics. They drive shit boxes, but they can fix cars.
Right. The irony.
I can make somebody's dog look good. Don't mean I need to look good.
Shushes.
Where?
Yeah, on the upside, at least he's not trying to make himself look good to try to get another woman.
It's like Jesus.
That's a good way to look at it. I'm not shopping around. Just be happy. You do anything for Halloween, Rob?
Do I do anything for Halloween?
Yeah, do y'all do like host a cookout or you know what I mean?
We used to have Halloween parties for the kids.
Yeah.
And then we used to go sometimes some of our friends would have things we used to go, but I hate people, so I don't really want to. So I always dread going to them.
Yeah.
And so I usually
people.
Yeah, I usually use the excuse nowadays that someone's got to be here with the dog because people come into the door, make the dog happy, and hand out candy. So
that probably pisses the dog off. Everyone that goes out the door just looks at you.
Do you really hand out the candy, or you just tell people you hand out the candy?
No, I do.
Oh, okay.
For the 4 kids that come around this neighborhood, yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's like sometimes one year all of a sudden we had an uptick and we had a whole bunch of kids, and then it's back down to like 3 and 4 kids, and it's like, all right, well, I guess I got a lot of candy to eat.
That means that somebody told them y'all handed out full-size Snickers, and then they got there and you didn't, and they told everybody.
Yeah, no, but I don't hand out garbage because I only hand out.
Sucks.
Is anything that's left over I got to eat because I'm not throwing it away. So I always get like Reese's and Twix and Kit Kats and stuff.
He just stocks up his pantry and gives them some of his private supply if they come by.
This year we're giving out Tim Tams, but
like Tim Tam, we're staying away.
Not giving away the Tim Tams. Oh.
Be the most popular house.
Maybe I get a whole shit ton of those little Cadbury koalas or whatever and hand out.
Yeah, actually, a few of those. The fun size packs would be a good idea. So you can literally just pull one out and put them in each of the bags.
Kyle just said, "Oh my God, do they do Halloween? Do y'all do Christmas too?"
I don't know.
Those savages.
Do y'all have a Jesus? Is there a Jesus?
No.
That's not what I asked.
They have Australian Jesus. Get that straight, okay?
He was crucified. He was crucified on a big boomerang.
When Santa comes to Australia, he does so
resurrected with the kangaroo.
He's got a flying surfboard that's being pulled while he's in board shorts because it's a little freaking his North America dress is a little overdone for
John
Australia
Stout,
summer.
just DM us the neighborhood and we'll see. We're gonna check the distance. We just go over to my brother's house. It's not far down the road because his kids and we got our kids and their neighborhood's like really easy just to do like a little loop. The kids are done before they even finish the loop.
I used to like the when I used to live in the mountains in Boulder Creek. They had.
I don't think there's too many stupid holidays.
You couldn't go around trick or treating in the neighborhood there, so they would just set it up so the neighborhood, the entire town was 2 blocks long, and so all the retailers would open up and hand out candy for the kids, and so you just go down and walk the 2 blocks, and everybody would come from all the outskirts and come into
and they
town.
do trunk or treat events now too. That happened popped up in the past few years where like churches and stuff like the members will. Well, dude, that was not always a thing.
I've been to a lot of them.
Maybe
I'm
it
not
was
saying
a fall
festival.
But they like
explaining. Yeah.
They park the cars around the parking lot. They pop their trunks and decorate them and stuff. So neighborhood kids or whoever can come there, and they'll have like a whole festival thing like bouncy houses and foods, and they can like walk the outskirts and just like get candy if they want.
They do that away from the church or at the church?
They're basically having a fall harvest festival.
Yeah.
I'm here for the harvest.
The harvest, where the pumpkins.
But God forbid if they actually referred to it as such, because it might be seasonal and therefore be pagan.
I lived in a town that was so small that.
How small was it?
It was so small that the churches had a real like stranglehold on the town, and if Halloween fell on a Sunday, they would reschedule Halloween. So the entire town wasn't allowed to trick or treat on Sunday Halloween. They would move Halloween to the Friday before or the Saturday or something, or in the middle of the week, just so that it didn't interfere with church schedules.
Dude, I'm a big fan of like if Halloween falls on a weekday, why don't there just be like a designated weekend day for trick or treating and stuff like that?
Yeah, because it makes no sense to
Like
do
the kids don't care about like what day of the week it is, as long as they get to dress up in costumes on Friday and then go trick or treating that night would be like perfect.
But I've got a great commie town for you to live in. I'm gonna send you
Do they allow dancing?
Halloween. It's an American holiday. So Simo, this is what Halloween is, since you guys don't have it over there. So basically, people get dressed up, and it's kind of like I'll send you some pictures, but
I'll send you some pictures.
It's but
We
that's
do
blowing
have
my mind.
Costco's.
It's like
We
a
do have
Comic-Con
Costco's
happening
over
in your neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, but where
People's
I'm from, like in New York, Halloween is really not as much for kids as it is for adults who want to dress up and act however they want in the streets. So like when I used to go to the Halloween parade, there was in New York City, there was just all measures of debauchery going on. Like it was not a child's holiday.
In San Francisco, that's when they would do the exotic erotic ball, was always on Halloween.
You say autoerotic fall?
Exotic erotic ball.
Well, see, that's how we lost David Carradine. Chill out, Rob.
Yeah, it's true.
And that was not a place that you would put your send kids, that's for sure. Oh.
Yeah. The answer to Mark's question is we do have Halloween over here, but it's not nowhere near on the grand scale that you guys have. Like you might, and this has probably only been the last decade, you might get 1 or 2 sets of kids trying their luck to see if anybody's bought any candy. Like I know my parents will always buy some just in case. But yeah, if you walk into, because obviously we have Costco's over here now, like that has the giant seasonal area right at the front with all the massive skeletons and things like that. So they try and force it on us, but yeah, it's nowhere near as big as a thing as it is over there.
It's less about the candy as it is about commercial ways to sell you things that you don't need to try to decorate your house and buy more all the time. Consume.
Exactly.
Yeah. AKA fun. It's one of those just pure fun holidays. Because one of my favorite things about it is that people can completely not participate. Like if you don't put any decoration outside, kids ain't coming to your door. If you're known as a neighborhood grump who just sits in his back smoking meat, then nobody.
Hey, except Halloween around in this house is just the time of year you go out to get normal household decor. So
that's fair. That's fair. Your newest Skellington.
My youngest was super ecstatic the day that spirit stores open. It's Dad, we're going to the store. We got to go, and it's like there's picking up new ravens and different stuff to hang up around the house, and it's not for the fall; it's for year round.
Oh wow!
September.
Oh,
well, the good thing is like that means we're getting close to Christmas. The day after Halloween, official Christmas season begins. That's always a plus.
Unless you're at Lowe's, in which case it's probably going on already.
Yeah, but at least Christmas has like a bigger season, I think. Like they're
trying to expand it every year as well.
They are, but they can only expand it back. Like she's saying, September. So, but you're never gonna have Notober. It's not gonna move into November.
Never say
that. Because the day after Halloween is over. Everybody yanks down their paper skeletons the day after Halloween. There's no, so I see people with Christmas decorations literally year round.
Yeah.
And I see others outside, outside their house,
Maximum effort.
Like, isn't it like normal, like also like you're supposed to leave it up through like New Year's and take it down like right after New Year's kind of thing?
Yeah, there's a couple of more, religious reasons why people would keep it up as well. So there is definitely times to that. But
we just do it because
with Halloween, it just ends. It's over.
We paid good money for that tree. It ain't all the way dead yet. Well, we're gonna leave it up.
Yeah, that's true.
Traditionally, in my family, it was always
still smells good.
Yeah,
so
early.
The day smells like pine. As long as it still smells like pine, Mike, we're keeping it.
It's there.
Yeah, keep watering it. It's dropping needles everywhere. It needs more water.
I mean, just think about how long it takes to put that shit up.
When they carve them, they're supposed to cut the bottom of the trunk too, so water can get into it. I think they might have forgot to because it it never needed more water. Like, yo, it still got water.
We filled it
Like
up
we
twice.
check it, you know,
Yeah.
but then I just keep assuming she must have watered it, and she's like, you must have watered it. And
I
then-
did that the
Everybody's
first live tree I
watering.
ever had. They put a wax cap on the bottom, and I didn't
Yeah.
know it. The first time I ever got a live tree, and I did that, and it died like in a couple of weeks. And I'm like, but it's not even drinking water. We got a broken tree. And it wasn't. It was- yeah.
Our thing was like it looked good too because it wasn't like losing needles. But the second we
that's
went and
good.
touched it, it was like a Looney Tunes scene. It just like, oh shit.
I think we were
Turn
trying to
into a
build
stick.
the house after we cleaned until like the middle of February.
Yeah. It was a good tree though, real
Yeah.
good tree, good freaking tree.
Yeah, we're
Similar-
bigger on the plastic trees over here because it is summertime and it's too hot to have. To have big ass trees in your front room or anything like that. So
Why not?
Would that
What's the
be
heat
good
have to
for
do with it?
shade? Yeah, what is the add
I
some
was-
shade?
When do
You don't have AC in your house?
He's in the southern
Well,
hemisphere. yeah.
Given that the origin and
Brilliant.
pulling the Yule log in and lighting that fire with your Yule log and having it burn the whole time, I could see why that wouldn't be a tradition there in Australia.
yeah, not happening.
But didn't the first Christmas happen in a desert? Like,
Right.
aren't we? I mean, just bringing it back to its origins.
It
Dang.
just depends upon whether or not you go with the notion that Christmas was always celebrated as a Christian holiday versus the Germanic origins of the holiday that were adopted.
Look, I just wanted you to take stock for a minute of the fact that you guys are not wanting to extend Christmas anymore, but you've already blown past in a single chat past October and Halloween, and we're already on how long should Christmas decorations stay up?
Forever.
I mean, that's poor Halloween just got, oh, hey.
Personally, I think you're
No
all
good.
wrong because you blew right
No
past my personal Super Bowl, which is Thanksgiving, because that is my
Thanksgiving
fucking
is just a
holiday.
Christmas
When-
Day appetizer.
When I get to smoke the fucking biggest goddamn turkey on the fucking planet and have everybody sit around and go, God damn, Rob, you're a fucking god. That is my Super
So you're
Bowl.
saying you love
Can you-
Thanksgiving because it's just a
Someday.
good ego check for
Will
you.
you send some?
Sure. That's
No,
why
I want to
cook-
be there.
That
I
is
want
why
to watch Rob
This is-
smoke his meat. I want to see him stuff that bird with everything he's got.
This is
I wanna
why
be
I
in
cook a
person.
turkey. I cook the pregame turkey 2 weeks before the actual Thanksgiving turkey, so that way I can have that turkey to A, test, but B, then boil down into turkey stock, so I can inject the first turkey into the Thanksgiving turkey.
You
So
make
he's
the
got
Russian
plans,
wrestling
some
doll
plans, some plans.
I make turkey stock that I inject into the Thanksgiving turkey. Yes.
Sound like you're making Russian nesting dolls out of turkeys.
No, I don't make a
Sounds
turducken.
like no, it's a
Voodoo
turkin.
dolls.
To
I
turkey.
think turkey. Oh, it's all poppy.
What's up, Joe?
Yeah, poppy.
What's going on? How you guys doing today?
Blasphemer. Why am I a
Hey
blasphemer?
Joe, how are you?
Doing well.
Hey Joe, I got something for you.
Yeah,
And he's reaching in his pants.
I want you to have this.
that's weird.
I brought this for you,
You just keep that in your pants like
and
that?
I brought this for you, Joe.
Now you'll
He's
never
got one.
forget me.
I'll never forget you, Joe. Never.
Yeah, that is one holiday we do not have over here as Thanksgiving.
No,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have an
I don't know
American
what to be
holiday. I'm
thankful for. It
surprised.
makes sense.
Yeah, that'd be weird.
Oh, you don't have any? Do you have turkeys over there? Wild turkeys, or not the alcohol, but do you have
They're
like
called
wild turkeys?
ostriches and emus.
I think those are a little bit larger.
And if you want to get really like extreme, you could go a cassowary as well. If anybody
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
knows,
Cassowary.
one of
There
them
you
is.
go, Rob. Have you ever
Cassowaries,
stuffed a
big-ass
cassowary?
birds.
No, can't say that I have.
Can anyone else say it?
I know Joe wants to hunt one.
Yeah,
Oh, I bet.
With a slingshot.
I'll eat this
I
shit.
saw a guy today in full camo. There's no season open right now, is there, Joe?
I can't speak for every state, but in Virginia, it's black powder and archery right now.
Yeah, he had a bow. He had a compound. Okay.
Probably bow. You in Virginia?
No, I'm in Kentucky, so I think we
Probably,
follow
yeah,
the
it's the
same.
same there.
Because it's the same turkeys that are moving, the
Yeah,
same
one of
deer
the-
and turkey that are moving from the plains of Virginia, you know, west to Kentucky, trying to
God,
escape you
sounds
mad
like that.
creatures.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's
good
It'll be all
season
right.
there too.
Yeah, that bird is no joke.
They have stories about that bird and like folk tales and stuff about how it drag kids off and stuff like that. But their
Cassowary?
claws, yeah,
They
They're
are very they can be they're very territorial, and they will literally chase you. And yeah, if you go anywhere near their area of
chasing
nesting
if
or
you
anything
run.
like that, unless they say Joe, then they'll chase the other way.
It's only
That's how it
chasing if you
goes.
run.
they run from him. They're like, "Fuck, there's Joe. I'm out of here."
Mm-hmm.
See, now I got to plan a hunting trip for Australia.
Was it an estuary? An actuary? What was it called?
Cassowary. It's
Cassowary.
CASSOWA.
Hey, hold on. She got a picture of it already? That's a cassowary?
Yeah.
What's it wearing? A black mamba as a tie? What is that? All right. There it is. Holy moly. That thing
See if you can
evil.
find one where it's like standing next to someone, because the height.
Let's get a little better work out of Legion over here. All right. We need a glamour shot. We want one with it looking over its shoulder. A little back feather action. You got any of those?
My best friend.
Yeah, because it's the
there's a good one.
Them things are big.
I think it's about to eat that lady.
It might be.
Look, and that's at the Nashville Zoo. Y'all better watch out.
It ate somebody in Florida.
See, a Florida man.
That's just normal. That's normal for Florida.
Yeah,
It is, but
Today, an alligator ate somebody.
I saw that. That's terrible.
It's like
the
a
alligator
13
came
foot.
up, had it like in his mouth, right? Just dragging the body out of the
He's
sewer.
dragging him. I was like, damn, that Florida man.
Well, we don't know. I mean, they didn't
could
get
be
the
a
his wallet.
Yeah, it's true.
cute baby, but yeah, once it starts growing those three
babe.
talons,
Yeah, but if you impress upon it like a raptor or something, then it's gonna think you're its mother, and you can talk to it, and it'll be all right.
call it blue.
Riding around.
Yeah, call it blue. Ride a motorcycle with it.
They are bright blue.
Yeah.
well, they stalk people.
What? Like on Facebook?
No, like
shelves,
hikers.
like at the grocery store.
Oh, okay. Stalking.
They're a meat-eating bird and are very territorial.
Where's Altua? Is that near you? No.
South of the equator for sure.
Oh. Well, it killed him.
Are you thinking of Altoona?
No.
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 Yeah.
He lives next door.
All right. Oh, Altoona. Remember Charlie Tuna? Anybody old enough to remember Charlie Tuna?
Charlie Tuna.
Yeah, I do.
The
Isn't he
little
still
blue
around?
mascot guy.
Yeah.
I thought he was still around.
Pretty much.
He might still be around. We don't keep up. I don't know. He might be out there.
Sun-kissed.
Yeah, send me a Christmas card in a while.
Streaming, so I
Who's
can
asking
tell.
this? It's a thing of the past.
Yeah.
He probably got canceled for exploiting, other fish in the sea.
No, he did. With that little
No,
bow tie, he looked like a
He
pedo
was-
for sure.
He was a fish
Kidding
that was
me?
selling dolphins.
You're right.
He was a slave.
Yeah. He was working
Yeah,
those
take-
blowholes.
Take him down because
Okay.
Jessica Simpson thought he was a chicken.
Just
Yeah, that's right.
chicken
Chicken of the sea. Chicken of the
Is he
sea.
doing casting
Hey, Jim.
calls with angelfish or something?
Right.
Little casting couch action with Charlie Tuna.
He's in the background with the stogie.
Let me see a little more flipper.
Yeah.
All right, Little Mermaid.
That's great. Now let's see what you can do over here. Come on, come on, Uncle Charlie.
You see a Charlie with a chomping on a cigar. Come on.
I'm waiting for the blowfish joke. You know it's coming.
Wait, was that the joke? We know it's coming. All right.
Oh, Lord.
All right, Sim will go back inside.
Yeah, I'm just fixing myself a drink and walking around.
Are you at your place or are you at your lady's place?
No, I'm at Beck's.
I love the fact you two have separate places. I've been trying to get my wife to get her own place too.
What's wrong with that?
Does that
Is
work?
she not wanting to do it?
No.
You just have to find whatever's keeping her there and get rid of it. Is there something she really loves? You can move out of the house.
Yeah, just fill it with pop vinyls and Scotty Young comics, and then she'll be there.
Right? Just fill the house full of
Yeah.
Scotty Young. And
Leave a welding helmet in every room of the house. Every room. Gloves. Every room of the house. Nice.
no, I kid. I like my wife. We get along.
That's what's important.
I'm waiting for the punchline.
I was just going to let you fill in the blank. Let's see. Everybody's still talking about smoking meats. Nice.
Not everybody, but who'd you expect is?
Don't be a hater.
John is. John and Rob.
Just because you wish that you had the skill.
Me? I don't need the skill. It's
Blake.
all good. I'd like to eat it.
Everybody get ready for church tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
NFL games? What?
I'll be at work.
I didn't know you worked.
Actually, no, I won't because it's like 4 a.m. or something.
What? Football?
No.
It'd only Monday for him.
Yeah, Bleecker Street has a show on Sundays called Church.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's not the one. Try again. There is a book I'm looking for on that one. Somebody was it Dope Comics? Didn't he give Planet Comics or auction or whatever?
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it doesn't exist. Don't worry about it, Bubs. You don't need to go looking for it at the auction.
Whatever.
Rob's like, I've already donated my money and put it in my PC. Nah.
No, that's not how it works. You gotta get top dollar for
I
it.
know.
It's for the cause. It's for the cause.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's a nice Planet Comics book there. There's
I have it already, but that'd be a nice upgrade.
Captain Marvel Adventures. There's Blue Beetle, Golden Age Blue Beetle.
It's all your sort of wheelhouse there, Bubs.
It's not the Jeep cover, is it? I love the Blue Beetle Jeep covers. Those are awesome.
No, it is not. I'll show you. Hold on.
I'm just hoping there's some old school Marvel books that I might be able to that I might want.
There's
If
a
not, I
beast.
just donate.
Let's see here. So
Bound to be
present,
plenty.
Share screen.
Yes.
Plenty to be
abundance.
bound.
An abundance.
Oh,
Yeah.
Spidey.
How
throw it
long
up.
do you expect it to last? Like to go on for?
Hang on, give me a sec. There we go.
Looks good.
Oh, presents well.
Kind of looks like a nun.
It's a
Like a blue
5.0.
nun or something.
Issue 38.
38. All right.
So what year is that?
That's 1945.
It's a CBCS though, so if I buy it, I'll have to crack it and send it to PGX.
That's your problem. But that you will get a 7.0 then, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true.
Then see, there's World's Finest issue 100. Let's see what else is on here. Let's flip through these.
And
Murder Hobo.
that's actually cool.
I bet you that was donated by Daymez.
Something's Killing the Children.
Have they not figured it out yet? Is it not time to change
Apparently
the title?
not. Electric
Ah, that's
Black.
a slow burn, isn't it?
Electric Black is a good read.
Adventures.
Yeah, Electric
Walking
Black.
Dead. More Walking Dead. That was actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Hey, Roscoe.
Roscoe. I remember that one.
Brooks.
Oh, that's cool. That'd be a Mark Brooks cover, I'm thinking.
Yep.
Black.
Death Metal 3. Double Signed. It's a sketch cover. Sketch covers that have come in.
Who's doing all those sketches?
There are a variety of people. This one here is from Stephen Wilcox, and so some of them are just like independent artists, and some of them are some bigger name artists. Yeah,
That's cool.
That's cool.
Ken Hazer and Dan Jurgens.
Hellcrow.
Slipknot cover
Oh,
for
I thought they
Hellcrow.
said Hell Cow. I'm like, I've never
Yeah.
seen a copy of Hell
Yeah.
Cow look that
Hellcrow.
extreme.
And it's only
Okay.
number 32 of 66. That
Cool.
came in.
No shit. Really?
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
and it's hold on, it's
Big boy.
it's clean.
Out of my price range.
You should go after that, Rob, and leave the planet to me.
I got a 9.6. I don't need another one of these.
I got a 9.8. I don't need one either. You need to get this one and then leave the Planet Comics to me. I feel like I'm talking to myself. What's going on here?
Where's the? Hold on. What's wrong? Shit. Trying to go the wrong direction. All right. Yeah, do that.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
This is a page from a book called Mermaids from Chris Marinan.
Okay.
From a book called Wildstar, issue 2, page 4 from Chris Marinan. And this was also from Chris Marinan. This is 8.5 by 11.
That's cool.
Kelly.
Yep. Quick pencil sketch. But yeah, so that's some of the stuff that's I haven't posted yet on the Instagram. That's waiting to get its turn to go up.
Oh, is there an Instagram page that has all that listed?
Well, yes, at Comics Curing Cancer. You can follow it, and then we're posting stuff that's coming up. And
I think I do follow it, but I didn't realize you were posting.
I don't have that that slide.
I'll drop it.
You don't have Instagram? I'll send you the link to the app.
I don't. Smart ass.
Oh, give me a second here. 2 clicks.
I found it.
Yep.
So everything on here is available for auction.
it'll be available. Yep, we got some of these. So, this is a Chris Campana Wolverine sketch, and
I like
Who's
that,
that?
Ryan.
Go back. Go back.
what? Oh, you want to see the Gwen?
What's that? Is that America? What's that?
Who did it?
Yeah.
This is Gus Mock.
That's pretty.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
I like that.
1948. Yeah, exactly. Second appearance and origin of
Second
Mr.
appearance of
Tawny.
Tony the Tiger.
Yep, and infinite cover too. So you got the cover of the cover of the cover.
It's great.
We got a whole ton of these master packs.
Yes, what are these? Are these
So
comics
the
or cards?
yeah, so no, they're not comics. So they're packs of like four to five comics per pack, and they're not always the same title. So some of them but it's a story arc. So like for example, the Night Thrasher one there is a mixture of Night Thrasher and New Warriors, but it's the books that tell the story, a story arc. So they put them together. Like the Transformers one's got some Transformers and GI Joe where they cross over and stuff. And
So are these reprints or originals?
no, these are originals. These packs were put together in 1993. These are still,
yeah, I've never seen them before. So
yeah, no, they're all still sealed from 1993. But you got the entire Gambit limited series. There's the Bishop limited series in here. There's a Sabretooth limited series one. But so what we're gonna do with these ones won't be auction. These will be like these will be part of the wheel, the prize, the donor wheel. So we're gonna put like two of them together, and that'll be one item on the donor wheel and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. So if anybody wins those, they can AOK them to me. Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Understood.
This one's pretty cool.
Nice bondage there.
Todd Aaron Smith, who actually worked on the animated series.
That's great.
Oh yeah, so this is our
Transform.
Yeah, Transformers page.
More.
Does anyone actually read Transformers or like it or care anything about the movies?
A lot of people.
Yeah, there's people who do. Yeah.
There's a guy on the panel.
I'm teasing.
Yo.
There he is. There, I was just trying to bring him out from under his icon there.
I literally just sat back down. I got up to go get the kids rocking and rolling. They want to adventure sleep tonight, and they want to take down the expensive figures behind me. And the only way to do either of those things is to have the living room cleaned up properly. And they come running to me. We're done. We did it. I'm like, there ain't no way. They're like, yeah, we did. Come look. So I walk in there and I start pulling all the toys and clothes and trash and just put it in the middle of the floor. I'm like, this has to be put up too. And then
What is
that
that?
buys me about 20 minutes.
This is
Good
with
idea.
Black Box Comics sent us a bunch of their number ones from their catalogs, and so these are going into like into a box, and so they'll be on the prize wheel. You'll get like all the number ones in a box that you
get
can
13 copies of number one.
so you can then like kind of understand. You can see what see what you like there. So Black Box Comics.
It's insane.
And we'll go back on that last one there, Rob, because clearly we have an official grading system as DJ Links has given this 4 fires, whereas Mark of Legion Comics gives it an additional fire for a total of 5 fires, signifying
9 out of
he
10
thinks
fires did that donation just receive. 9 out of
Was
10
it
fires.
total, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well done.
There you go. Jenny Frison signed Nightmare or Something's Killing the Children.
Jenny Frisson.
Jennifer Song.
This is Inks Over Blue Line.
Harley.
Harley Quinn issue 1.
Never heard of it.
There you go. You got your Spider Boy.
Ew.
Not my
First
Spider
parents.
Boy.
Someone
First
go put
parents.
some
Hashtag
fire
not my
on that
Spider
now.
Boy.
Ew.
At that.
Hey.
Ooh.
That was fire for a quick minute.
You say that, but you didn't put it in the comment section, Spidey.
That's right.
Yeah.
I didn't
Dark-
see it.
You
Dark
gave it
Shadows.
no fires, in fact.
I was-
0 fires.
I was going to say it's very DC and independent heavy this year for C3. I can see.
We just went through Spider-Man slabs.
Yeah.
Two.
Right.
Yeah,
And
2 in a
Rob's got
row.
stacks of Spider-Man books.
Man,
There's
there's
a-
a
I want this one. This is another one I'm after.
There's DC's Wolverine.
Marvel sketches. It's an image.
First appearance in Tech 180.
Yeah, I think so.
I like it.
There's DC Spider-Man. Image Comic Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Coming at you from Dark Horse, Spider-Man.
Mhm.
Source Point Press presents Spider-Man in the
You gotta
Gangbang.
give them different names, and not just Spider-Man. You gotta give them like Spooderman.
Another one of DC Spider-Man.
This is actually Antarctic Press.
Oh, that's the Antarctic Press. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the Speederman.
They never can stick the landing. I'd skip the last 2 issues.
Speederman. I'm gonna make a small attempt for that one.
The
That
amazing
is
Ben
John
Reilly.
Romita Jr.'s unofficial first work in comic
All right.
books.
I remember giving away that book for my 300 subscriber giveaway.
Yeah, I tried to win it.
There's the
There's
one that
Marvel
Bubs,
Comics
Bubs and I
Planet
will fight
comic.
over.
We're not fighting over it. I mean, either you're going to win it or I'm going to win it. It won't be a fight. I mean,
Y'all should just do a fight instead.
I don't want to do $1 up. Like, that's going to take all night. Oh, yeah.
Oh no, don't worry. Don't worry.
I
This
gave
was
you
us already.
$172, $173. You know,
No, they're not good.
Yeah, there'll be auction rules that get listed as
It's
we
gonna be
start.
increments of 50.
$50 for a book like that. That wouldn't be too
Look
bad.
at that. There's one of
Spidey, do
those.
you recognize this one?
Yeah, it's Gestalt Comics Spider-Man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, how about this one?
That's Fawcett.
This one's
That's the
Fawcett.
same one?
Yeah.
Any different?
Is there different? Yeah, it'll be there's a 2.5 CBCS and a 3.0 CGC.
You
Probably
get
a
that
2.0.
CBCS regraded and get a 7 out of CGC.
There's the Scotty Young pack.
Scotty.
Some
Yeah,
very
so-
rare DC work from Scotty Young.
Yeah.
And I tried to talk to Scotty Young one time at a con, and he just talked. It was during his I Hate Fairyland run.
Oh
And
yeah.
that's all he would talk about. He didn't want to talk about anything else. If you mention anything, it was like, well, have you read this? Have you read I Hate Fairyland? That's what you need to be focusing on.
So with these, which is kind of cool. So I had this cover. I had the book, and it was signed by Scotty Young. So I've added it to this. And then Austin LeMay sent me the book that this one was, and I just sent it off to Scotty. He's signing it and sending it back to us, so we'll have the signed books that go with these as well.
That's cool.
C3 is going to be huge this year.
Yeah,
That's
the original
cover.
art for the salve.
Awesome, man.
This
Old man Usagi.
Remarked.
Oh yeah, and it's remarked right there with Raph.
There.
They're kissing.
I thought that was just part. Yeah, his kiss.
Oh, that wasn't there originally?
Love you,
I
Raph.
thought that was
Nope.
part of the artwork too.
That's the
I thought there were
remark.
6 turtles all of a sudden. I got confused.
And you're supposed to be an original art guy, Bubs. That's disgraceful.
I'm trying. Yeah, I'm trying.
This is Yu-Gi-Oh
better.
cards.
Yeah. So yeah, there's stuff going up there every day, putting new posts up there. So the biggest thing, of course, don't forget, you can go get it right now. djlinks.bigcartel.com.
Right. What?
Ordered mine.
There we go.
Beep, 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 beep.
I should order. I just suggest to everybody like order no less than 5 copies because they fit. We've checked. We have verified this. They all fit perfectly in standard size stocking. So that could be the stocking stuffer gift of the season, being that Christmas time is right around the corner.
Your mom
Makes sense.
wants
Yeah,
to-
once we get over this Halloween thing, it's on.
And the nice thing is actually when you purchase multiples, so there's a shipping charge for the first one, and after that it's just $1 more for each additional.
So you're really wasting your money if you don't order at least 5. In all sincerity,
Yeah.
That's how I generally feel. Yeah, about everything almost.
especially hookers.
Yeah, and 6-packs. I say keep that 6th one.
Hey, Kyle.
I don't want to waste.
No,
any money.
just buy 5
I order in
6-packs.
5s only.
5
Yeah.
6-packs.
Yeah, one for each finger, and I'm done. That's it.
Yeah, so that's just kind of stuff. We got a whole bunch of really other cool stuff that's on its way in. Some more art, some more cool books. I know that Scott from Orders Hide has been showing us
A lot of stuff in
Neil. Neil Adams, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #1 or no 100. I'm sorry, a Neil Adams variant that he did that's signed by Neil Adams.
and it's
as
the
well as-
lowest print run of a cover that Neil has ever done in his career.
And there's a bunch of some original art, more original art coming in. Some there's a couple of people have sent. We got a bunch of slabs that are coming to me. I don't know what's in them yet.
Probably comics.
Most
Well,
likely.
Yeah.
Unless it's Tyler, it could be Pokemon cards.
Oh God. I mean, yeah, somebody will bid for that.
Yeah,
Yeah, Pokemon's really popular.
Yeah, there's people like Pokemon.
Oh, look at Mr.
I do.
Oh,
Mr.
my
Spiffy.
goodness.
Well, it's
Tell
like I
me
do
you're
know.
wearing flip-flops, bro. Tell me
Oh,
you're wearing
man.
flip-flops.
I'm not even wearing pants. Look at this guy.
Spidey, what are you gonna do for C3?
You're a little flush, Nick. Yes.
Well, it's 110 degrees here in Texas. There's no way I'm gonna wear pants.
You look like you got a couple drinks. You're a
No,
little rosy.
I don't know. What's going on, gentlemen?
I can
Looking at C3 items.
I saw AWA Upshots Spider-Man there.
Yeah,
really,
really much Marvel stuff this year.
really DC and indie heavy this year.
Very.
From a certain perspective. Oh, I missed it. I didn't even show. Well, that's right. There's some more. It would just been more DC stuff. So sorry, never mind.
Show us.
There are DC fans on the panel, so you're more than welcome to show it. And we need to get it out there so people are ready. You can chuck it on.
Yeah.
I bought the stuff that I bought, like the comic runs, like iconic comic runs and some slabs. I intentionally bought DC stuff thinking most other people would be going Marvel. And there's been a lot of DC stuff. It really has.
It's Joe Rubenstein.
He should have colored it.
He was only doing partial color, but
You
I
picked
wouldn't
the-
have.
you picked the wrong
He picked
one.
wrong colors. Yeah, I agree. But you know
Fix it,
what?
Rob. Before we sell it, fix it.
hence the donation.
There, I see some Spawn Universe.
Yep.
First appearance of Steel right there, the second one.
Yeah, see that. What's the significance with the what's his name, the ventriloquist?
Oh, it's just
Just
oops.
a cool slap.
Yeah, it just happens to be. It's for Batman Robin Adventures. Ventriloquist is cool.
Yeah, I love it. That's
I actually
why
have a commission being done of the ventriloquist.
I wasn't sure if that was like his first appearance or some shit.
No, this is a Daniel. What is his name?
Daniel Warren
Brian
Johnson.
Daniel Warren Johnson III.
Yeah, that dude. Little quick sketch there of Optimus Prime.
Esquire.
Daniel Warren Johnson. Hey, there's a
Ooh, that's cool.
Battle Lines variant.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was
Probably popular one for a bit, too.
with the horrible. We put the sticker right over the fucking art label that you paid $5 for.
It's still there. It's just encased and protected from sunlight.
That's all right. If you crack it, then it doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah.
What's cracking, Simo? What's cracking?
Can I give you a little preview of what I'm sending for the prize wheel?
Yeah. You're sending us Mark? That's great. There you go.
Nice. Nice.
Mm.
That's cool cover. Oh, Jim Chung.
Awesome dark side.
Nice.
There's
First
Jubilee. I still need that.
And for the auction part of it,
Ooh, shiny foils.
Shiny.
More
shiny.
Ooh, I didn't know that they had that available label. I like that label.
got a pair.
They just brought back the old one of the old Spider-Man logo labels. Nice. Thank you, Nick.
Got some other stuff in the works that I may not send to you, but you'll be getting this stuff later this week.
Appreciate that.
More to catalog, Rob. More to catalog.
That's exactly it. It's about inventorying it, then figuring out where it's going, what's going on with it,
And about that, I sure hope anybody out there that has stuff to donate, please ship ASAP. Please ship ASAP.
Is that faster than UPS
Yes.
or FedEx?
Yeah.
Thank you, John. By the way, thank you, John, for picking up your unnatural order. We appreciate that, sir.
Huge thank you. I hope you got 5 copies, my friend.
Is it faster than a cassowary? Chasing tourists?
Hey, as a matter of fact, to answer that question, Spidey, Unnatural Order does have international shipping built into the website. So yes.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do know about that.
5 copies.
I'm waiting for money.
Well, due to your shipping situation, 10 copies for you to make it work.
Copies.
What
Oh,
else?
yeah, I gotta give some to Simon, some to Sarah, some to Lee. So
that is a good idea because other people were talking about that, like all y'all over there on that island. If y'all all pool your order together and get it shipped to you one time, then just parcel them out once it gets to your island.
What else are you going to do, Spidey?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you shaving? Are you going to shave your mustache, or is Beck making you keep it so she doesn't fall off?
He told us he was getting a face tattoo.
It's just that everybody was talking about, shave beards. You said no, shave your head and all that sort of stuff. And I'm like, I've had my facial hair or lack thereof, my little bits for at least 20 plus years, and I've never shaved it all.
Tell you what, if we hit our goal, I'll shave that little bit of fuzz on my chin. How about that? Who gives a fuck?
I'm going to slide off then. Damn it.
Yeah, but I'll catch you, Nick. I'll catch you.
I don't know your shit, Joe.
Give me money. Yeah, I think I'm legitimately excited about seeing Lee with the eyebrow things, just watching him wax them. I think that'll be fun.
What's that 30K for that?
Yeah, I hope that it hits the goal. Like it would be keen to speak Spidey's language if we end the auction with and Lee goes live right after it rips some things off. If we get to wind down to watching Lee do that, that'd be great.
would be even greater if we did that at 40,000 and a penny. So that way we have to watch. That way Tyler has to get that
Tramp stamp.
tattoo.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to give somebody a tattoo. I wonder if they'll let me do. I'll fly out there.
To give the tattoo?
Yeah, I want to do the tattoo.
Yeah, because you don't care anything about the eyebrow thing. You probably burn your eyebrows off once a month, don't you? over in the shop.
Yeah, that's fair.
At least
melt them back a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll make a tattoo gun. Just do an old school prison tattoo gun and just
with a six pen and a lighter.
Sound of rust going. Tetanus shot and some whiskey.
Yeah, it'll be fine. A little whiskey be all right.
Walk it off. Rub some dirt in it. Let's come back here.
Being a bitch.
Being a bitch. Being a bitch. Take it like a man.
Just lockjaw. All right.
You like straws anyway? Drink through those. Can eat through them.
No.
I'm gonna message Tyler.
Straws are too phallic.
Too phallic? Let me tell you something. If you think a straw looks like that, then you haven't seen any good of that.
I'm not saying it is. I say
a straw reminds me of someone.
It's too much.
It looks like a kickstand with the bend at the end of it. Does this look okay to you?
Maybe it's just the way that you hold it, Bubs, when you're drinking from the straw that concerns me.
Oh yeah, and I always tap the glass to make sure the ice is moving. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true. True story.
This water's cold and deep.
With the drinking it from the thick bubba tea stuff.
Yeah.
That way you can get those balls moving
all day. Yep. Let it sit out in the sun.
I'll turn into a very different type of chat.
Joe's like, wait a second. I thought I was on MadSpidey'S Outback, but
well, Bubs, you said you're going for that Planet comic book. That was something that caught your eye. Anyone else? Yeah. Is there anything that they've seen that caught their attention off rip? Me personally, I'd like to get that page from the Transformers book. It's like the movie version of Transformers, because that's like where my first love for Transformers is, and that'd be cool. And it shouldn't be something too crazy, being that it's a movie version of Transformers, and most Transformer fans think that that's like the devil, you know?
Yeah.
So I think that'd be cool. And that Austin LeMay Transformers I want, because it kind of goes with something that I have.
Is it a Transformer? I mean, you don't have to tell us now.
Yeah, so like I commissioned Austin to do a Void Rivals cover for me, and he drew that Optimus to draw one before starting my cover. You know,
it was his warm up.
Yeah, it's a warm up piece to my cover, so I want that.
So how come you don't have it?
Because it's going up for C3. It wasn't like I commissioned him to draw that warm up piece. I commissioned him to do a cover for me.
So you told him beforehand that the whatever warm up piece he did was going to go for C3?
No. So like I was talking to him like about doing a Transformer cover for me, and he was like, "Yeah, blah blah blah, details." And he's like, I'm gonna have to draw one to warm up and get, you know, like he just sits around all day drawing fucking Transformers. Right. He draws Spawn all day.
Needle dick.
So, that's what he did. So I think it'd just be cool to have to put in the bag with my collab, or put it in one of the.
Why don't you have it?
Comic skins.
How did who ended up with it?
Austin has it still. It's still his.
Oh, I see. So he did the warm up, but he kept it.
That was a goddamn doodle he did.
I have it. He sent it to me. Austin sent it to you. Austin kept it and then sent it to me for C3.
This was done like a while back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, good stuff. I think we all understand each other now.
Holy shit!
Hey, Gene. But to answer your question, Mark, no, nothing has sparked my interest yet. Yet.
You aren't missing any of those Spidey books?
No.
Sport.
I only need 4 issues, and they're all the expensive ones.
What 4? 1, 2, 3, 4?
No, 1, 3, 4, and 6. That's it. Still.
Mark, is that LeMay piece going to Sarasota first?
Mine, yeah. That's why it's not in my possession yet.
I got one too. I don't know what mine is though yet.
Yeah, mine's not Optimus. Nick, you've seen it. It's glorious.
Yeah, some of those sketch covers Rob's been showing are pretty nice as well.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Was that going up for auction?
No.
He's like, hell no.
No.
That was a neat.
That
was a commission for me.
That was a boo boo.
Right.
Boo boo kitty fuck.
Island boy.
Nick, where'd you eat dinner tonight with that weird sign?
I don't understand. Like, all right, so tell me, guys, if you're taking the lady out for a nice dinner, right? You go to the restaurant. Are hats and T-shirts acceptable? To where you're going?
In a nice restaurant?
Is the dinner nice or is the restaurant nice? You've invited way more
nice.
questions you're prepared to answer.
Right? We're talking about 2-star nice. We're talking about like Olive Garden.
We're talking $25 cheeseburger nice.
That's like red.
I'd say yeah.
That's
I'd say yeah.
nice. I was gonna say, are we talking like the starting price on an entree is $50 and up?
The fact that they have cheeseburgers, I think hats are okay.
Yeah.
Well, this one particular place actually says, and I'll read quotes.
I will say
if it has some
hats at the table are just bad manners, and that somebody's dad didn't slap them enough. But
yeah, Mark.
Yeah. If I did that at home, Mum would tell me to take the hat off. But if I'm out, I'll wear a hat.
We consider tank tops, flip flops, and team athletic attire too casual for our restaurant.
They didn't mention hats or T-shirts.
Okay, but still, I mean, if you're going to a nice restaurant where there are the possibilities of $70 steaks,
restriction.
You don't wear a restaurant. You really don't wear, aside from like Burger King or McDonald's.
Yeah,
you really
get dressed
don't.
up.
This is the way I grew up. I was growing up.
Right, sure. But obviously, there's a different set of people now.
And it's
so to be fair, you grew up in a $75 steak restaurant. I'm a little confused. I need a little more backstory on that one.
Yes. And
That's
Bubs is going to, and I'm just getting used to your sense of humor, Bubs. So just give me, I got to tell you.
Good to see you, Nick. Good to see you again, Nick.
We have a couple restaurants.
Last time I saw you, you were yelling at hotel security. So I
will say, Nick, you know what? I'm gonna take this one, and I'm gonna say, as much as it pains me to say, it's probably because of the influx of Californians in your goddamn state.
I would expect the flip flops.
Or slide.
Because we had that in Houston. I remember
I think that the flip flops would be more acceptable than the hats and the T-shirt because I wear flip flops to everything, and they're not like ratty or nothing. I mean, like they're nice flip flops, but it's no different in my mind than like how female have like nice like shoes that don't cover their feet. Yeah. You know, like I've been in weddings where I've worn like slacks, flip flops, shirt tucked in, dress shirt, ties. It just happened to be. And it wasn't on the beach. I mean, it was in the fucking woods, and I was the only one in flip flops. But you're not getting me in shoes.
And I've done it. I've done it too. Flip flops.
Yeah, it depends on the tire situation.
They knew
the
that.
environment would dictate it, I would assume. So, like a beach or in the woods thing, yeah, I would get that. But nice restaurant, tablecloth, not napkins, paper napkins for putting in your lap, but like a legit place. Yeah, I wouldn't be wearing.
I think Joe. I think that's a great distinction.
And my flip flops will be covered under the table while I'm sitting there.
I think that's good. I think any place that has cloth napkins, you should be properly dressed. I agree. I don't care how much the cheeseburger costs. It could be a gourmet cheeseburger, right? So, yeah, any place got cloth napkins and cloth tablecloths. I mean, you should not be wearing a T-shirt.
I think the cloth table.
Sit down and pick the tables.
Because Olive Garden and shitty places have cloth. Applebee's and shit like that will have cloth napkins. But if you have a tablecloth, I think that's the distinction.
And it's not the footwear that gets me because I mean everybody can afford whatever level they can afford, but you can always take a hat off to show proper respect in a restaurant.
Yeah, there's
So
some
to be
expensive
clear,
flip-flops.
when you went to the restaurant, you saw people there, and that bothered you, like they were dressed inappropriately.
No, for
Yeah,
me,
that's what I wanted.
Texas in general, when you go to a nice restaurant, a steak dinner in a restaurant, that's technically a date night place where you want to have something romantic, expensive,
Okay.
higher class place. I don't expect to see hats.
What happened?
Wait, hold on.
You
I got a
went to
question.
one and there were people
Follow-up.
wearing hats.
No, all over Texas. Whenever we go out to a
Well,
nice restaurant, there's always somebody in a
Follow-up
t-shirt
question.
and a hat.
Are we talking about ball caps or are we talking about cowboy hats?
Cowboy hats.
No, not cowboy hats, ball
Yeah.
caps.
Oh, watch out.
Guys that wear cowboy hats generally take it off when they go to bed.
Speaking of wearing a freaking ball cap while he's eating,
Rob loves me.
Mhm.
He's lit. He's been lit probably like the past 4 or 5 hours.
He dropped in my first minute when I was on my own. He can't eat shit.
Look at him. Look how happy he is eating tacos. Look at him.
Having a good time.
Big
I just want to know: is this a fine restaurant? Because I see you wearing a ball cap and a t-shirt.
Yep, I was thinking the same thing.
I'm sorry.
Jacket sweater and shit. No, you don't. You're not sorry. See?
That's a true story.
All of a sudden, everybody in the club's like, Rob loves me.
Yeah.
Rob loves me.
I agree with you, Nick, though. I mean, if it's a nice place and stuff and everybody's dressed up and you got the one guy wearing like a hat and a t-shirt, out of place, like, yeah. I mean, if it's that kind of establishment, I don't know about y'all, but like, back when I was in Houston, most places, it wasn't even like restrictions like that. Like most of our bars and clubs were like 27 and up. It wasn't 21 and up like the law was. But most places had restrictions, and that was just the age restriction was to keep like the younger crowd out, kind of thing.
well, we can do check on something. And this is Joe. I have to go to a ruling on. In this situation, is Nick legally allowed to just pull out a wire and garrote the son of a bitch who's fucking wearing the ball cap in the goddamn fancy restaurant?
What state
Texas?
is it?
No.
Is it Texas?
Probably at least
Yeah, you can't use a garage
into
to
his
do
nose.
that.
We do the castle law.
Because that's considered inhumane, but he can shoot him in the face. That's
Okay. There you go.
quick and painless.
Straight up New York Mafia style.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't
it's
stop.
probably geographically where I'm at, it's probably just different. But I don't know.
He's sitting at the restaurant, and all of a sudden, Journey comes on. Don't stop.
Sopranos reference.
See, and if you go back to that, nobody has a hat on in that diner where Tony got whacked.
Yeah, maybe they should have been wearing one.
Yeah.
But what if
Got
he's
away.
that one awkward guy that doesn't own like going out clothes, but he still wants to eat at a nice restaurant?
Why would you wear a hat?
He can still take
By
his
the
hat off.
restaurant.
Still take the hat off, yes, that's correct. Yeah, you still take the
Yeah.
hat off, but like the
Yeah, yeah,
t-shirt and like the flip flops or the trackies or whatever, he might not own nice clothes.
Like
Yeah,
what?
that's
You don't like
Hey,
Trekkies? What's wrong
Hey,
with
Spidey,
Trekkies?
what if you're that one guy who can't
Because it
afford
only wears.
Amazing Spider-Man 1, but you want an Amazing Spider-Man 1?
Yeah, what he
Yeah.
said.
And I still own it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
I'll
you have to
say
save
that.
your fucking money for another day then, right?
I'll
Right.
say this: there is.
Don't go out until you get that shit, maybe.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm gonna say this, and it might sound
Go to-
weird. There is no way that you can live in America and not be able to get a decent suit at a very decent price, much less a polo shirt.
mhm.
Goodwill,
and a
baby.
pair of shoes inexpensively. Like, we're not saying you got to wear a $50 shirt here either, right?
Now you can get the whole setup for $50 nice these days from, like he said, from
Yeah.
Goodwill stores are like legit, like nice stores
Yeah.
now. We have places called like a Uptown Cheapskate where it's a buy
consignment
sell
shop.
trade clothes, and they won't take in clothes that aren't like they were used maybe once or
Right.
twice at most kind of thing,
Yeah.
and then they sell them for next to nothing. Like $100 polos sell for $10 to $20 max and stuff like that. It's crazy.
But you are out at dinner, at the ball, and you're like,
Yeah, like you would never consider wearing a hat in church.
No, fuck no.
in my synagogue, it's actually okay. It's recommended.
Well,
Probably
there's-
mandatory.
there's-
That makes sense.
Interestingly
Yarmulke
enough,
covering where God is, Joe, and then
and I mean, like, not necessarily that they can afford the nice clothes. They might not feel comfortable in
No one
nice
gives a
clothes.
shit how anyone feels.
It's a
Well, I
polo,
think it's
like,
up to the restaurant to
polo
make
shirt.
them feel bad about it. Like the restaurant has to say, "I'm sorry, you're not properly dressed,"
What-
and then
They
it's
gotta
between
bring
you,
it.
and then it's between them
Polo
and the
shirt.
customer that wants to eat there, whether
To
they want to
deal.
have that argument. But if they should be maintaining the decorum in the restaurant. It's up to the restaurant to do that.
Yeah,
And if you go to a
polo
place that's
shirt
not
is
doing
not-
it, then I wouldn't go back. If it bothers you enough that you can't enjoy your $25 hamburger, then I think I'd not go back there.
Yeah, a lightweight polyester polo shirt. You know, that's what we're talking here. Like at the lowest scale possible, right?
Yeah, your dinner shirt. You need to go buy a dinner shirt.
You would rock it at Applebee's.
Date night dinner
rock
shirt.
it at a 5-star. It's easy.
Absolutely, and it can't have a team logo on it because then you're out. Right, so it's got to be
Unless
No alligators.
Because that's
no
a title.
alligators, unless it's like a Lacoste
Horses.
alligator. I think that's allowed.
No.
It's rather interesting. This topic is what we're talking about. When I clicked on Yahoo for just a second, and in the top stories that was presented to myself is talking about what we lose when we lose dress code, and it's specifically talking about the Senate and their potential loosening of the dress code.
Oh, Fetterman walking around in a garage shirt. That guy.
they're always listening.
That guy
That
should
was-
not represent working class because he's never had a working class job in his entire life.
Who's that?
That's the wrong guy.
Ooh,
Featherman. He's the one that he doesn't like to get dressed up in suits and look, like a
Yeah.
politician.
The fucking caveman.
But the problem is that he's
Yes.
never had a working class job, but he tries to play off that he's this working class guy.
So he's not a caveman.
He's always been a politician.
Just a lazy bum.
So it's like,
Never
I
had
noticed
a
he didn't have a
job.
problem getting that dye job, that horrible dye job on his beard and mustache. Like, he's okay with that.
he was probably trying to go to a fancy restaurant.
Probably.
He's like,
Buy a
look,
$25 cheeseburger.
Yeah.
that's right.
Right, get the
$25 cheeseburger. You had to get the old Sharpie out, Fill in the pot.
This place has restrictions.
He's sitting there with shoe polish.
Good Lord. I think must be going back outside.
Yeah, going back outside.
And the other guy who walked in, like, is as a stickler for being anti-rules as Comic Journey is. I knew he would never go into a nice restaurant, wearing a hat,
Yeah, he won't do it either. And he'll wear a collared
It's a
shirt.
collared shirt,
Yeah, but-
rolled up.
Yeah, but he dresses up nice as it is. So
But in addition to a dress code, every restaurant should also have a no Comic Journey sign up.
they
Like,
do.
that should be a thing too. Like for the safety of the other patrons.
Just that
I'm
blue
sorry,
flag-
sir.
It's
Your
posted on
dress
the
is
format.
perfect, but you gotta go. Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever see those two big hands as you walk in? It's a warning.
Do you not look at these? Do you not know who I am?
I kind of shakes.
I'm going to review your restaurant.
That's where I know him from. He's on like Barstool, like Rescue.
That dude. Oh, what was that guy? Gafferty or
Yeah, Joe Gafferty out there.
yeah. God, that guy.
Crickets. So
So, MadSpidey, when you come to America and we go to a Comic-Con together, don't worry about packing a college. I got you covered. We'll bring you a proper.
Don't worry about packing condoms. Is that what you said?
No.
that's what I heard.
Proper attire.
Oh, my bad. I didn't
The
catch
reason
any of
why-
that. I thought he said, "Don't worry about packing condoms." I got you
In
covered.
other words, what he's saying is, unlike our friend Izzy, you need to learn how to change a tire.
I know how to change a tire.
Yeah. I
And
think-
your facial hair should be growing back by then. So
Yeah.
It takes me a while. Yeah.
fair enough.
But yeah, it's like I'm one of those people that's hat, t-shirt, trackies, like, Jordans or something, like all year round. I don't. I'm not a I don't even own a suit anymore that I can even fit into.
Tim was
this
a
is the
proper
thing,
tradie.
too. On the table next to us, the guy had a collared shirt on, tucked into a pair of jeans, and he was wearing true blue 3s on.
What's a true blue 3?
Yeah, what's a
Air
true?
Jordan 3s.
Oh.
And he was older than I was.
Was that out of place or
that was that okay?
Air Jordan 3s.
Air Jordan 3s. Okay.
So was that okay or not okay?
No, that's
yeah,
fine. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
See, Mike, I was with you, man. I was like, I'm confused on the
This guy's
verdict.
throwing out like nicknames.
Jeans
for
and
shoes
sneakers to me. He's 2/3 of the way underdressed. You know,
I
the
don't
polo
care
maybe.
Yeah, I don't care about the shoes, but when you're pledging allegiance to the flag, you're taking your hat off. When you're in church, you take a hat off.
Yeah.
A lot of times when it's a common known thing.
When you eat, you're supposed to take that.
Tip your cap. You want to tip your cap to somebody. It's a sign of respect.
There we go. True blue. Oh, all right. Holy crap! I can see.
You're not even blue.
No, well, that's not the price when they come out. If you're lucky enough to grab them, they're usually like 180, 220.
Yeah.
Good lord.
I've never considered myself lucky enough to spend $180 on a pair of sneakers. But
You should
I know
try
I
over
spend
here.
a
They're
lot
like
of money on a lot of stuff no one else would spend money
they're
on.
$300 to $400 on release over here.
My Skechers are
Really?
like $49 for my step-ins.
Right.
Yeah. Skechers, my guy, he knows.
My Walmart shoes.
Skechers step-ins. When I have to go out and
Yes.
walk long distances instead of wearing my flip-flops, I put my step-ins on.
Hey, Joe.
Just
My one day a week when I go to the office and I got to wear long pants.
And I know if I ask Joe, if you go to a restaurant, you take the wife out to a restaurant out there in Florida, do you wear a hat? Giuseppe doesn't wear a hat.
No, he doesn't.
He wears a hat.
Like we all.
Those
Like
guys
Joe
are scared of the
does.
sun down in Florida. I mean, it's dangerous out there.
Yeah, but you're going
Yeah.
inside.
He's not used to it.
Yeah.
Coming from New York.
Yeah. He just puts
Right.
on his elastic waist khakis and hides. Yeah.
I'll say this about Skechers though. Skechers, if y'all don't have a pair of Skechers, get yourself, because it's like walking on baby seals. It's like walking in the little clouds of heaven. It is awesome.
Hey there, Joe.
Oh, here we go.
Yes.
Rise, motherfucker. Remy?
Lawyer.
So, Ram, how was Maniac Cop number 2?
I haven't watched it yet. I was too busy watching the
There's no-
2003 breakout show, The Wire.
Nice.
He's falling down a different rabbit
I'm
hole.
assuming that it's 2003, considering when I went to watch it, there was an advertisement for the 20th anniversary podcast, and I was like, I'm an SOB for having to watch this now.
It's
But it
still
was
good,
very
though.
entertaining.
Yeah, it's still good though.
Yeah.
I always loved like when they roll up and they decide, oh, they got nail guns and shit that they're using on fucking motherfuckers because they don't. That way when the cops pull them over, they just got bags of tools in the back of the trunk instead of fucking an arsenal and fucking using goddamn nail guns on motherfuckers.
Omar's
How
coming.
smart is that?
Omar's coming.
Right.
I think in 2003 you're still okay. When you start getting really into the 90s and where cell phones really weren't too much of a thing, then all of a sudden like a lot of plot falls apart.
So in the first episode, they're doing their paperwork and the lady's using a typewriter. And the guy's like, well, you know, they were talking about installing those new computers that we got in. And like, what would you do with a computer? And the guy's like, oh, I'd end up looking at a bunch of porn. It was like, that was the big joke. And I was like, oh, gosh. Like, they were trying to comprehend. They were like, well, they were going to train us how to use those new computers that they got us. And I was like, I know that reference. It just was like instant.
Yeah. Wait until people start still using beepers to go to the payphone.
Yeah. The guy
Yeah.
did, like, oh, paged me. I saw it. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. All right, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But they do use burner phones too. So it is kind of still.
It's on that brink.
Yeah.
Heck, I still use a burner phone today. I don't think
For the
people
same
realize
reason.
how much I cheat on my taxes.
Well,
To post on Twitter.
Yeah. When I get that anonymous phone call from Nebraska, I'm like, this must be Pocan Joe.
That confuses the shit out of people.
A phone call from Nebraska. There's only one guy who's calling you.
Well,
There's only one
Nebraska,
person in Nebraska.
Kansas, or Oklahoma.
There you go.
Well, that got quiet quick. I
was going to say,
guys, I'm not admitting anything
There you
to
go.
guilt
There you
here.
Wait, I don't want to be party to this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. You know, I watched another classic today that was. I wish they had a sequel to. Dread from 2012.
Carl Urban, yeah.
Yes.
Fire.
I've not seen that yet.
been
Don't
a-
spoil it.
Vaguely
Oh, we
remember.
also stay
Shut
away
up,
for the
get out
wire
of here.
because
I
Wood
just got
Harris
it.
was in
I just got it. I got it last week. Somebody sent it to me. I don't know.
What, Dread?
Yeah, that was a good
Dread
one.
is great. You're
What
talking
came out?
about it's one of the it's one of those fun movies to talk about because it flopped at the theaters, but like the Blu-ray sales brought it back. But like on top of that, how many times they've already written a sequel and it's been turned down? And I mean, you're talking about a company
God.
that's just missing the
Right, director left right in the middle of the shooting. Had to switch directors. It had like flash level CGI too. It was pretty good.
yeah.
Flash levels.
That's bad. That's not a good thing.
Hey, but that was also
10
like
years
20
ago.
years ago. Yeah, like it was a long time ago.
Yeah, I think that's the joke.
I'm sorry, I was laughing at something else. My
Yes, CJ.
my son, his sense of humor sometimes is amazing. My father just had hip replacement surgery and had made a post out. He had how amazed he was that he finally got his new hip, and then he graduated from a 2-wheel walker to a 4-wheel walker, and then today got out of the house, went for a short walk down the street and back, and the physical therapist told him he'll be using a cane in about a week. And so, it's like, okay, he's amazed by, he's in and out, and within days, he's going for walks around the block. And my son replied, I didn't realize they had the ability to upgrade a person's hardware to make them more hip. Was it hipster or the hippie package?
Nice.
Oh, God. That kid, sometimes I forget he's actually smart.
With most kids, it's easy to forget.
Yeah,
That's what happens.
when all they do is sit around, when you're around you, all they do is sit there playing video games nonstop, or you go, oh, okay, you're just a schmuck apparently. But then he moves out and does stuff, and he's on his own, and he's doing his own thing, and all of a sudden he leaves comments like that. You go, oh shit, you're clever, you fucking A.
Right.
You were paying attention.
I got one of those.
Right? What of which? That's the question.
Yeah.
What of which? Yes.
Yeah, when the teacher's like, yeah, they're struggling in this area, I'm like, yeah, I know. His brother wasn't like that.
In his defense, we found out the lead-based paint on the walls was lead-based. Well, too late.
So the label wasn't your first clue? Lead-based paint. You're like,
Why
oh,
were they
it's gonna
looking
be
at
holding
the
up
wall?
forever.
It was already there. Look, the
The
crib
man will never
was
see in this room.
the crib was a hand-me-down from generation to generation. How are we supposed to know?
Oh, okay.
Mesothelioma.
Rob, look in the chat, the IG chat. Huffy McPufferson at me.
Uh-oh.
There's nothing bad.
Oh, okay, good. It sounded weird.
No, Rob being Huffy McPufferson is the only weird part.
Hold on, I'm gonna look.
Oh,
Wait. Fuck you.
Yep.
But you see now that font's not the same font.
I know it's better, right?
It doesn't match.
You're playing with Rob's OCD here, Mark.
I specifically reached out to DJ Links and asked him what font was it. Then had to go out and seek the font to download, and of course it was a pay font, and then a freaking
Get your money back from him.
oh no, I found some place I could get it for free.
Okay.
But
Yeah. I'm just churching shit up.
I know you're fancy. That's
Well,
cool.
like I said, if you're a fearless leader, we're not letting you go out like that.
I didn't think I was going out like anything. I was there
I know that's the point, Grandpa.
At least not go to dinner with a hat on.
I'm trying to say, Joe. I'm trying to say, show proper respect. Hey, anybody
I was
see
trying to.
that?
I was trying to show that you can make it simple. You didn't have to be complex.
Oh, you did. You showed that for sure.
Anybody see that John Tyler Christopher Darth Maul?
No, but what it is, Rob, is I got all this time off on these weekends, and it's all
Wow.
building up.
Is it
No, I
older
did
one,
not,
Nick?
Nick.
I didn't, Nick.
Not either, Nick.
Wait, what about Darth Maul?
Hang on, give me a sec.
Oh,
Yeah, blow him up. Is that
Kind of not
Spider-Boy?
negative space. It's not a whole lot of negative space.
It's called bleeding. Bleeding.
Yeah, it's a little more bleeding. Yeah, I agree.
I
Still pretty
forget
cool.
what
No matter
bleeding
what I'm
something.
getting.
why is his lightsaber white?
It's red. It's just the camera. It's red.
No, that's why. It's
It's
pink.
a red hue.
A red outline. A red outline, maybe.
No, I don't even.
It has a red button.
That's why.
I
Yeah,
think
that
if
looks
they
really
made
cool.
it
All right, then
solid
why
red,
is it
it would
red
look
silver?
like a penis. So.
That looks really, really cool.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, that's one of the better ones he's done.
He changed to a gray
Oh,
Jedi.
another one
Force
next
is
week.
force. There is no dark or white.
Celebrating
Guy has
the
really
Clone
got
Wars
a niche
15th
doing that.
anniversary.
There will be, Joe.
And it's rare that you got a guy that's got like two niches, right? Because he started off doing those faux figurine, right? Stuff. He was a king of that. He was doing that, and they were just overkill, and they weren't really commanding a whole lot of money either. And then he switched and started doing these things, and now they've taken off. So, wonder what his third trick will be for variants. Who knows? Again, does anybody run any kind of shows we can get this guy on? Ask him a question.
Got the trick or treat variants coming.
Trick or treat variants. That's
Those are the Christy Zulo ones you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Kind of look like precious moments, if I had to say.
I remember that.
You need some of those little fishes to eat the dead skin on his feet.
They're the DC ones.
Dude, those things are bullshit. I took my oldest to do that, and they just like swim up to your feet and just hang out by your feet. Like they're not eating shit.
They don't eat your toes.
No,
Not
they
unless
don't.
you're down in the Amazon.
They don't
Maybe you had to pay extra for them to go full on it.
I had some really good
They didn't
ones
give you the
back in the day.
sprinkles.
Yeah,
You gotta sprinkle that shit.
on it, Nick.
Nick stuck his hand into the Nile instead.
I went in for some cuticle wraps, and this is what happened.
Holy shit! Money back on that.
Plus interest.
I like that Taskmaster hat, Simo. I've never seen that before. Is that what it is, or is that just a boomerang? Is that the national symbol of Australia? Boomerang.
No, it is.
It'd be a
It is
Nerf boomerang.
I thought it was a car wheel, steering wheel.
Oh, look at that Taskmaster. Did you get that on Redbubble?
No.
That's
Superhero stuff.
Paying himself to buy
I
stuff.
noticed that. Yeah. Deal. You gonna donate it?
Hell no.
C3.
Hell no.
If it was brand new, maybe. Not well worn.
You don't
can
have
sign the
to.
bill. Sign the bill and send it in.
All right, party people, before Mark drops off, I'm going to drop off too. I know his deadline is coming.
A pleasure.
Thanks for
Nick.
jumping on, Nick.
Love you guys. Bob, I'll be ready for you next time.
All right, sounds good. I'll be dressed up.
In your face.
I bet you
All right.
In your face. I love you, Nick.
I love you too, Red. Spidey, what are you going to do for C3?
Like how Mark already left before you left.
I'll wait till other people actually fulfill their commitments from last year before I commit to anything this year.
Right?
Ooh.
Right?
Is there some scandal? Is there some scandal over C squared? I don't know about.
There are.
Well,
There
what
are.
is no? It's always been C3, but this is last year on Let's Talk About It. I was roped into getting a tattoo. Looking at you, and I have not fulfilled it as of yet, but I'm going to fulfill it before the next season.
Just get a little C3 and put it on your spit right.
Or Joe can do it for you.
Put it on me and
He wants to do it for you real bad. He said
Well, I
so.
asked. Mike, you may or may not be exactly correct, but
All right.
See you, Nick.
see you
Thanks,
later.
mate.
I told him 80,000 and I'm regrowing my hair.
80,000.
Is that
I'm
the
gonna figure out
pay for the
science.
implants or?
No. I'm gonna figure out the science of baldness and
The science of
80K.
baldness.
But it's gotta happen within those 3 days, okay? If not, screw
You're gonna
it.
crack that code after 200 years of
I could.
scientific research.
200.
Yeah, it's only been in the last 200 years that people cared about it.
That's because everyone
cared
was dead
about it.
before baldness.
Cared about it.
They're fucking
Okay,
dead
I
at
thought
17. Was the average
I mean-
lifespan 200 years ago. Like 17-year-olds running the country.
They were bald
Yeah,
at
they
9.
Put one of those powdered wigs on, when they went bald. So
Yeah, it's got carpet fresh in it and shit. Yeah.
I've been waiting for years, waiting for it.
oh god.
What happened, Simon? Did you drop a menthol?
Nah, just god.
I like how DJ keeps chiming in. Rob likes meat.
Yeah, you missed drunk DJ Remy, as per usual.
He's at the club.
I tried to jump on last week and y'all cut it off pretty early. I had to go down to CJ's.
Oh man, that's slumming it.
Not that I had to. Yeah, I said that improper. I'm sorry. I wasn't forced to. It wasn't just.
All right. You didn't
No,
know
I had
anything.
the stuff
I
to
didn't
do
mean
in
to
the
say that.
afternoon.
I'm sorry, Journey. I love you.
Truth comes out.
I know. I said that. It sounded terrible.
And apparently Joe was in fine form on CJ's last week, I hear.
Huh?
You were in fine form last week on CJ's Insomniac after Spidey's Outback.
What did I do there?
A bit too much of this, apparently.
No, I didn't take
Did he
too
also
much.
include the
I had the perfect
undercarriage
amount. It went empty.
juggle or?
It was perfect timing. Till about 6 in the morning.
Yeah, and I had some stuff to do in that afternoon, so it was always going to be a quickish sort of one. So 2 hours is still fairly reasonable.
Yeah.
It's almost that now.
That's why I pointed out. It's
So
trying to
I
get
felt bad when you're here all by yourself. I was like, oh man, he looks so sad. He looks like one of those like late night commercials where they sell you sad dogs that you can save for the price of a cup of coffee.
Like guys and knives on QVC.
I'm all by myself.
Yeah, I was
Nobody
waiting
has
for
to
full
hurry.
on necklaces. And
Necklaces.
I got this necklace right here. Call 1-800.
You can have
There's only 200 made.
100 knives if you act now.
17 payments. It can be
I'm not
yours.
gonna lie, I used to watch that shit. I'd lay
tell
up
you,
like 3 in the morning. I'd be like, look at that knife. I could see me
Yeah,
getting
we've
that
all
knife. I
almost
won't,
started a
but-
Bowie collection at 3 in the morning.
Right.
That's what happens.
Man, those
Oh,
Elvis
I heard
plates.
Loowee.
You know what?
I-
Those Elvis plates are looking good.
Spidey could probably
I've been
sell
looking
some
at these
knives,
Bowies
though.
for
Like,
weeks. This is a good one.
I
You'll
could
be
definitely
worth
see that.
someday.
I think if MadSpidey came out with a bunch of blades, he could sell me on that pretty quickly. I imagine.
Right.
All I have to do is say the line, don't I?
I think if you
Yeah,
did,
that's
yeah,
not a
I would
knife.
be like,
This is a knife. Now,
I'd
there's
believe
only
it.
25 of these made.
Yeah.
yeah.
Act
Just
now.
A little piece of
Yeah.
yourself away. Yeah.
For
I mean,
4
instant, like,
easy
I would-
payments
it would
of
arrive,
$79.99.
Look at these blades imported from Australia. Like, yeah.
So you got to put like the Australian ore. It's made of Mannanite.
Oh, he's back again. You're muted, Mark.
C3 stickers.
Open some cards real quick. Knock that out.
Couple of shorts.
Oh, is that what you did? Did you get
Yeah, I
an ankle?
opened a couple pack of cards, and I got lucky. I scored another one of the hologram cards. I'm very excited.
Sure.
Doesn't look hollow to me. Looks
Oh, is
solid.
that Superman and Lois?
It's Clark Kent and Lois. This
Damn
guy
it.
wears
I want
glasses. Superman doesn't wear
I want
glasses.
Superman.
Doesn't wear glasses.
Yeah, Superman does not have vision impairment, while Clark.
So what
Kent
happens when Clark Kent takes a shower? Like when he takes the glasses off,
gets
is he
wet.
now Superman and the water can't? Like he never has to worry about how hot it
Why
is.
would
He
he
just
take
takes
his-
a shower blind.
Why would he take his glasses off? Wouldn't water get in his eyes then?
You must have never worn glasses in the shower. Let me tell you something. It's
I
not
always,
as easy.
wear,
as
I
fog
always
up.
wear glasses in the shower.
Did
they
we
fog
find out?
up. You can't see anything.
No, you wear goggles. What kind of glasses are y'all wearing? In the
I don't have a good pair of shower goggles. You know what?
He's
Not
got
all of us
shower-
can afford collared shirts to go to dinner.
Did we find out that
Some of us are forced to wear hats.
Superman?
He wears a hat in the shower so his head doesn't get wet.
I mean, do you see this head going into restaurants? I mean, it's blinding.
You get all kinds of different complaints. Look, I know you have a no hat policy, but that's disturbing.
You see how big that guy's head is?
Can't have a hat underneath the counter. Just give this to him. Will you?
It'd be like he's allowed. He's allowed. That one dude. Maybe that was that one guy that Nick ran into because he said it was one guy.
Maybe that
If
guy
he would've
follows
took
him
off
around
his
all
hat.
day.
He would have took off his hat and Nick would have threw up like instantly, like, oh! Put it back on.
Yeah, before Nick got there, they came in without their hats off, and it was requested that they put it back on.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going with. I'm going with that. Maybe that guy's a regular, you know, and then that restaurant just knows.
He might own that
His
restaurant.
girlfriend's the manager.
Yeah. Right. You never know the politics at play.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be an oil tycoon.
Was in Texas.
Yeah.
Never know.
There you go.
Never know.
Texas tea. Black gold.
Not New York City.
Marvel's finest.
Hey. Marvel's fine.
Speedy. Yeah. Didn't he have a drug addiction?
Yeah.
A couple.
I think he was on that heroin.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was on that. Yeah, speed.
On that sweet, sweet age.
What is that? Sting and RoboCop in your shirt? What's that a reference of?
To
The
Sting and
ultimate team
RoboCop.
up ever.
What?
To Sting and RoboCop. I don't understand the question. To reference to Sting and RoboCop.
The greatest.
Why are they
WrestleMania
mashed
of all
up together? Is there something I don't know?
You never seen that movie?
Is it a play on word?
match.
No. So like in the early 90s, part of the promo stuff that came out for RoboCop back then was there was a spot in WCW where
Oh, I
Sting,
remember that.
you were the I think it was Ric Flair that locked Sting up in a cage that was ringside, and they were jumping his homies, and RoboCop came out and got the cage open because they were promoing the movie.
I remember
Like-
that. I watched that live. Like I was watching it on TV when it happened, and I remember RoboCop's chest plate falling off as he was walking, and I was like, "Wait a minute," because I was young enough. That's not the real RoboCop.
Like, I'm a big RoboCop
Chest is falling
fan.
off.
I'm a big RoboCop fan, and like Sting to me is like the GOAT when it comes to wrestling. So I'm like, I just need that shirt, and I looked it up, and sure shit enough, there's a shirt. There's a shirt for everything.
Yeah.
I'm a big RoboCop fan too.
Yeah. These
You want to see some RoboCop stuff?
I'll buy that for $1.
Oh, that's the new RoboCop.
Yeah, I've got all the RoboCop stuff.
I didn't know that they made a figure for that. Did you get that free when you went to see the movie?
I wish these things are ridiculous expensive. And then there's the version 3.0.
I didn't even know they made those.
Yeah, it's a high-end toy company out of Japan called Play Arts Kai.
I know Play Arts Guy. I've got a Wolverine by him.
And what's good is a lot of the stuff is kind of stylized, you know, like it clearly has like the Japanese influence in their art style. But because of that being like so robotic, it almost looks just like spot on movie. And they come with these fantastic boxes, like instead of like just having a leg holster that opens up, they're actual pieces. Like you slide it off and then you slide on the open pieces, and you could attach the gun so you could put it in like any position mode you want.
That's cool.
It's freaking ridiculously detailed. It's really cool.
Here's I keep them handy. But here's my original from back in the day.
Yeah, those are awesome. Did you ever have
He
the one
still-
the
he
battle
still
damage
works.
that you can take on and off?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Still works,
Finn's
and
got a
his
couple of
eyes
those.
light up.
Yeah,
That's an original
209.
battery from 1985 right there, guys. Still working.
Yeah, 209 was my favorite, and so I used to play with.
Yeah,
Loved
that
it,
design
209.
for Ed 209, and a lot of people just didn't like the new movie, and I think it was a little bit late to the party. Like if it would have came out that same movie just a handful of years earlier, I think it would have hit a lot better. But
I liked it. We just needed another one.
I enjoy the new movie a lot.
I liked it. My brother loves it. He watches it.
Your
a
brother
bunch.
watches everything. He's watching it
He
right now in
does.
the other room.
Bro, you know how many watches he get? That's all he does is sit in front of the damn TV.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's the NECA figure.
Yeah, it's the
Kinda
NECA
looks-
damaged.
Kind of looks
Mhm.
fat.
Didn't he come
And,
with the chair and everything?
No, I didn't get that. Came out later. This is the original one.
Gotcha.
This is a nice
Oh, that's sweet.
RoboCop number 1. This is limited, I think, to 2000.
What publisher is that one from? That's
This is the
Marvel.
original. This is
Dark Horse.
That'd have to be
Pulsar.
Hmm.
Pulsar. Frank Miller's RoboCop number 1.
Yeah, the
It's a
original.
variant.
The original is sitting right up here in that Marvel magazine. That's his first appearance.
Oh, okay. Well, this is his first run, right? This is the Frank Miller RoboCop.
No, so that's super late in the game. So that's
Yeah.
Avatar down there on the bottom right. Avatar is when
Yeah.
they started doing like the adult stuff. They were doing like Friday the 13th,
Right.
Nightmare on Elm Street. So that's like that should be early 2000s or something if you look at your label.
Surely not. Yeah, it's 03.
Yeah,
Look at this.
so-
It's a
so that-
see-through cover.
So that's the stuff that that's fire. That's the stuff
Yeah,
that
that's
I have to sit there with Finn and like cherry pick while we're reading it because he loves the art in the Avatar stuff.
Oh, it's
but it's
graphic as hell.
so R-rated, it's insane. But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
they
it's
did-
bad.
here's
in
the,
a good way. Yeah,
here's
I've got
the original Volume 1
the
run.
miniseries set.
No, that's the whole
Oh.
run.
Oh wow.
Didn't they come out with the movie adaptations first, though?
Yeah, I thought it was Dark Horse first.
That one I
Marvel
showed
first?
you was the original magazine size, but then they did like the comic movie adaptation.
got
They did the
those.
3 issues for that. They did 3 issues. for
You know,
number
I didn't know
2.
they had a RoboCop 3. I don't have that one. I've got 1 and 2.
So I don't have any of RoboCop 3 except this one. DJ put it in a mystery box. I'm like, yo, I need that. Because when I was growing up, like I've watched RoboCop on TV. I watched RoboCop 2 on TV. I'm like, all right, RoboCop 3 is coming out and it's not R-rated. Please take me to see this shit. So it was the first one that I could actually go see. And on top of that, I'm like, motherfucker's got a jetpack and shit. And as a kid,
Yeah.
like I'm like, dude, this is it. This is amazing. But then as an adult, you're like, God, the budget for this was just trash compared to the first 2.
And they lost Peter Weller, which was
Yeah.
big
But I'll be
loss.
honest with you, I like that guy too, because it was the same guy that carried over into the television show, and I enjoyed the television show. They switched from Ford Tauruses to Mustangs. I was in.
Yeah. And then this is my
Nice. There it
209.
is. There it is. Look what Mike's got. He's got the.
Oh wow.
Jetpack, baby.
That's NECA as well, isn't it?
Yeah, the 209. That's
And the leg slide and stuff. I think.
Yeah, it's posable.
Sega
Oh,
Genesis.
And
I had that.
it's beat up.
That game was pretty good. It was hard as hell.
I still have
Both
my
of-
RoboCop
both of them
versus
played the same.
Terminator.
Oh, I like that one.
RoboCop
Which
versus
one?
Terminator on the Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
I got rid of my NES stuff, but I still have all my Super NES stuff.
I think I had it for Sega.
Yeah, we were a big
Genesis.
RoboCop game.
That's. I wish they'll release that on 4K. I've got the Blu-ray set that they did. Yeah,
Do you ever see the what was it? The
That's
non-rated.
a steelbook.
It's on. I think
I
it's
don't
on
care for
Amazon.
steelbooks.
I love them.
I love steelbooks. I just picked up the Across the Spider-Verse and the Flash one.
I don't like them
But why?
because, like, I don't like how odd they look in the collection. Because, like, I kind of like with comics, I'm an A cover guy. You know what I mean? And it's kind of that way with movies as well. Like steelbooks, those oversized ones, like Target will do with the holographic covers. Like, I want them all to be like as close to the same size and matchy as possible. I don't know. Steelbooks.
All the
Just,
steelbooks are the same size.
and I
Of
also
them,
no, I mean
yeah,
like
of
in
them,
my
yeah.
collection, not as
Yeah.
steelbooks, but and then on top of that, like the paper that comes over them, that you have that front edge when you look at the front of it, that just undoes. Like now, what do I do with that? I don't have the heart to throw it away. When I buy
I do.
those movies, those stickers that are on them, I peel those off, like the bonus feature stickers that are adding in, and I open them and they go inside and they stick inside them. I keep all that stuff. I'm just weird.
Yeah. At an early time, I had to make a decision to ditch that. The answer is they make steelbook cases, like sleeves, like pop sleeves.
Oh, that's cool.
That you put steelbooks in, and that holds that paper in. So that's the answer to that. The other collectors have used, but I pitch them. But I'm also an upscaler. Like I don't mind to get. So I will take a steelbook, a Blu-ray steelbook disc, and then I will seek out the 4K version of the movie and put it in the steelbook case.
See,
because I want the best case and the best version of the movie mated together.
See, I say all that.
My whole collection is like 90% steelbooks, so they match. They look good.
I collect digibooks, though. Do you know the digibook runs that they do? Like, I absolutely love those. When you have like it's movies that are like almost like Criterion level movies, you know, movies that are just like change the game. They make digibooks, and they literally come out just like this. You open it up, it's got a booklet built into it.
Yes, I've seen those. I like those.
So, and what's cool about these, like their whole gimmick is like it's movies watched the way they're meant to be watched. You put this disc in, and you sit down, and the movie plays. Not a menu, not trailers, not no shit. The movie plays, and you can hit a menu button, and it's not a flashy graphic menu with music playing and shit. It's just like every little detail on a menu.
So it's like the first release DVDs that literally you just put it in and it play straight away. There was
after the Pizza Hut commercial, yes,
too.
Yeah, they have.
Some of them did, but not all of them.
Yes, they did. That was their shit. And then you have loud music, and they would repeat forever. Fuck you, Van Wilder. Like
VHS had trailers.
Yeah,
see, I love that. I love that shit. I love when they put extra stuff. I want to see a 3D menu with floating heads and like I love that. That's one of my favorite things is on the new movies. You know, put all kinds of weird shit. I watched Ferris Bueller's Day Off like a week ago, and I was just looking at all the weird shit they put on the menu. It was awesome.
Greatest movie ever.
That's a good one.
The greatest?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know about the greatest.
Yeah, the greatest.
One of the best monkey movies.
I take Godzilla.
It's up there. It's up there.
I'm leaving. Good night.
Just got here.
Yep.
Bye,
Remy.
Thanks, Spidey.
Thanks for joining, brother.
Yeah,
you're still here, Remy, but we
still see you.
I think he's frozen.
There. Somebody needs to look at it.
He's just standing.
He closed his browser, but he forgot to leave. Oh, there he is. Right. He's so full of shit.
He's waiting for us to talk shit about him.
Yeah, I would put King Kong as my favorite movie of all time.
Really?
Easily. For me. I'm not expecting anyone else to have that opinion.
I don't know what my favorite movie is.
I watched it a bunch as a kid.
I have way too many.
That's why you just have to pick one and stick with it. I can go through countless movies that I just absolutely love to death.
Yeah, but like, how often do you watch King Kong? Because to me, that's a mark of a favorite movie.
At least a couple times a year, because there's always something happening that takes me back to it. If that makes sense, because like prime example with Aquaman 2 coming out, that trailer. Oh, now I want to go watch Aquaman 1 again. There's something that always gets me excited about it. King Kong, Godzilla is another thing. Like, and those are kind of interconnected anymore. And especially with Finn being diehard into it, and Finn loves all the old black and whites, and anything with stop motion in it is just as fascinating to him today as it was to me at that age, and still is to me today. So it's
one. You have like a Harryhausen collection?
Yeah, I have tons of
Harryhausen movies. Clash of the Titans.
Clash of the Titans.
Yeah.
Has he watched it?
Has Finn watched? He's watched all of the Titans movies, the original, the remake, and Wrath. Finn is my son.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We assume so.
Unless you're asking, has he seen Species yet? No, he hasn't watched Species yet. He'll get to that.
Species.
That one's a little rough.
That's what I'm saying.
Hot tub scene.
This is early teenager watch. You know.
But yeah, everything in good time. Jason and the Argonauts. How about Jason and the Argonauts?
Jason and the Argonauts, absolutely.
Let's go.
I realized that I watch probably 3 Amigos twice a year. So maybe that's my favorite movie. I don't know.
It could be.
The last time I watched it, I didn't even look at the screen. Like
So
I
this
knew the movie in my head from listening to it. Like, I
Yeah.
didn't have to look
You
at the
still
screen.
laugh at all the same parts.
Sometimes I laugh at new parts, like
There
parts
you
that I
go,
like.
yeah.
Here's a new,
Yeah.
you know, today this is the joke that gets me, and I'll laugh for 5 minutes, and then you know.
I don't know if I have a. It's hard to say because I think it's like genres. I have a favorite comedy. I have a favorite action.
What's
something
your
like
favorite comedy?
that. Me, Myself, and Irene.
Oh, that's a good
Like
one.
like
Oh,
hands down.
wow. The Farley
Like
brothers.
hands. Yeah, like there's certain moments in that movie, and it's not even the whole movie, but there's certain moments in that movie that just they're masterpiece moments, like the fight scene in the car. Yeah, I think that's one of the funniest. Like even just thinking about it, like the deleted scene with the watermelon shit, I think it's funny. No, but I think for me, I think it's
You're
like
sitting
certain
there grilling the
genres.
sausages at the beginning. Just grilling
all the banter with the kids, man.
angrily.
Yeah. Also
The soundtrack when you like really listen to like the soundtrack and how like it really does pertain to the movie. You got like Whitey.
Did you watch their Three Stooges movie?
Yeah,
I liked it.
it was all right.
Like it was really meant. It was definitely meant for fans of the original.
Fans,
Three.
yeah.
They weren't trying to. They weren't trying to
I-
make new fans with it.
It's pretty
I
good.
grew up with that though. I can't say I watched it a lot, but I know my parents did. So it was always, you know, it would be on every now and then kind of thing. So I always liked the Stooges.
Look at this one. That's a good one. Joe might know this character.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Phantom Lady.
There we go. From the Freedom Fighters.
Yeah.
No, that was from Bub. I said it.
Beautiful art on that card too, and that's cool. They all this Dick Giordano art on it. They give you like all the stats on the back of these. They
Yeah.
show you their kind of the gear they're rocking with. You know,
Old fashioned
And then on the
card.
side-
I had a bunch of
1991.
those.
Old
I don't
school
think I ever
stuff.
had the whole set.
Wait, that's the style of the card, or is that like from 91?
Sir.
No, that's a certain set. It's a cosmic.
Yeah, this is the 1991 DC Cosmic cards. Like you'll remember them when you see this box. Like, look.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that like panel on the cards. They had like.
There's a
holograms.
Peacemaker card in this motherfucking set somewhere. I'm going for it. I have it.
Yeah,
But
there was a
I have a lot of
vigilante
these from
too.
when I
Did
was a
you find
kid
that?
still.
Yeah, with that box, you should have the full set. You might not get all.
necessarily.
You
No,
might.
not necessarily.
No,
'cause
it
look,
came out in waves.
yeah,
You
so
don't get the full set.
here's the thing. Like when I started posting these shorts, I have tons of these from my childhood. I never threw away none of my cards. I have binders of cards. And when I started opening these, Pops messaged me on IG. He's like, "Hey, here's my list. If you get these, I need them." Okay. He's missing like 4 cards from the whole
I get
set.
two.
180.
You're welcome to have one.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. I get, and he wants the hollow. He's like, "I need this hollow for like, yo."
Like,
Bet
love
you
you,
did.
Dad, but
I'll send you the eBay link when I get it.
I remember buying the X-Men Flare and like 91 cards or 92 or whatever it was, and like you usually got like 2 full sets, but you were
Those
usually
flares are
missing.
nice.
It
I
was
remember
usually
the one with
holograms.
Wolverine as Logan with the cowboy hat and the butterfly on his claw.
Oh yeah, that was
A lot of those came. They would
I
preview
had the
like,
connecting,
the
the
4
connecting
cards
pages.
in the comics that month. The ones that have really got me scratching my head, like I kind of want to pull the trigger on these, is the amalgam set, but they're super expensive for a sealed box. And I don't know if y'all remember this, but the DC bursts. Every single one of the cards were embossed cards. And like they had like the DC logo and it was like on fire, like DC burst. And it was like that super mid 90s artwork, you know, and it was like everyone was emulating Liefeld kind of style.
lots of pouches, lots of muscles.
Pouches,
Yeah,
yeah,
all the
Pouches
muscles.
and muscles.
Yeah,
big muscles.
but like that's just such a benchmark of its time. I think that would be a great set because I have some of those, but I didn't have a lot. I might have bought like maybe 4 or 5 packs over my life as a child, kind of thing. Where these, like every time we go in the store with Pops, like it pack of cards. You know, he's picking up his books. Me and my brother getting a pack of cards, kind of thing. But those bursts, I don't know if they just sold fast or whatever. They just weren't in the shop as often.
I don't know if I ever
I
saw
don't
the
remember 'em.
cards. Yeah, I don't know if I ever saw
remember
because a lot of the other cards like those, I bought those, and then
Yeah, because I picked up the Marvel
amalgam.
Masterpiece sets too.
They
Yeah,
Those used to come in like a
have
sleeve
risen.
box.
Really,
Those come in a
really.
sleeve box. You remember those? And they would come
Yeah.
over with like a.
Like me, my brother, and my dad all have like a complete set of like the Joe Jusko one that everyone chases.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's
There's
the
one everyone
really
chases?
expensive one.
Yeah.
Which one?
That's skyrocketed. The
It's
first
probably
set of
95.
Marvel Masterpiece, like you can't buy a box
Is it
for
really?
under about $1,500 now.
No
Yeah,
way.
they're-
For a complete set.
No,
No,
for a
for like
sealed
an
box.
Sealed
unopened
box,
box.
yeah.
Yeah, sealed box is where it's at, man.
Very
Like
expensive.
people aren't just wanting the set; they're wanting the experience, and I get it. I completely get it because it's fun,
Yeah.
man. You're reliving your childhood. Spidey, let me share this so they can see, so Bugs can see this.
Yep, far away when you're ready.
It's just that DC Burst set. When you see this, I know it's going to like scratch your memory because like these things were like everywhere. I think it's like 96 or something. Yeah, 96 Skybox.
150.
And they were all I wish you had a non
box
what is that?
or
Not,
plastic.
here's a better picture.
What do the packs look like? Because a lot of times I didn't see what the boxes look like.
Well, these are sealed, so you can't see the pack. Well, the pack was just black, and it has this on it, and I think it has like that picture of Superman on most of them.
Oh, just send it to me, Sean. You don't need that anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if I saw that. So.
But yeah, I really want to get a box of these so bad. I want to go out to the workshop and go grab the ones I have out there and just look at them. Maybe that'll be enough, that I'll be like, all right, I'm good. I don't need to spend $150 on them.
Yeah, is that how much they are?
Those are like $150 to $200 for those DC Bursts. Did you see them?
Yeah, I saw them.
Okay.
That's
Marvel's more expensive. DC's
Some Marvel is, some Marvel isn't. Same with DC. Some DC is, some DC isn't. Really, those masterpieces are just the ones that are insane, though.
Yeah,
because they
for seal though. That's not
the X-Men too.
Yeah, I don't even look at open ones. I don't think it would just even.
Yeah,
I'd love to recall the feeling because I used to collect a bit of cards when I was younger, but I'd love to get back into it, but it's just I don't know where to start again. Like obviously, I'd love to finish some sets that I've got uncompleted.
Start
probably.
These Marvel medals from 1995.
Those are expensive.
Yeah, those are cool.
We got 95 Fleer Ultras. They're like
making big, Spidey.
It's all right. I
want to see
fucking binder. We're not going to go through all of them, but
I want to see which ones you have.
Those Marvel medals.
Come on, you stupid.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that Wolverine.
And those sealed sets are insanely expensive too.
I remember that. That's X-Men Flare 92. That's the.
There's a 96 or something.
That's the 94.
I'm waiting for Lady F to jump in because this is her jam.
There's a couple sets I wouldn't love, man. Like Bone. Do y'all remember the Bone trading cards? Like,
didn't finish this. That pisses me off.
They had the Julie Bell. Oh, the
90. Is it bad that I can't read it? Like
that you can't read in general, or you can't read it?
Right.
I mean, I can read most things, but like if it's missing a spot, that means that's the card I'm missing. So I have pretty complete.
Your eyes wouldn't be so fucked up if you wore glasses in the shower. You know that, right?
You guys gonna
try that? That's how they got this.
Shower goggles. Shower goggles. Hey, there's Mojo.
Hey, you guys can plug your pogs.
Big Mojo face.
No, Rob. Why
similar eyes.
I've been looking at sealed Pog packs too. They still
Pogs,
like those things, and those are not expensive.
It's 95.
Yeah, I bet.
You know what? Because Lady F isn't here, I will say it.
She's here.
There's 95 Fleer Ultra.
Yeah,
still my favorite set is that Spider-Man set with literally like the whole page is like one big scene. I think it was 94 Fleer set. I think it was.
Here's where it starts. My Marvel masterpiece down here.
I'll send it to you.
That collection starts there. That's a nice Apocalypse.
Mm.
This is Gen 1 Marvel masterpiece.
Weapon X Wolverine.
I like that Wolverine. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
What
Like
year was it? Was it
Storm.
95 or 6 that had the canvas ones? Like there was like a 4 or 5 chase canvas cards that were thicker and they have like they were rough.
Really? I didn't know about that.
They're
That
like
must have been 96.
Galactus, Gambit.
97, 98.
Then
Because I
here's
remember getting
Marvel
it were all like
Animals.
holograms and connecting connecting cards. Ooh.
There's some more metal. Look at that Spider-Man 29.9 metal.
Yeah, that's dope.
I did Spider-Man.
That's the best fucking card you've shown.
All right.
Claim.
Some more metal.
X-Men card. Yeah. That's one of my favorite sets is that X-Men series. When they
That one I remember
Saw
being
it.
tough to get. That hollow or the
Prism.
All right, my arm's getting tired. That's it. I can't see. My arms are tired. We'll go
Damn,
through the
man.
rest of it some other night.
You old bastard.
Go ahead, you
I
held
already
it
know that.
for as long as you did.
I already know I'm old.
Even though you're younger than me.
Here's a beats of crap, right?
Open it.
Open it.
Nice.
It's just got filler cards in it.
Open it some
Original
more.
cards.
Pull that cover off.
We don't take requests, Simo. Oh wait, it's your channel. Yeah, we don't take requests.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting back into it, but that's
Yeah, I went through a lot of packs. Like I went through a whole bunch of packs, and I'm just now starting to hit doubles. I think I've posted like about 10 pack openings, maybe 12. And I just recorded 2, and it took that long to get doubles. But yeah, there are plenty now. Doubles.
Are you keeping track of what you need out of the set?
Well, I'm just like putting them in the box in order, you know.
Me and my daughter, we put together all the G.I. Joe cards from the Gen 1's card series that came out.
Those are cool.
We did all that together. We had a good time doing it. It was fun.
So I'll just take these and I'll just throw them in the back of the new DC Day wins, you know. You start adding some cards in the new DC Day wins.
Yeah,
That's cool.
the statistics. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember with the Marvel Universe cards, a lot of them did that. Like they had the like agility and strength and all that sort of stuff.
Like the back of the Transformer box where it had like you use the hologram glasses or whatever to look over it to find out what their stats were.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's like that red.
That and the bios on the back of the G.I. Joe cards we like too. We always like the figures of the cards. We always like to read the little bio things for it.
My new card obsession is the Injustice arcade machines, where they spit you out a card every time you play, and then if you win, you get another card. So
I didn't know
picking
about
those
that.
up. Oh yeah, you don't want to.
cool.
It's addictive.
Where'd you find an Injustice arcade game?
At a Dave and Buster's or whatever, they have them.
Yeah.
I've
So
never
then
been
you take
to
like
They have
you take the
SCCs.
card and you scan it in the game at the arcade, and then you play it. That's your character roster. So you get 3 cards. You can use any 3 cards to start the match, and you choose from all the cards that you collect from winning and playing and stuff.
And you get to keep the cards though.
Yeah, the card. Yeah, it's a trading card, same size. It's got stats for the characters on the back, and tells you how strong they are and how strong they'll be in the game.
That's really cool.
Oh man, it's too much fun. It's really expensive to get into that.
Wesley wants to get involved, though.
It even has a feature where you can just buy the card. You just walk up, pay the money don't have to play the game, and it'll spit you out a card.
Now I heard
It's
that
like-
Dave and Buster's is pretty expensive. Are you allowed to wear T-shirts and hats in there?
No,
Yeah.
because they have a $7.99 slice of pizza. And at that
Gotcha.
point, you understand there's a decorum.
Some of that high-end gaming.
They're bona fide.
Oh yeah.
It is a little classier than a CC's and a Chuck E. Cheese. You know?
Oh yeah, Chuck E. Cheese.
But
Ain't
not
got,
as
he
classy
wears
as a
sneakers to his own
$25
place.
cheeseburger.
Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese is wearing a hat.
He's on stage. Yeah.
Is there a place
Hey,
you
he
can
was
go
in a
to?
dinner jacket. What are you talking about?
Charles Entertainment.
Aggressively.
Sure,
Ah,
sure.
sweet. All right, we'll get together on that. I got a ton, and we have some of the early. This is Series 4 now that game's on. We had Series 1 cards back in the day.
What is that? Static?
That's the static card that came with the book.
That's another set I'd like. You know, they have milestone trading cards.
Yeah, this one came with my static number 1. It's slabbed in a 9.8 now, but I still got the card. Guess that's good.
It's cool.
Full set of Injustice foil cards on eBay for $4.75 or best offer.
Full set of what? What series? Series 1, Series 2, Series 3, Series 4?
Do
Need
better,
more information.
Scott. Do better, Scott.
Yeah, we need more information. Come on, man.
Jesus.
I grab that.
Oh, wow.
That looks like David Matt.
Do y'all
It is
remember
David
Is that one of the verses stuff?
It's something that they just gave away. It's promotional. You can get it for free, and that's what it is to like advertise this book that's coming out.
Bubs, do you
That
remember the Overpower trading card game? And then they did
Yes.
I like
Marvel
Overpower.
Versus. They did Marvel Versus later.
There you go,
I
Bubs. Series
Remember
4.
that. Series 4. That's the current series, so I'll just keep playing for those. But I would pick up like the older series or that I'm missing. But Series 4 is what's active right now, so I'll just keep playing, trying to get them. Because it is fun to play the game, too. I mean,
How often do you hang out at Dave and Buster's?
Right?
well, it's not just Dave and
Once a
Buster's.
week.
They have them different places. So, like,
You tell
I
us
just
now.
found a place near my office, which I don't go there very often. I work from home most
Just
of the time.
depends upon where the young kids are at.
but- yeah, exactly. I got a nice sketchy white van. With comics
Black-
inside.
black
Yeah.
fan.
Yeah. It's got Nebraska plates, so
windows.
nobody can find me. Yeah.
He's
I don't
offering.
I don't pay tickets or taxes, man.
He's offering Series 1, trading cards.
Yeah.
Between Joe's caller ID and your plates,
Yeah.
finding either of y'all.
We got it covered. There's a place near where I work. I got to go in there some. The next time I'm going is
I mean, like, what's the
in,
name
like,
of the
2
place?
weeks.
I've heard of Dave and Buster's, but I don't know places around here to play arcade games.
This one's called The Main Event.
Okay.
There's
Oh,
a
yeah.
couple of
Got a Main
locations in
Event.
Kentucky.
We have a Pixels here. Pixels and Dave and Buster's.
Yeah, we have Dave and Buster's. It's relatively new. My pops has been in there a couple times and kept telling me to go check it out. They have like this crazy Top Gun simulator game type thing that he's
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
that's
a
cool.
fun game.
yeah, he said it was really cool.
They have
Kind
arcade.
of loud in there because the speakers are right by your head. It's actually fun.
I play some of the old classics like the Jurassic Park shooting the
Shooter.
Yeah, that one's
And,
fun.
they
Player.
changed it because when I was a kid, like that's how old that game is. Like when I was a kid, it was just Jurassic Park. You were killing dinosaurs, but now they call it rescuing dinosaurs. So they changed all the verbiage on
Yes,
inside the
darn.
machine to rescuing dinosaurs because you shouldn't be killing dinosaurs. So I rescued them with a
bullet.
flash grenade in the mouth. And I go, "Wah!" And I was like, I rescued another one.
I really liked the Aerosmith shooter game because nothing made more sense
Oh,
than
yeah.
to freaking have
I like
Aerosmith and a shooter game. But you got to hear the
Terminator.
Aerosmith movie the whole time. You're just shooting CDs and other
It
stupid
was
shit.
Generation X, I think it was called, or
The
something like that.
Terminator with the fucking. And it
Oh,
just sat there.
T2.
on
T2.
Yeah, with the grenade launcher in the front. Oh, shooting.
Hell
gun.
Yeah,
Dang.
that was big time fun.
Yeah.
Star Wars, the arcade game. Now, if you got the
Mhm.
good one, there was like 3 different styles, but they had one where you could actually like sit down and it actually had the joystick and stuff. And
Oh,
that's,
that's
Simulator?
cool.
Yeah.
that was the
a
one
good
where you went through and like the X-wing and you actually battled Boba Fett with the lightsaber and like, bro,
Wow.
There he is.
What's up,
What's up,
Zarko?
Sean?
what's up, what's up?
They have the
Whoa,
Star Wars Vader whatever VR game there. Like put the headset on and it's like a VR game. That looks cool. I don't do it because I look at other people doing it. I'm like, that's a bad look.
Yeah.
It's not you.
But
Did you
Yeah.
find him, Sean?
there it is. Oh, you got the book and
remember.
everything.
I remember that one.
A little bit behind, but
Have a good night, guys.
Open it up.
All right,
Bye,
good
Rob.
night.
All right, Rob.
Hey, Rob.
uh,
Thanks for jumping on, mate.
Do you have the full set?
Do you have the full set, Zars?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
You hear us?
So I have
I'm gonna take that as a no.
a few different sets in the X-Men run. So,
Do you have the
Go
whole
to-
run?
Go to the
Um,
specials.
and
Wow,
there is the later X-Men runs.
Yes. I have a few of those.
That's
As
when
I
they
just
got
showed, you were
cheesy.
probably still on getting your phone.
That's when they got kind of cheesy.
Later X-Men run.
Yes.
Yeah, the later cards, they were like cardboard.
Then
You
I
were like
have
anchovies, Mike?
Yeah. The fuck is that? Lost?
movie worn cards.
Is that like a piece of is that a film piece or is that a piece of fabric?
What the hell is that?
Can you hear us?
No.
Zars, can you hear us?
A little bit, maybe not.
The glare is like right there.
Can anyone else hear me?
I can hear you.
From the metal
Thank you.
run
Thank
that
you.
Bubs was showing. I was lucky enough to get an engraving card,
Oh, nice.
which is a limited.
I see
I
that
tell you
part.
how awesome that is, but you can't hear it.
He'll see it in the replay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even
One
see
second,
it.
because I can't hear anything.
Yeah. When you
Yeah,
rewatch
we
this,
know.
I want you to tell us if you have the whole set. Like, do us that favor. Don't leave us hanging. Timo,
just
can
need
you
to
go to his house and
We need
ask
to
him to
make,
turn
like-
his speakers on?
Oh, we
no,
lost.
he lost
Oh,
connection.
man.
I
That
think he's
was
on his
awesome.
phone.
We should have made like gaping like fish mouths. You
Whoa,
know?
gaping what?
Gaping
Fish
fish
mouths.
smells. A
Mouths.
gaping fish smell is
This
nothing
is
you
not
want to experience.
smell-o-vision.
Oh.
I wish we had smell vision.
Hang on,
I
let's-
smell the hell out of y'all.
He keeps
I
trying to
understand.
connect, but it says device not connected. I've got to message him back again.
Yeah, put it on his phone. Don't send him a voice message though. He can't. He doesn't have his speakers turned on.
Google muted him.
Yeah, that's awesome though. That's how I started collecting, was collecting cards, and that's why when people are like slabs aren't comic books anymore, I'm like, I agree. Now they're trading cards, and it's even fucking better. It's a giant trading card, and I love it. Like, to me, slabs are like giant trading cards. Like that's my that's how
Did
my
you ever
brain
get
works.
any of the uncut promo sheets and things like that?
Yeah. I've got. They don't fit in that book, obviously. So I have them. I have an extra set. Hell, I used to have them up in my old office. I used to have a bunch of the uncut sheets, and I had some fleers too from this set. So
Yeah, I think
anytime I
have
see
a
something like
few.
that at a con, I pick them up. You know, shouldn't, but I still do.
I have some of the big Pokemon cards.
You don't like skinny Pokemon, only the fat ones?
No, big, not skinny or fat. I wish I had a fat Pokemon card. Come on now.
Like PH fat? I'm with you.
No, just FAT.
Feeling you, dog.
I want a fat.
All right. How about now, Sean? Can you hear us? No, you still can.
Earth to ours.
I can't hear you for whatever
He's
reason.
all staring.
Earth is ours. I do sign language, but I only know a couple of words. They're not polite.
Have y'all watched the Gargoyle of Gotham trailer that DC did? Like, they made
Yes.
an actual animated trailer, and it looks fucking intense. The book was phenomenal, but that trailer
That is dope.
was the trailer's super dope. I like how they do trailers for comic books. Like, they should do that more often.
Is it for gargoyles or for Batman?
Is the name
Well,
of the
it's
Batman
gargoyles
book?
and
The name of the Batman book is Gargoyle of Gotham. It's a new Black
Okay.
Label series. It's like 4 issues.
I like the black labels.
And Rafael Grompa, the phenomenal artist, it's like his first time writing and drawing a book for DC. And that's either hit or miss sometimes. Some artists shouldn't write. And this is not one of those
Most.
guys.
Can we agree on most?
Yeah,
most artists
definitely.
shouldn't write.
When Jock did it for that One Dark Knight book for Batman, I dropped it after issue 1, and I don't hardly ever drop shit, especially a miniseries. It was just that bad. But this, it was like that perfect marriage, like where the writer knows exactly where his story is, so he knows exactly where the panels are, and everything just hit. Like it hit so
Yeah,
good.
it's good. Yeah, it's
And
good.
his own take on Gotham and Batman and his own villains and everything.
His own rogues gallery.
That's cool.
It was really good.
Czars, can you hear us?
Now I can, yeah.
Hey,
You're on mute. You're on mute, Czars.
don't be an ass.
So, but they are actual material from the movies and the suit that they were wearing.
That's what I thought it was. For a moment, it looked like a film cell, but it's fabric, right?
Yeah, it's actual fabric. So obviously
That's
that
cool.
was from
latex from one of the rubbers.
The Thor movie, and from Spider-Man, Homecoming.
That's cool.
I've got some hand sketched from the Marvel 75th year
Nice
card signatures, Umbrella Academy. Some more sketch cards.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, I like that invisible woman.
Quicksilver.
I mean, I see her, so her powers are fading, but
You're a shocker.
So different sets. But actual cards, I've got folders full of Marvel DC cards. So Masterpiece set.
yeah, that's Masterpiece 2, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's the
with the knowledge. Are you guys impressed yet? I don't know. It takes years.
Sorry, you're on mute. We didn't hear you.
So, and then some of the fancy cards from the Masterpiece set.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So you're missing an odd one here and there.
Blood Rain. Saw Blood Rain.
So,
Can't hear you, Mike.
Marvel set.
Oh yeah, is that connected?
Oh, that look cool.
Yeah,
Very
so
cool.
every 9 cards is a connected set. So
Oh wow, Galactus scene. That's cool.
So there's another. So then you have the old school.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Marvel Universe. That's the first series, I think.
I went to a yard sale and picked up a pack of 20 of those cards for like $5, and in it was a Stan Lee card, which I know people are like after a lot of times. So that was awesome.
The most popular card in the set.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's not a 9.8 the way or a 10 the way that they grade cards is ridiculous.
And
they graded comics as hard as they graded cards. Nobody would have a 9.8 out there.
You have the cover cards.
Yeah, I like those. Those are my favorite ones, actually.
All right, that's this folder.
Your arms are getting tired, aren't they? It's hard to open up those binders.
It's all right, Dan. You're good.
The Thor movie cards.
The ribbed? Are they ribbed for your pleasure?
No, Thor movie cards.
Oh.
Get your mind out of the gutter, Bubs.
I said pleasure. That's not gutter, Phil.
Out of that set, there was some sketch cards.
Those do look a little sketchy.
God.
Fun.
I have the Umbrella Academy Season 1 TV show card.
They almost look like lobby cards, except obviously.
They weren't the best cards. All they were just screenshots from the show.
But you reckon you'd keep them anyway, right?
That's right. The uncanny, not uncanny X-Men #1 movie.
Yeah. Tyler Maine.
Yeah, see Tyler Maine there. He is donated to Comics Curing Cancer.
Did he?
Yeah,
this year.
Yeah, I talked to Sabretooth. He's on board. He's participating in Comics Curing Cancer. He was also Michael Myers in Dark Star and Jupiter's Legacy. And
what's he donating?
No, if you tune in to Comics Curing Cancer, October 20th through 22nd.
Damn you!
Trying to find.
That's kind of a long time to tune in. Can you narrow that down for me just a little bit for the information I'm looking for? Or
They're the long cards.
just 72 hours of my life to find out what he's.
We'll post it on IG. Look at that Etrigan. We'll post it
Oh
on
yeah.
IG and
So those are messed up because those are elongated cards, and they were like an extra third tall.
Yeah, even
those
the
Superman
Spawn
steel
like
cards
that.
are a pain in the
Star
butt
Wars.
to store.
Yeah, Beck's got the Spawn set.
Star Wars made him like that too.
75th anniversary set.
Says you didn't show us the paperwork on it.
Right.
Trying to find the Marvel DC set.
The
It would be
Malcolm
nice if you
set.
did that before you got on, but go ahead.
Oh, sorry,
Take
Bob,
your
I'm
time.
not as organized as you are. Vibranium set.
Oh, nice and shiny.
Yeah, that's pretty.
I like that. That's some pure foil right there.
All right.
That's the whole set. Is
That's why we didn't get
vibranium
any foil
cards.
covers in 2000s.
Oh wow! Wait, what set is this? I really like that set. What set is this? Vibranium.
Vibranium
That's why
set.
we didn't get any foil covers in the 2000s.
Right.
Spent them all on this.
What was it called? The foil collection?
Vibranium.
Oh,
Vibranium.
Oh shit.
So yeah, that's the whole set.
They were just straight up blind.
I'm about to have to go get my binders. This is just fun.
You got
I want to see your arm.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Jesus
wonderful.
Christ.
Can't even make out what that is.
What set is that one?
Yeah, is that powerful?
epic battles.
Epic Battles. Okay.
Dang.
So same
like
thing,
that
all
one.
9 cards.
Some good tentacle
Like,
action there. Do you have a lot of tentacles in your collection?
He does. He
Not
does.
as much as you.
He's not the,
Probably true.
sticks
I
and
think that's
stones.
A safe
It's not
bet
the-
right there.
it's not the J man. The J man's the tentacle man.
I've got a tentacle box.
There's the 91.
Oh,
card.
there we go.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
got the whole set of them.
I've seen those before.
What's the next set?
Not the next. Let's show some more.
Hologram cards, obviously.
Oh yeah.
What are the bottom ones?
They're Disney, a Disney set.
Skip it.
Yeah.
Mark,
Why are
you
they-
can tell Mark loves Disney.
What's wrong with Disney?
I don't know. I'm not a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
Take a look behind you, Mark.
That's cool.
No, I'll say that with a little more confidence.
I'm not a 4-year. My 4-year-olds are not allowed to touch these unless they clean up the living room first.
I understand.
Let's say clean up.
Yeah.
You should see what's on the other side of the camera. This
Bronze Age.
Oh,
Is that the mummy? What's the mummy doing and all that?
that's Bronze
That's
Age
the-
stuff. So all the horrible. stuff.
Thanos.
Yeah, Bronze Age set.
I've never even seen those.
Now you
Then
have.
there is the Marvel Ages game set.
Mm, I don't know.
That's not blowing my skirt up. Keep going.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Feel
take
sorry
much for that, Bubs.
And the Marvel DC set is not in here. Must be in another.
Oh, that was the big payoff. What happened?
Such
Give me a
tease.
second and I'll find it.
All right. If you're not wearing pants, turn your camera off first.
If you don't show us the ghost,
And there's your answer, folks.
Yeah, I need to finish that old school Ghost Rider set. I love that set.
that's a good set.
That was big fun.
The Alien vs Predator set is a cool one too.
I didn't know there was one.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the Pam Anderson barbed wire set too,
He's got to
with all the extras.
They had like a boss foil.
Yeah, and they had like a one where she like kissed the card on one or something. They etch foiled in the kiss. So that'd be cool. Yeah.
You'd be walking around with Pamela Anderson's lips in your pocket.
Yeah, front pocket.
Front pocket.
Whatever. I put it in my back pocket so she can kiss my ass.
That'd be fine, but I get dibs. I'm first. She's in my front pocket before she's in your back pocket. Right?
Trust me, you didn't get dibs. Dibs were passed along a long time ago.
Ain't that true? That's documented.
Right.
Yeah, so they were the elongated set as well.
Spawn.
Yeah, boy, those are tough, man.
I never had any.
Yeah, we only found one shop in the whole entire bloody state that actually kept the Ultra Pro.
I never did find anything to keep mine, and my cars got
I never
trashed
did
because
either.
all the moves
Ultra
and
Pro,
everything.
Ultra Pro were the only ones that actually did them, as far as I know.
Yeah, and I had boxes and stuff, and they wouldn't fit in the boxes like the tins. I had little metal tins to keep the
I had
cards.
we had plastic card cases that fit them, and that was the only. They were cheap though; they broke so easily. Because the Star Wars Galaxy cards came in that size. They were annoying. Cool cars though.
Yeah, cool cars, but you couldn't keep them clean. Like for me, they all get mashed corners and stuff and scratches. Somebody playing GTA or Czar's got to go to his fucking storage unit to get those cards. He's racing through the streets. Oh, he's back. He's back.
I can't find them. I'm trying to see if maybe they're in one of these folders.
How many binders have you gone through?
I've got about 40 binders.
Well, you can at least list this stuff off to us. You know, I mean,
not all of it is Marvel DC. I've got
some content.
Cards and soccer cards.
Oh, yeah.
Or is ours? Just read it off.
Poor Zars. I bet he regrets joining this stream 4 times.
He was the one that wanted to hop on.
Yeah, I have the Superman cards. I have the 75 anniversary cards. Vibranium set. Marvel Masterpieces 93. So these Vibranium set, a bit more of them.
Those are actually kind of cool. Yeah.
Are those doubles? Are you wanting to get rid of them or something?
I do have doubles because I bought the whole box. So I have doubles of most of these.
Climb.
Too late. I already claimed them. I sent him a DM.
Where are you at right now?
I'll just drive over there and get them.
Yeah, and ship them to me if you don't mind. I already sent him a picture of a $10 bill, so that's a down payment as far as I'm concerned.
Well, if he's in Australia, that's just as good as the money there, isn't it?
I think it's better. You know how many ostrich eggs you can buy for that shit over there? Eggs for weeks.
15.
This is the DC
15 ostrich eggs.
Wait, what?
That's a Bushman's double, 15.
Oh wow, that's a lot on there.
That's a lot of connecting. Holy
kind of a DC mash, isn't it?
So this is the Cryptozoic set. So they're very full on.
I want to see some of these.
Yeah.
Which ones? He's got a spreadsheet. Just ask for them.
He does.
Sorry, Bub. Not everyone's as organized and have all the time in the world like you do.
Look, it's okay. I just appreciate the apology. Thank you. Most people don't, but they don't apologize for it as well as you do. I appreciate it.
It's easy for Bubs to spend all that time collecting Injustice cards.
Can't help it. And I gotta find a way to keep these. You guys
now
have any
I have
ideas?
video evidence. I can make a list.
Zars, you got any ideas how I can keep these
collecting?
He has
how do I keep them and pack them around? Like I want to make sure that they're safe, and I want to have them with me, like in my car at least. Like how do I keep them safe?
He just keeps pulling out binders.
Hard tops.
You throw them in a
Hard tops is too many, man. This thing, there's 400 or something in the set.
Close the
I can't do that. Walk in there with a duffel bag full of cards. There it is.
That's the first series right there, isn't it?
Series 1, yeah. Marvel Universe Series 1. That's awesome.
Yeah, Finn just got that one in the top middle. Finn just got that one in a slab. I think it was like a 8.5 or a 10 or something like that.
Nice. Touch it in a briefcase.
Yeah, that one he's got an 8.5. Yeah, he just got that at the card show.
Why is that allowed to be in your room if it's Finn's?
Because Finn keeps his stuff in here too. Some of his nice stuff out of the shelf over here. He likes to keep it on. He's got his little Batman statuette on it.
He has his accessories.
Because he likes to come into this room and have his shit in this room too, where he can come in here and grab his stuff. He's allowed to grab this shit. Like
that makes sense.
But he's allowed to grab my shit when he cleans up. You know, he can't take the expensive stuff into a dirty room. It has to be clean where he can sit down and, you know, it just helps his mind think to keep it in better condition. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Totally get
Do you make him take off his hat before he plays with your Spawn doll?
Better.
Definitely. Like Pokemon Joe says, it's on the box. You have to do it. I don't blame him. Yeah, my son, he considers my collection to be his collection just as soon as I die.
Yeah.
So he'll look around and be like, "Oh, I can't wait till that's mine." I'm like, "Really? You can't wait?" Like
he's planning your demise. Is what's
it's all that $20.99
He's been poisoning you.
I can't. I'll tell you.
That's cool.
Scary around here. If I disappear for a while, you guys come looking for me, will you?
Yeah, I bought that $20.99.
I know what happened.
The slab last year at that card show. That was the first slab card I ever got. Was that red foil $20.99?
That's cool.
I only have one Marvel card. It's a Carnage card that we bought recently at a flea market.
Gotta say, Zars, I'm impressed with your arm. Your arms are holding up. Like I'm gassed already. You're still flipping, man.
I'm sorry. I don't know Zars. Zars, where are you from?
Melbourne, next to MadSpidey. I actually live in the Outback compared to him.
Yeah, he's a poser, isn't he, Zars?
You're an Australian country boy.
Yeah,
he's a poser.
Not really country. Little further out of metro.
Have you ever eaten a cassowary?
Cassowary.
Cassowary.
That's what he said.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever eaten out of an estuary? No.
Oh, what are those ones?
So is Simo a proper tradie? Do you agree with that?
I'm not a tradie.
No, he works for a place that sells stuff to tradies.
Yeah.
Ah, look at that. He's a poser tradie too. And he's a poser outbacker. Oh man, this guy.
What's going on, Dale?
Where's he really from? He's a Kiwi, isn't he? He's a
shut up, you Canadian.
So, this is a bit more of the Avengers set.
Yeah, that's
cool panels. Yeah,
real old school. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it tells you which book.
That's cool.
Yeah, so I like that sort of information.
Key collector for the 80s.
Yeah, I always like reading the back of the cards.
That's like all the cards now, they're all card games. And like, I don't want that. I just want like art, like these old school type cards.
Bio stats. I want
that old school Spider Woman before she got her hair back. Nice.
And then same thing.
Great Hulk.
Before she got
it's like Marvel Spotlight Spider Woman.
Yeah. Spotlight Spider Woman, that's right.
Last folder, this X-Men folder.
That's the one we started with.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going back through.
Go all the way in there.
Oh, but now that he can hear us, he wants to hear our reactions to it.
We're looking at it. Oh,
gotta rewind. Bring it back.
Yeah.
I don't have the full set, but I got the Wolverine from then till now.
That's from then till now, series 2. So I have.
You don't have the full set, man.
I have some of them.
Yeah, I have 2 full sets of that, and I don't have from then till now series 1, which is a much smaller and super limited set, super hard to find. So if anyone out there finds from then till now series 1, I'll get you your money back. You know, we'll make it happen.
Sounds like something we need to find for C3.
Yeah.
The flare cards.
Yeah, that's the flare ultra one.
That's the set I was showing. The 94s. I had the 94s and the 95s.
That's the 94 flare.
Good, because I couldn't read them. Mark, we're finishing up after this.
Was that 95 or 6?
No, this is still 94.
94.
I've only got the 94 and 93 set.
But wasn't Reminder the 95 set?
No, the binders, the 95 and 94,
See?
not 93.
You
No,
should listen to Bubs.
I'm about to somebody cut his camera. We don't know what kind of information we're getting anymore.
It's because he
I
doesn't have a
have-
spreadsheet.
No, I'm actually wrong. They got 94, 96, and 95.
Look, I require another apology.
You're sorry.
I thought that's what it was.
Thank you for the apology, Bubs.
I want a fine spreadsheet.
The amalgam cards.
Yeah,
Albums, yeah, those are nice too.
Wait, pull up Mark.
those are the ones he couldn't find. Where the amalgams? He's got.
I want to
them
see
somewhere,
the
he can't
ones
find them.
that we've been waiting to see. Hold on.
Yeah,
These
it was
are
all a big
all like-
tease from Czars.
These are all like
I don't have the amalgam set. I have the Marvel versus DC set.
These are like
Oh, okay.
legitimately all from my childhood. Like every bit of them, like bought as a kid from the store.
It's time to get rid of them. I need to send them
Like,
this way.
if Rob was still here, I've got like the Nightmare Before Christmas cards. Like this is a fucking like an 8-inch fucking binder. I don't know how I'm gonna pick this.
Oh, those
shit up.
binders are a pain in the ass, man. I'm so glad I switched to comics. Much easier to store.
Like the Nightmare Before Christmas shit.
All right, that's cool. I'll buy those right now. Right.
Oh shit! I got cards on the front and back of all these. Like,
Oh, double car. Oh, you can't do
Double
that.
packs.
dude, I was a
Sacrilege.
kid. I had more cards than I had stuff. Those Marvel Masterworks are awesome.
But now you're older and you can buy new things.
Yeah,
Again,
no
I haven't
cheap
touched
like
these in forever, bud. More amalgam cards and Lost in Space.
Lost in Space. Is that the 90s movie or was it the show?
No, it's the show, bro.
Oh, bro. Oh,
Show,
nice.
bro.
Yeah.
Nice.
I've got the TMNT cards
Here's-
as well.
Hey,
somewhere.
here's
I
some
wish
of
I
the-
still had mine. I don't have them anymore. I don't know what happened to them, but
It's
I'm
just
missing my
easier to
set.
open. Here's some of the DC bursts that I was talking about.
DC bursts.
Yeah, and they're all like embossed. Like every single card was embossed.
Those are
Yeah, I don't know
Marvel
if I've ever
cards,
seen
aren't they?
those. No, the ones at the bottom.
Oh, the ones at the bottom. Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
see it. Yeah. Catching the
Wonder
glare, you can
Woman.
see the embossment.
Her hair, yeah.
And the Batman.
Now you
I
know
see.
that they put Wonder Woman's forearm in front of her boobs to stop kids from wearing out the embossment.
I mean, wearing out themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Here's a
You can
dude.
see
I've
where
got
Flash is
like
on ones.
here's like a bunch of the old Series 1 Overpower cards from the card game.
Oh, I do remember that. I played that game. It was fun.
You remember that?
Nope, lost Sean again.
Tons of those.
It's
And like
short,
here's even a bunch of the cards I'm opening now. I got a bunch of these in here. None of this shit's in order. It's all just random. Like
Oh,
so now here's which
I'm glad Rob's not here anymore. His OCD would be like he'd be scratching out his hair. Oh no, that's right. He hasn't got any.
you should take
the
a weekend.
95
and
these
organize
spy
that.
box. These
Great.
are all like foiled.
great for viewing.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
cool.
they're cool.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
I don't remember those either.
And then another page of the ones I'm opening, the cosmic cards
There
for
we go.
days.
I didn't do a lot of DC cards as a kid, more Marvel.
Those cosmic cards are just super easy. WWF and WCW cards. Y'all might remember these. Y'all ever get wrestling cards back in the day?
No.
Never
I
had
do
any
remember.
wrestling cards.
I have some of them as well.
You better.
You can't trust them. We need proof of ours.
No spreadsheet.
And
Like,
it's
he's
not-
like,
No
no.
more, not
Okay.
another 40 folders.
all the Jeff cards.
Yeah, he wants.
Uh oh.
You've done it now, Bubs.
I've done it now. This is your
Yeah.
Outback stream.
What about Hook? With Dustin.
Yes, I
those
remember
cards,
those, yeah.
I had those. I had a bunch of different movie cards. I
I
had
had a
some.
bunch of them. And the Batman movies and the
Batman
Batman
cards,
Returns.
Yeah, the Turtles
Got a bunch of
movies. And,
Valiant
I had full
movies.
sets of those.
Yeah.
The Valiant cards, I do want that set. They had some cool stuff in there.
Mhm.
Oh, Mark's not using them.
He is, trust me. That boy loves his Valiant.
Yeah. Do you remember the EXO Iron Man video game that came out?
I do.
That's a good one. Old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cards. Those were wax packs cards. Here we go. Some more of these things were fire with Bizarnage and Spider Boy. These amalgam cards are where it's at. I'm so tempted to buy like a set, but I have like so many of them in this binder. I don't know why I just want to open more, but they're expensive. Like open them and just put them. I'll just double them up in this binder, right, Bubs?
Yeah, just triple them up. Why not?
Just get a new binder.
Got this.
They have nice cloth ones now.
Diana Prince as Diana Prince.
That's like Bruce Wayne, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah, like.
What's ours showing?
You found some wrestling cards? Yeah, he's got them in a box. Huh?
What do you got? He's hiding them. What is this? Oh, and
Could be a pain in the ass. Yeah.
Oh my god.
What is that? Magic? What is that? What are we looking at? Pokemon?
Magic cards. Pokemon.
This is
That's basic.
Skybox, DC cards, the Crow.
The Crow, yeah.
Yeah, I had some of that.
I had Crow cards.
The Bubs, baseball cards.
Why is it gotta be for me?
Because you wanted proof that I had other stuff.
Oh yes, I recall. Thank you.
Now there's the canvas ones and
There's
Guard,
the hockey.
what set is this from? These Marvel Masterwork signatures and then these canvas ones down here. You
I
see
remember the
text
ones at the
on it?
bottom.
Oh yeah.
They'd be Marvel Masterpiece set.
Should say in that bottom.
Yeah, just read the bottom corner, Mark.
I was saying, I was saying what year. I don't see a year on there.
It should be like.
Try me again.
I mean, I'm not fucking illiterate.
Yeah, yeah, Czars. Look,
They
you
should
guys
be
need to calm down.
On the back
They
of the card
would
somewhere.
be. It should say in the bottom corner, but I think 96 or 97.
I don't know why I'm not seeing. I'm probably just looking right.
It's
over
really
here.
hard to see, dude. I couldn't see mine either.
It's 95. Yeah, I got to start wearing goggles in the shower.
That's what I would do.
It does
It
prevent
stops stuff from getting in your eyes, if you know what I mean,
I
too.
love this set because they did like 3 cards of every character from 3 different artists. I think this is the same year. Like the ones that aren't signed and shit, they would have 3 different versions of every character from a different artist.
Damn,
that's cool.
Both of them do it at the bottom.
Turtle.
Yeah, the turtle cards. I love the,
the movie turtle
I
cards.
wish I still had my set of turtle cards. Those were all destroyed.
Got all the Return of Superman.
At that time, we were actively trading in the schoolyards. Like I was going, me and my friends, we'd bring all our cards and we would trade. So those cards all got damaged.
No Star Trek here, AR.
Yeah, the tick.
Do y'all have the Pizza Hut cards?
The tick.
Yes.
None of them survived.
Pizza.
Yeah, I got some Pizza Hut cards.
With the pizza cutter guy?
Oh no, I don't have that.
Yo, they were wild.
You can have the Crunch and Munch cards, the Marvel Crunch and Munch cards.
Probably
I
in there
remember that
somewhere.
set.
I have a little.
It's
I
like
have
a
to have
version
little
of
bit
the
that
Marvel
set.
One set, but they have a logo with Crunch and Munch in the back.
The TMNT 2 movie cards, the American Gladiator. Oh, here we go. The DC Chrome.
American Gladiators. Oh, that's
Power
awesome.
Chrome 95 from DC. Didn't you show some of those? Those DC Power Chrome?
Yes, he
I
did.
love those.
That's cool.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Some of the Marvel DC cards. Where is it?
But not the amalgam set. This is the Marvel DC. So do you have the DC Marvel cards as well?
Ooh, that one's pretty.
I'll claim that. Thanks.
That's from the Silver Surfer cartoon show they did in the 90s. They did an awesome
What's the back look
card
Yeah,
set,
I've got that
and
on DVD.
action figures and everything
That's
for
cool.
I
that.
do remember that set.
Very cool.
Yeah, I do remember that set.
That whole set Silver Surfer?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just
Yeah.
all pictures of Silver Surfer. It's just all the cosmic stuff. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Pro movie set.
The
Fire
Crow.
it up. Fire it up. Oh,
I had that and the City of Angel.
They're all pretty much foily.
I didn't know City of Angel had cards. That's kind of bizarre for kids, don't you think? Just a little bit.
Both of them.
Very
are in there,
niche.
bro.
Oh, Crow City of Angels, the second movie you're talking
Yeah,
about? Crow 2? Yeah.
Now, like, I'm a huge Mortal Kombat fan. Got all the
Crow
Mortal
2,
Kombat
Crow
cards.
Harder, I think was the original title of that. And
Live
then
Free or
switched
Crow
to
Hard.
Crow Hardest.
Crow Harder. Yeah.
All the Mortal Kombat movie cards. Man, I need
I
to
don't know
read.
if I remember that.
That's Mortal Kombat movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever saw the trading cards.
Got Batman the Animated Series, Dick Tracy.
I had
Got
Dick Tracy
Batman
cards.
and Robin, the animated series.
Yeah, I'm at those right now.
That's cool.
Batman Forever.
I'm gonna hop off. Bye, everybody.
All
I
right,
got
man.
a couple Lion King cards in here. How'd those get in here?
Lion King. You got the Hakuna Matata card?
I'm guessing you bought them, opened them, and then put them in there.
Immediately.
They don't belong to you. They're
You were talking Chuck E. Cheese, but all bullshit aside, what was it called before Chuck E. Cheese? Y'all don't remember what its name was? Showbiz Pizza.
I never heard of that. Oh Lord, look at him. It looks like My Pet Monster.
It might be. There's like Showbiz Pizza had their own little card set. Apparently, there's just one random one in there.
Showbiz did the whole hillbilly scene thing. That was a different place, but I remember Showbiz. I had a birthday party.
Chuck E. Cheese must have bought out our Showbiz though, because it went from Showbiz to Chuck E. Cheese. These old Marvel 91 card set.
That's awesome, Zars. Thanks for showing us all that. I love cards.
Well, I have 3 of these white boxes full of cards.
Are they actually like incomplete sets? Or are they all doubles?
Some are doubles, some are sets that I haven't put in folders yet, some are incomplete. But each one of these boxes holds about 8,000 cards.
Oh, jeez.
So, and I've got stuff still in boxes, in random boxes, hidden away somewhere. So,
wait, like hidden from you that you can't find? Like you know that they're there, but you don't know where they're at?
No, I know where they're at. I just, because I was trying to find all the original folders, but then they just got harder and harder to get. So now I just put them in a plain folder.
Yeah.
So all my other sets are just in there. I bought white folders and I was going to get custom inserts made for each set.
Yeah.
So I know what's what. Well, I started doing it and just never kept going.
That a boy.
That's how it goes, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Like a fucking man.
So, and then, like I said, I've got a sealed Masterpiece 93 box. I've got a Marvel Universe sealed box and a few others laying around somewhere.
Nice.
So, MadSpidey, if you want them, come to Supernova and you can buy them.
Do you deal? Are you a dealer? Or are you just going to meet them in the parking lot and trade favors?
I'm not paying $1,000 for one of those boxes. Thank you very much.
That sounds like a good deal.
That's pretty much what they're worth. Or the Masterpiece set is, at least.
It's dropped a bit. It's not 1,000 anymore. The 92 one is the most expensive. 93's dropped a fair bit.
I'm sorry, is this Australian dollars?
Yeah, dollary dues, as Mark would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got $20. I'll buy them.
A sealed box for use 93 last when I was in America about a month ago was $350 to $380.
You were here a month ago and you didn't come see me?
I wasn't in your side of town.
How do you know?
Dude, America's just one place. It's just one place.
With 50 states. I'm not stupid. I've been there before. I was only in LA and Vegas.
I could have met you in between.
You got that kind of money. I got you.
Where'd you come? Were you working or did you come for fun?
Nah, I stopped in LA and Vegas for a few days before I went on to Toronto for a wedding.
Oh, okay. Well, congratulations. I'm sure she's a lovely lady.
Or gentleman.
Congratulations.
Yeah, sorry, I assumed. He's dressed pretty nice, but
a friend's wedding.
A friend's wedding. Oh, okay. I thought it was a destination wedding. You didn't want any of your people to go with you. All right.
So yeah, went to Disneyland and obviously Frank and Sons and Vegas, the usual.
See that?
And then on to
Vegas. It's a good show.
What, sorry?
Did you go to the Penn and Teller show?
No, they weren't around.
They weren't there
when we were there.
Every time I go to
Did you
Vegas,
see
I always
Chris
try to get
Angle?
that show.
All the big shows, for some reason, we were only in Vegas for like 5 days, and everyone wasn't showing at that time.
When did you go? What month?
It was August, so we were in Vegas early August.
Yeah. They don't do a whole lot during. Yeah.
So
It's
I
just
think
going
like
hot.
we had Kelly Clarkson was probably the biggest, and Adele for one day.
What a
They,
waste.
they literally are two of the biggest.
Ooh.
That's half the strip covered right there.
But we can see Kelly Clarkson.
But everything was just like, even all types of shows, the comedy shows, there was no one big, music acts, then no one big, and then the only other stuff was the traditional shows that are always there.
Yeah.
So you went to Blue Man Group then?
No, not this time.
Yeah, August in Vegas is kind of weird because it's so hot. A lot of people don't go, so they program all their shows in like that after September, and then they go full year round until about June, and then everything's just gambling. Like that's when you go to the poker tours, and everything's just gambling at that point.
Yeah, well, all the shows stopped like August 1st, 2nd. And then everything was starting up again September 3rd, 4th. So
it's a weird time, but that's also when like I don't know how many poker tours there are now, but there's like 8 that hit Vegas over those 2 months. Like there's 8 major poker tours going on. It's weird.
Did you visit any comic folk or any YouTube folk that you know in the States when you were passing through?
No. So I went to a few shops. So I did Golden Age Comics in LA, and Frank and Sons, did Toy Shack in Vegas.
Okay. You didn't go to Torpedo?
No, I was going, and
that shop's overrated.
Smart.
I had some car problems with the car rental place, and didn't end up making it.
It's completely overpriced, just like their boxes. It's completely
overpriced. I was only going there to have a look.
Yeah.
And then ended up in Toronto going to Fan Expo, Toronto. And then had some personal issues, so didn't end up doing much more than that.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Toronto is a nice area to hang out in.
It is. I went to a few shops, but I did a live haul showing, I ended up picking up about 80 books from there.
How did you get them back home?
I think you did all right.
Luggage. I was lucky. I had 46 kilos of luggage.
Oh, boy.
Last time I heard somebody say they had 46 kilos, had nothing to do with luggage. I'm impressed.
we're not talking about the underpass situations here, Joe.
We're from Australia, not from America.
Funny, that's what he said too.
Yeah, you want to give you a reach around from down under.
Oh God.
Well, guys, I'd like to say this has been fun, but you all know what it's been like. So I will leave you. Thanks, Simon, for having me on the chat. Thanks, Mark, for putting me in the Legion chat. I think it was. I appreciate you.
You're leaving?
No, I think I'll stick around.
All right, good, because I'm heading out.
It's like we were in a race. Shit, now I'm by myself against Australians.
You'd be used to those sort of odds.
All right. You're in the Outback. It's a fair fight.
I like it. So do you and Spidey know each other well? Like I don't know your relationship. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we've known each other for a few years. Yeah,
a few years. All right. So I have this passion, Zars, about coming to Australia. You want to hear my list of things that I want to do? I'm not gonna do it.
Is Is it an interesting?
I'm not saying
Simon?
anything. This is all Joe.
I've been to Australia once, but I did not have a vacation experience. I was in the military. We were training with other troops there, and then we had to get back quick. So I had no like experience of Australia. I've been in back. We shot each other's weapons. We battled each other, funsies out in on the outback. It was a good time. But
what part of Australia were you in?
The outback. That's all they told us. Some military base out in the middle of your desert.
Would have been like out in the middle of like probably northern South Australia or something like that.
I want to say it was. I remember it looking very similar to the Sahara Desert.
Was the desert? Was it red sand?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's outback.
Yeah.
It was probably Simpson Desert, I'd say.
It was either sand or rock. That's all you had.
Yeah.
And I remember the military base, but the details don't really matter. Like, nobody else watching this is going to know, so it doesn't really matter. But I always said I would come back and have a good time there because, like, the Australian guys that we hung out with, like, they were just dudes, man. It was awesome. It was just a bunch of dudes hanging out in the desert playing army. It was great.
So what's on your list?
Oh, no, don't ask him that.
You've got to keep your streaming going for another 4 hours. So
no, YouTube will shut it off.
I think you've said it enough that it hasn't shut down any other streams yet.
No, I joke, but if I ever did come to Australia, I make a lot of jokes. I'm very blunt about my joking. But if I ever did come back in a realistic sense, I would eat out all the time. Like there's no, like I'm not interested in what home cooking likes there. I want to go to your restaurants, right? I don't much care about beaches and stuff like that, but I do like a nightlife where you can have drinks, guys can ball bust. I'm really cool with ball busting, making jokes, being a guy kind of thing. I definitely want to do there's some things I've seen in Australia, some blacksmiths, and I've seen them make some things, and I would love to come there and make it maybe a challenge, like another guy that's kind of cool, just a friendly challenge. You know, they make an Australian type knife, I'll make an American type knife. We let some people figure out what's best. If I can hunt while I'm there, I'll hunt.
What part of America are you from?
Virginia.
Just trying to think of what would be close to your sort of area.
Oh no, I hunt. I've hunted.
Oh, not for hunting, as in for like lifestyle and food wise.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I was ex-army. I can eat anything.
So Sydney and Melbourne would be like an equivalent of LA, and maybe
not interested in that.
Well, see, so that's where Australia's weird. Like Melbourne and Sydney are our two most popular livable states.
Yeah.
But if you want to go hunting, you'd go to the other side because you get more like wild game animals.
Well, let me give you an example of what I'm able to do here where I live. I can take a 20-minute drive. I can buy all the comic books I want. Multiple shops, not a problem. Get whatever I want. I generally focus on one because I really like the guy. And then I can wake up the next morning and I can drive 3 hours and I'm in the woods in a swamp and I can hunt deer. And then if I want to, I can drive back that night and have a meal in a 5-star restaurant. If there's a place in Australia that can encompass all that, that would be awesome.
Melbourne or Sydney?
Where are you at, MadSpidey? You're in Brigsby, right?
No, Melbourne.
You're in Melbourne too?
Sean, myself, Simon, and Sarah are all in Melbourne.
Okay.
Lee's up in Brisbane.
Lee's in Brigsby. All right, I need some in Brigsby.
If in terms like that, so me and Simon probably live about an hour and a half, 2 hours away from each other.
Okay.
So where I am is so say a 35-minute drive gets me to comic book shop, city, food, whatever you want. You go, say, an hour the other direction from me, and you're in not swamps, but outback hunting.
Bushland,
wilderness.
regional areas.
So where you can do all the hunting, and then you go, say, an hour in the other direction, and you're going to suburbs, like, because where I live up until about 2 years ago was rural. So we were considered farmland and stuff like that. Now it's coming to the stage where we're semi-rural, and then in the next 2 years we'll be considered normal suburbs.
You're growing.
It's like you'd classify you now as like outer metro.
Right.
Yeah.
So the economic development is growing.
Because pretty much to go from like, and it's a bit hard to sort of, I suppose, put it into sort of perspective, but to sort of go from the furthest outer metro suburb to the other side, so to go from like total west to total east, it would literally take you like 2 hours to drive, because Melbourne is that spread out with suburbs.
Yeah.
That it's just ridiculous.
Well, 2 hours for me driving is not a problem. I live in America. We drive everywhere.
Well, so pretty much I did the LA to Vegas drive when I was there.
That's a drive.
So that would be pretty much getting from where you'd be hunting to Simon.
Okay.
Is about that drive.
It's not that bad.
But in where I am is we're still considered rural on the extent that we have big land compared to where Simon would be.
So
and all the
more
stuff
agricultural, where he's just on the outskirts of wilderness.
Well, I can literally, like, from my house, like, say if there's no traffic at all, like dead of night, I could get into the city from my house in probably 15 minutes. Like, to the central bit, to ride to the CBD.
Dead of the night would take me about 25 with the freeway.
I know I would have to stay closer to wherever MadSpidey is. Not because I like him more or anything like that, because I've seen a video of his dad's workshop. So I like it. I would humbly ask to come visit. I have a channel. I don't know if you know me, but I have a channel called Evil Lair Projects and Builds, where we make things for people in the comic book community, and I make things. So I use a lot of blacksmithing, chemistry, science, things like that. I do guy shit.
And glow powder.
Glow powder. Lots of glow powder. Lots of glow powder.
You've seen Remy's Trident, haven't you, Sean?
No.
Oh, I thought you
I've heard of his channel, and I've seen clips and that here and there, but I've never actually seen full on.
You've never done anything for Lee, have you?
So the Australian thing, no, I haven't made anything for Australia. We made something for Von Hoot because he had a direct request. Like, he was like,
"Yeah,
I need a villain ring." Boom, gotcha. And we did the whole bit there where we kind of went back and forth. But I keep thinking the Australia, and I did the Argentina thing for Ignacio, where I made him the Sword of Omens. And that, again, I went and read all the laws and made sure I followed all their laws. Like, and even went beyond, right?
Yeah.
So when
you wouldn't be able to get any knife or sword or anything like that.
Joe, I've already gone through this with Joe. You could set a knife as long as there's certain requirements that are adhered to. Like if he sent like a Bowie knife, or something that's not double edged, or certain serrations.
And if I kept
like
the edge off of it, that would even
be all right.
even better. Yeah, and he can just sharpen it himself. Yeah, that's easy enough. But what I'm thinking is, how cool would it be if Evil Lair Projects and Builds went to Australia and I made the knife there? What could they possibly do at that point? How would they even know?
Well, depending what you need, I could probably help out with most of that.
Yeah, fire and a hammer.
got all of them. So I pretty much, if you hunted rabbits,
I hunt rabbit.
you could hunt in my backyard.
I love rabbit. Oh, I love rabbit. Good
So-
rabbit, good cooked. Like I know in our community.
Oh, you'd get
Rob-
kangaroos out there, wouldn't you, Sean? Like I'm not saying
No,
saying shooting, but
within about 500 meters of my house, you can find kangaroos and foxes.
Joe wants to fight one.
I want to fight one.
Yeah. Or you literally walk out my front door, across one house into the paddock,
Yeah.
and camp out, and some will come for you.
All right.
But I get exclusivity to the video where Joe gets beaten the shit out of and get 1 million views out of it.
No,
Tell you
both of
But
us
if I
do.
win the
We can
fight-
live stream it at the same time.
Hey, if I win the fight, you owe me a pint.
Deal.
If you win the fight, we'll give you more than a pint. You're probably going to need a morphine drip and a hospital at the same time.
No, I'm cool. A couple of ibuprofen, I'll be all right. I'm not big on drugs or anything like that.
So, well, you make weapons and stuff like that. Me and my brother build cars.
I've built cars before too. I make a lot of different things. So I've built cars. I currently own some patents with federal government. I actually have a couple of pieces that I've developed a few years ago that are sitting on Mars right now.
Okay.
Yeah. I just like making things. And I make money from making things. But what my passion right now is I've been very interested in jewelry making because it's a very different technique than like engineering something.
Okay.
So I've been doing a lot of that lately. It's weird.
Part of my job, because I'm a tradie, is I build things. I build sheds and carports and
Nice. Love.
all that
I'm
kind
not
of
even kidding. When it comes to carpenters, like I can weld, I can blacksmith, I can jewelry make. My worst enemy, right? My arch nemesis is woodworking. I cannot build a structure to save my life. And I know advanced mathematics, but the problem is when I draw it up and then I try to do it, I'm hiring somebody the next day. Like, this is my arch nemesis.
I'm not a big fan of timber work either, but I can do it. But yeah, steel is more my thing.
Yeah.
So
Love
same as
steel.
you, welding and all that sort of stuff,
Welding. Yeah. I love the weld. Yeah.
and bending and all of that stuff I can do.
And, you know, trades that people just do not recognize anymore. The mathematics that you're used to, like most people do not understand that mathematics, or at least here in America. I don't mean to speak worldwide. I just realized
It's the same here. Everything now is just preformed and basic. So even our kit, like kit sheds, you buy a kit shed here now, it's meant to be a DIY thing, so do it yourself.
Yeah.
But the amount of you'd have to be a NASA specialist to work that out sometimes.
I know some of the people that have bought these kit things because we have big chain stores like Lowe's and Home Depot and stuff like that, and they buy these kit sheds too. And I'll get a phone call from a friend of mine. Hey, I bought this shed, man. Can you figure this thing out? And I walk over and I'm like, where's your power tools? And he was like, yeah, I got a drill. And I'm like, oh, you got to sand things to make things fit. And you got to
see our kits are meant to be bolt together. But the amount of rubbish they do these days, it went from being basic to being now crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
The last one I did was 15 meter by 15 meter, 4.5 high in the wall, nearly 6 in the peak. And it took me over a week just to work out every fucking little piece that they added to this thing.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah. There was nearly 1,000 pieces in this shed.
Yeah. Unfortunately, my biggest worry is we have a relatively large deck in our backyard, and it's 3-tiered. And I'm gonna have to replace it here soon. I'm dreading it. It's like, God. One, it's a lot of work, right? It's a huge deck. Two, I don't like metals and things like that. You mess something up, easy enough. Pop a weld on there, grind it into shape, move on. You can't do that with wood. it's like, oh.
Change everything to metal.
Huh?
Change everything to metal.
No, my wife. I'm married, and my wife likes a wood deck. And I like my wife.
Change all the framing to metal. Yeah. That's what I did with my deck.
Yeah, you know what? Just make a skeleton. You know what? I get it. Yeah, make a skeleton of metal and just lay in like a fiber wood type of thing.
Yeah, that's all we have, like at my house or whatever like that. Like Dad built pretty much the majority of the frame is a metal frame.
Yeah,
and then just did, just the wooden slats and things like that, and the wooden, railing and things like that. So, because obviously the metal framing, obviously as long as it's done properly or whatever like that, like that's not going to rot or anything like that. Yeah, the palings and that might eventually get to that point, but you've still got the frame sitting there and it's still good.
Yeah. The only bad thing I have about me here when it comes to metal is it's extremely, because I live outside of a swamp, it's extremely humid here, which means I have rust problems. But like paint over, the whole 9 yards. But then I'm wondering, am I just creating, if I do a skeleton deck, right, and then just coat everything down, am I doing more work than just a wood deck that would last 20 years anyway? Just to do extra work, right? Like where are you drawing the work time thing, right? Like, I think that's my biggest thing. Because if it was a cost thing, right, it would just be wood. Just wood the thing up, right? But 20 years, given a humid environment.
Is it humid all year round or just like
it's always humid here.
So because we get really bad humidity here, but it's more in your summer months.
Right. So we have a winter, right? And it gets cold in our winter. But even then, the humidity, remember, humidity doesn't mean heat.
Yeah, we know. Yeah.
Right? It's just moisture in the air. It gets to the point here where if you have any breathing problems in the summer, well, I'll give you an example. And we'll just leave degrees versus Fahrenheit and Celsius out of it, right?
Hey, John.
A percentage is a percentage, right? From June to about the middle of September recently, you're dealing between 60 to 90% humidity.
That's Melbourne in the summer.
Yeah, that's
and quite often even in the spring too, and autumn. Actually, winter's probably about the only time that it's not it can still be a factor in winter.
Yeah,
but not as much of a factor.
We're usually at a 50% in that time. The only thing that makes us different here than say like Florida or anywhere else in the South is one, we're slightly up north and we have a northeasterly wind that comes down. So we have this kind of cool breeze that kind of comes down, but that does not happen in the summertime. And that, like, you know how you light a match and the flame will kind of flicker around? Does not happen in my area in Virginia. It stays right there. It's not moving. It looks like a picture. It's so weird. But then again, I'm more of a heat guy than I am a cold guy. I don't mind the heat. I blacksmith in the summertime. I'm perfectly fine in the heat. But
I'm the same.
Yeah, I would rather be hot than cold all day long. I hate cold weather.
I'm the other way around. I physically struggle in the heat because we'll have like talking Celsius, obviously, like we'll have, you know, mid to high 30s, early 40s.
Okay.
Which is like, yeah, your 100, 110, whatever it is Fahrenheit, but still have 70, 80% humidity.
Yeah.
And
We'll have
it's
that here
just,
too.
it's unbearable. Absolutely unbearable.
That doesn't bother me.
It does, yeah. I can't physically handle it. I struggle in the heat. Like I get bad heat stroke if it gets to like that.
Yeah.
See, I don't even mind the cold as long as it's not raining.
Or that, like, I'm cool with fluffy snow. I'm not cool with that wet snow. You know, does that make sense?
We don't get snow.
No, we don't get snow.
So in America, you have 3 types of snow. I know that sounds stupid, right? But you have the white powdery stuff that you see in movies, right? It's real white and powdery. You step into it, it fluffs everywhere. It's beautiful, right? And it's kind of bearable. And then you get this other kind of snow where it's like slightly solid. You can ski down it. You can have a good time. It kind of fluffs, makes cool little trails. And then you get this thing called lake effect snow. Lake effect snow is just a fancy word for ice rain. I was stationed in upstate New York, and I'll never forget this. When I was flying into the place, there was a bunch of troops that were coming from Alaska, and I was like, hey, why are you coming to this? It was Fort Drum, New York, right on the border of Canada. And I'm like, why are you guys coming from Alaska? This doesn't make sense to me. And they're like, yeah, we're from Alaska, but we're coming here for cold weather training. And I was like, the fuck? And they were like, yeah, you don't know lake effect snow. Like, it's literally just this wet snow that just sticks to you and freezes. It is the most ungodly. And then they have this totally weird weather phenomenon called a microburst. What happens in a microburst is it just dumps this wet ice slush falls from the air like a Slurpee, falls from the air and just sticks and freezes to you. It is the worst fucking thing ever. And it only happens in like these very rare spots where, because the geographic and the weather phenomenons that happen there, they only happen in certain areas in the United States. I can't speak for the rest of the world. I know my friends in Canada, they're like, no, slush doesn't, that's called hail. And I'm like, no, it's not solid. It's like literal slush, like a Slurpee being spit on you. And it just freezes when it hits you. They're like, nah, we don't know what that is. I'm like, yeah, it's the weirdest thing ever.
Like we get snow, like, because we have obviously certain mountain ranges and things like that.
Right.
That's obviously with the higher altitude, that's where the snow is. But like what I'd call ground level, then yeah, you might get, you know, like really cold winds, or you might get hail or things like that, but you're not getting actual snow.
I think from all the Americans in our little comic book community, I'm right there at the border. When you talk to all the Southern guys, when they say they're Southern, right? I'm probably right there at the line. If you drew a line from where I live across the or across whatever you consider South, I'm right there. I get snow probably twice a year. Get a little bit of wind. Our biggest thing is the tail end of a hurricane after it's already destroyed Florida. Like right there in that perfect little spot. And I'm even better. I'm in the suburbs, but I can drive 5 minutes. I'm in North Carolina. I can drive 2 minutes. I'm in Virginia Beach. I can drive 20 minutes. I'm in North Carolina, or not Norfolk, where you know, the fancy eating, things like your more upscale type eating type stuff. Like I'm in the perfect area for me.
where the Navy Yard is.
Oh yeah, I'm right outside the world's largest Navy base, and 5 other military bases. I'm in the center of 5 military bases. All my neighbors, retired military, or yeah, we're all just waiting for the shit to hit the fan.
Go back into service.
No, into the bunkers.
No. I'm going to be a warlord. I'm taking over.
That's right. I forgot
Yeah.
about the warlord thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a warlord. I'm taking over.
Remy's got 3 hours to get to you.
Yeah. You got 3 hours to get here if you want to be part of my tribe. Jers, we've had this conversation in length on this channel.
Yeah, I've seen the 6-hour streams that I just don't have the time to get back and watch all of the replay.
I hear, and a rewatch never really works on these kind of things. You just got to be there, man.
and we've been, and Joe and I have been a part of a lot of it, but we've been through some fun and interesting times on some of these live streams. Even going back to when Chip was holding banter, and and then obviously Remy and now me, sort of thing. But
you got to carry that torch.
Well, now you can say you finally had someone in the Outback on the show.
Is that a dig in Australia? That's a dig in Australia, isn't it?
Not really.
It's more just a dig at Simon.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a dig. That's fine. Little ball busting's okay. I'm American. Good luck.
He's like the furthest thing from the Outback.
Although in saying that, I could drive to like Warrandyte and see kangaroos.
Yeah,
even though it's not
exactly
the Outback, but I can still see kangaroos if I wanted to.
Hey, if I want to see a kangaroo, I could drive 20 minutes into Norfolk, like I said, and they got them in the zoo, but they won't let me shoot them.
Well, technically, they won't let you shoot them here either, or not in Victoria. I think other states, some of them you can, but not all states.
No, you can shoot
a gun.
You can shoot them here too. You just have to have the appropriate paperwork to do it.
Like with a firearm?
I'm not 100% sure, but I do know a gentleman who he's got a TV show, a hunting TV show, and he does tours and stuff, and he can take you hunting for anything you want. It's just proper paperwork.
Oh, God, you shouldn't have said that to Joe.
Procedures and stuff.
There's
Joe's eyes light up. He's like, I want to do this and this.
I know how to fill out paperwork, and I got money. So I can...
and Joe loves a nice legal loophole too.
It's a YouTube hunting video, and he just got a contract to be on one of the local channels. But he's been doing it for years, so he's got boar heads, he's got
what
everything.
If I didn't want to use a gun? What if I wanted to use like
a bow and arrow?
No, a spear.
He hunts with everything.
Oh my God!
And he hunts from helicopters. He hunts from ground. He does fishing stuff. He does everything.
I'm gonna blacksmith me a spear over there, a spear blade.
Put
it on something.
I'm actually gonna see him in the next week or so. So I'll get his video link details, and I'll get him to MadSpidey for you.
Yeah,
and you can have a look at the stuff he does.
Yeah, I want to see this. This could be.
And he's based in Melbourne, so next to us.
Also, is there any gambling anywhere near you?
There's a casino in the city.
Okay,
but
I
it's
just want to be sure. I'm coming for a week, so I plan on killing something, drinking a lot, eating out every night, go comic book hunting because I love comic books. I may even bring some things to sell there to help pay for the trip, and then
if you're gonna do that, you have to plan your trip around our show.
Oh, Joe and I have already discussed this.
Yeah. You'd need 10 days and not a week because you'd lose one weekend to a show.
What show?
Like
we're
come
talking
around
about doing a comic convention.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Playing around a comic convention type of thing. Okay.
To hunt for books, that's going to be your best bet.
That would be the best thing to do, right? Hit them all there in a day or 2 days. Yeah.
And
our cons are just Saturday, Sundays.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but then
eating out, right? Because the restaurants, like the cons are in downtown areas. I could eat out at good restaurants there.
Yeah, you can find good restaurants.
Yeah.
Don't have to be in the city to find good restaurants here.
Yeah.
But your
I'm not
biggest
going to a
problem is
Macca's. I already know what they taste like.
no, but we have there each like in every suburban area you'll find like good local restaurants.
And I want some good trashy pubs too, like just shitty.
They're everywhere.
Yeah,
That's right. But see, our gambling is nowhere near what you're used to.
I'm sure there's a backroom something poker game someplace. It's just gambling.
I wouldn't like you wouldn't gamble at our casinos.
Nah,
Our
I'll shoot
casinos
dice
are
in
not-
an alley before I go to a casino.
Yeah. But they're
Or
like
under a bridge.
and then depending on what drink and alcohol you like, we have a lot of breweries and
Oh yeah, love breweries, love
Uh,
whiskeys.
yeah, but
Yeah.
obviously our whiskey is nowhere near what you're used to.
I've drinking whiskey all over the world, sir.
Yeah, then yeah, like some of the good whiskeys made here compared to some of the stuff you have. So
Don't worry about it. I've never had a bad whiskey, and if I did, I just had a little Coca-Cola to it. It fixes it right up.
well, then that our version of that is Black Douglas.
All right, I like it. That and beer. I'm a beer snob. Love micro.
But Black Douglas is not actually an Australian whiskey. Though.
No, but yeah. Have you had a BB before?
No, don't even.
Well, there was this one time I was in Singapore.
B for Bob, not D for Dick.
Okay. B for Dick? Did you just say B for Dick?
I said B for Bob or D for Dick. Yeah, Victorian bitter is what it stands for.
No,
you don't. It's like, you know how I always joke about, or not joke about, but to say seriously, we don't drink Fosters over here.
Yeah.
VB is like the poor man's beer.
Yeah.
So it's not refined.
It's like Pabst ribbon here.
BB is the standard. Before before we started getting all the craft beer shit and all these other stuff, your Fosters would have been your cheap ass crap. VB was mid, and then you'd have Crown Lager as sort of as your top tier.
Yeah.
Now it's like everybody owns a microbrewery. There's a million imports. There's so many different things.
But the truth is, the ones that do better. I'll try them all. I don't care.
So
you actually want to try an Australian beer in Australia. That's the thing.
That's the thing. Like if you've had a VB or a Foster's or even a Crown anywhere else in the world, even though it's technically our beer, it's not the same as the beer you'd get.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Guinness. The Guinness you get in the United States is actually bottled and made in Canada.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
same concept. Yeah. And I've had like Irish Guinness before. I've had Irish Jameson before. Loved it.
It's like what I say about Heineken, because Heineken, that's actually like the so-called import that's brewed in like Sydney, actually gives me headaches, but the actual proper import Heineken I can drink fine.
Yeah, I don't like Heineken, period. It has a steel taste to it. Hey, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
No problem.
I'm sorry. My wife has had hand surgeries. I'm going to change her bandages real quick. I'll be right back.
You're all good. Yeah, it's I hate the the so-called imported stuff.
I don't drink beer, full stop. I think it's a waste.
I've never really been much of a beer drinker anyway. Like I'll have it like you go to a function night, if it's the the choice between that wine and soft drink, it's like that's what I'll drink.
No, not even then. If that's my only options, I either buy alcohol or I drink nothing.
Just drink water.
Yeah, I can't stand beer for the life of me.
Mm.
So,
Yeah, I've always been more of a bourbon person.
yeah, I can't do bourbon either. Well, technically, not straight bourbon like JB, Jim Beam, and all that shit. I can't stand. So I drink Jack is my go-to.
Mm.
Or
Your
CC.
poison of. Yeah, so I've really liked CC and dry at the moment. I'm on a real, like, if I drink, because I don't really drink much anymore anyway, but if I do, a CC and dry is actually really nice.
Yeah, CC is what I was drinking like 10 years ago.
Mm.
First few years was Jack, and then I slowed down on Jack, went to CC. But Jim Beam, Johnny Walker, I can't stand. Even like Blue Label and Gold Label, I can't stand any of them.
Mm.
But Johnny, I can down just to be polite. But Jim Beam, no, I can't even stand the smell of it.
Mm.
So,
yeah, so we're early on, you know, like as soon as I started drinking or whatever like that, that was pretty much what I drank. But
now
it's
that
like,
that's the killer, because when I started drinking, it was Jim Beam and Jack, and I used to mix it too much.
Mm.
And
make
then
it
after
too
that,
strong.
no, like mix, I'd have, because the guys I used to drink with, one would be Jack, one would be Jim.
Oh, so you'd
So
have like one of them and then one of them, and
yeah,
I get that.
And then it just never
And
sat
then
well with me. Yeah. So Jim Beam was the one that lost out.
Mm.
And
Fair
also,
enough. Like everybody has their own sort of thing, and that's the thing. Like I've probably never had like a good, what you classify as a good bourbon. Like I've always been a mixed drinker. I've probably never really drank anything that's been like I've tried like Johnny Blue and you know Jim Beam Gold and all that sort of stuff, but not like an actual like real proper, like.
See, I've had it, but I can't stand, I don't care what it is, drinking any of that stuff straight.
Mm.
Like the more expensive stuff, I'll drink with a dash of Coke, not full. But yeah, I'm not a person who'll sit there just drinking straight whiskey or straight bourbon, straight scotch, anything like that.
Yeah.
Even vodka, like I drink vodka straight, but it's still got to have even like the littlest dash of lemonade and some lime. It can't just be straight.
Mm. Yeah, I've sort of gone through stages, but because I haven't sort of really drunk, I don't really drink much for the last probably 10 years, maybe a Christmas party or, something like that. But apart from that, like I wouldn't ever drink like even during the week or anything now for years, just for the sake of having one.
Yeah, I don't drink just for the fact of drinking.
Mm.
But if you're on CC, try CC 12 years. It comes in a funny shaped bottle. Like I don't know if you can see it on my shelf there.
Yeah, Daddy, just.
So it's I can't get closer because I got boxes everywhere.
That's
but
right.
see next to the Shivers and the Jameson there. Canadian Club Classic. Give that a try if you're a CC guy. It's interesting.
Yeah, I've randomly just tried like one of the, sort of the 350 ml bottles of CC and dry, because like mum and dad have always been brandy and dry drinkers.
Yeah.
So I've grown up on brandy and dry and stuff like that. And I went, oh, CC and dry. I'm just like, I thought it was a brandy and dry because it doesn't, like, when they first started labeling on it, it doesn't actually say like whiskey or anything on it. You're like, what the hell actually is? And I'm like, well, this just actually just tastes nice. So I just, if I have one, I usually have one of them. So I haven't even tried it with Coke. I'm assuming it would taste just as nice with Coke, but
nah. If you're gonna try it with something else, lemonade.
Yeah, so I'm not much for the lemonade as a mixed sort of drink. It's like vodka. I can't stand vodka. Vodka makes me sick. But like even if I have that, I'd have to have it with like a raspberry or something, like some sort of fizzy, drink of some kind.
That means you haven't had a good vodka.
Oh no, I've had an expensive vodka, but I had that straight, and that's what put me off vodka.
Yeah, it shouldn't, because you shouldn't even know you're drinking vodka if you have it straight, if it's good. So it also comes down to what your definition of expensive is.
Well, I was told at the time, and this is talking about early 20s, it was because I had a mate at the time who was slightly older in the group, and he was a big spirit drinker. Like he would buy all the expensive bottles of stuff. Like he was actually in my basketball team for a while, but he, his standard, we would go down to Warrnambool and Portland for the basketball tournaments.
Yeah.
And he would actually, his standard thing would buy a bottle of Johnny Blue to have over the weekend. That was his go-to sort of thing. But one year I remember he bought that, and he bought a $250 or $300 bottle of vodka or whatever. And I'm like, I'll just take just one little shot just to see what it tastes like. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, but in saying that, you're talking about 15 years ago?
Yeah, 15, 20 years ago. Probably longer.
Vodka then, unless it was a Russian or a Swedish.
I know I couldn't read the label. I know that much.
Yeah, it with Russian vodka, it's sort of hit and miss. You get the ones that are really smooth and nice, and
the ones that are Siberian harsh.
Yeah, and for them, that's considered good vodka. For us, it's a little bit more than we're used to.
Yeah.
So it all comes down to how it's made, what it's made from, and stuff. It's very weird with vodka. I've tried maybe 100 different brands of vodka, and the ones that people say you should love and are the best, I don't really like. And there's some weird, unique ones that I really do. My favorite is not even a Russian vodka. And then you get Polish do it really well. The Swedes do some nice ones. We even get some Australian made vodkas that are really, really good. So it's just like everything, hit and miss. You get lucky sometimes, you don't others. All depends on the day.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. Oh, he's back. What did I miss?
Sorry, took me a minute. My wife had she had really bad carpal tunnel in her hands.
I was going to say it was a carpal tunnel.
Yeah, and some arthritis. So we went ahead and opted to have the surgery instead of waiting 20 years on medication. We just opted to have the surgery done now. So it's a luxury surgery, but worth it. I like my wife.
So is it actually taken, or you don't know yet? It's too early stages.
Still super early. It happened the other 2 days ago.
Okay, yeah. So another couple of weeks or a month to see whether it's really the surgery is really taken.
Yeah, I think we'll be all right. We had a really good surgery. If it doesn't, we'll have a conversation.
Go hunt down the doctor and make him do it again.
Break his hands. No, I joke. Not really. But we're in our 40s. There's no sense in being in pain all the time. For my wife, me on the other hand, that's a different story. But my wife, when she's uncomfortable and things like that, I kind of, I don't have a heart, but every now and then it beats.
Yeah. And Joe's pretty much he's biomechanical by now. He would literally strip naked, go through a metal detector at an airport, and he would still set it off.
Yeah. So whenever I travel, I have a veteran's card, and it has my X-ray diagram on it, and I give them my card because I light a metal detector up or a scanner or whatever. I look like a Christmas tree in that thing just here in the United States. And the few times we did travel overseas, like I do travel overseas every now and then, and it's like it's always a pain in the butt. It's always a pain.
It's never easy. And the way they do it now, it just makes it harder and harder.
Yeah, the security's crazy. But you plan a little early. You get through security as quickly as you can. Like here in the U.S., I get a TSA fast pass, but even then, like I know I'm getting pulled. Like they're gonna. Sometimes I have to travel with stuff, I think is the best way to put it. So I work a lot in the ammunition industry. So like a dog smells black powder on me and things like that. Like I'm always like the guy.
In America, it always seems to be me too.
Yeah.
It's the only country I come into where I always get stopped for something.
It's a thing, and the truth is, I wouldn't know any other way to travel at this point.
It's the norm for you.
Yeah.
Well, it gets like that. Like I've been to a lot of countries, and you just know once you hit the airport, you can tell.
No,
you can see patterns, and you can see what they pull up, what they don't.
Yeah.
So my wife used to swear by that I had to shave before we travel because I normally have a full beard, and whenever I have a full beard, she would say that I get pulled over and pulled into a room.
You're saying you get profiled. I get what you're saying now. Yeah, I don't get profiled because I'm white. I get profiled because I pop up on hot lists.
and because Joe's banned from at least 6 countries in the world.
4.
Oh, sorry, 4. I thought it was 6. Yeah.
4 I can't go to.
I think it's my surname that gets people most times.
What's your
surname? It's Zara. So
okay.
It's an Arabic surname.
Okay.
And then when they see me with the full beard.
Yeah.
And I'm a dual citizen.
Really like be like, oh, you're not like you're something else. Like that should be the common sense thing.
Because I'm Maltese by nationality, they think more towards the Arabic than they do the Australian.
Yeah, and until they're like, hey, how you going, mate? And they're like, oh, okay, now you can go through now.
Yeah. I'll try that in Australia. I'll be like, oi, I'm just coming home, mate.
And they're like, yeah, nice fake accent.
A couple of shrimp on the bar. It's been a while.
As soon as you say that, they'll be like, this guy's an imposter.
Yeah, I'm going to jail.
They're straight into a rectal examination.
Yeah,
making sure you're not bringing anything in.
I'm like, what are you checking out? My guy, I haven't even had a prostate exam. Let my doctor get first pick. I'll settle down.
And he won't even use gloves.
Man, he better buy me a beer.
Actually, no. At this point, Joe would probably need bloody, engine oil and a vice to probably do something like that.
That's fair. What was it? We were flying into, and not to reminisce on your channel, but it's a funny story either way. So I had to fly out to Colorado. So I'm involved in the youth shooting program here in the United States. We take a lot of kids that we field throughout the nationwide, and we have a big national tournament in air rifle, an Olympic competition, and we take them to Silver Springs in Colorado at the Olympic training ground, and we have a big competition out there every year. And I'm the American Legion mascot for it. American Legion's a military organization, blah, blah, blah.
We know. Yeah, well, I know what it is, but yeah.
There's an equivalent in Australia that are our brothers, and then we have brothers in Canada too. Anyway, so I'm one of the national guys here in the U.S. for it. And every year that I go out to this particular competition for air rifle, the moment I fly in to Colorado, of all freaking places in the world, if I fly into the military base at Carson, I'm okay. Because every now and then I'll catch a military flight because I'm retired. I can do that. But sometimes this is not convenient. If I take a civilian flight, it's not when I get there, of course, right? It's when I'm leaving. And they have special scanners there. Because sometimes the military go through there and you got to stand in some weird thing and the thing zooms around you and takes an x-ray of you. I light up. I light up bad. And then I was just at a shooting range. So if the dogs come out, they're barking, right? And it's like, God damn. So you try to explain. I tried politely every time to explain. I was at the shooting range at the Olympic Center. I work in the ammunition field. I have prosthetic parts in me. You know, I don't know what to tell you, man. And they're like, well, we got to take you over here and strip search you. And I'm like, hey, man, if you want to see my dick, dude, just ask. We don't need to go to a private room. Like, I try to be funny. They have zero sense of humor.
Yeah, it's just like dead face. Yeah.
Please step over here. And I'm like, God damn. I've been naked in front of more dudes since I've been out of the military than I was in the military. I just want to say that out loud.
Well, those scanners are pretty much showing up everywhere around the world, so you're going to have more fun.
Yeah, I know. Me and my wife, we went to Ireland one time and we got popped. And it's always when we're leaving. Like coming in, I show an ID card, we get a pass, blah, blah, blah. They check our bags, we get the fast stream thing. But when it's always when I'm trying to, and I'm sitting here thinking in my head, wouldn't you want me to leave the country? Like that should be the fast thing part. I mean, like, we want you to go.
Yeah, not just that, they should be more worried if you're covered in that stuff coming into the country than when you're leaving.
You would think I would go through something. No, it's like here for business or pleasure. I got a bottle of whiskey, and I'm here to have a good time. Let's party.
See, I'm the opposite. I always get pulled up coming into the country, but leaving, never an issue.
Yeah, I got the exact opposite. Every time I show my passport, my military ID, it's like, would you please step over here? And it's like, oh my God.
Last time leaving from Canada, I went from Canada to Chicago, New Zealand home. It's the first time that I forgot shit in my pockets. I had metal on me still going through, and not once. No beep, no this. Just walk, kept going. It's been the easiest sequence of flights I've ever had in my life.
It was Chicago. Like, they're not trying to do a whole lot there, man. It's like, it's one of the two things, right? It's either especially on international stuff, right? It's always the really slack places that don't really give a shit. People are just there because it's a job. And then it's like the guys that think they're in that they're cops or military, right? Like, I'm gonna solve a crime today. It's like, oh my God.
Rent a cops.
Yeah.
The last time, not this trip, but the last time I flew into LA, I flew in with a mate, and we literally both got pulled in, questioned.
Yeah.
And I had been to LA like 4 times before this. And they started asking me questions that I had no answers to because my wife booked the accommodation, booked everything. And we were doing 4 weeks in America, and we flew into LA. We were going to New York, all these other places, and then flying out of Cancun. And they asking every question: where are we staying here? How are we getting here? What are you doing this? And I go, I didn't book any of this shit. I can't tell you the name of the hotel, where it is. Even if I did book it, I'm not going to know the name of the hotel I'm staying in 4 weeks' time.
Yeah.
I worry about that in fucking 3 weeks' time.
I get you, man. So, not to sound snobbish or anything, but this is going to sound snobbish. So, when I make my booking plans and all that, I just tell my secretary what I want done. she plans it for me. She does it, right? So then I show up. Hey, what's going on, lady?
Hey, what's up, dudes?
Most of the time, I'm not a planner that goes that far out when I'm traveling. I just read my instructions and do my instructions, right?
Yeah.
And every time I get caught with the same thing. It's like, why are you in the country? Pleasure. Where are you staying? I need to check my paperwork real quick. Hold on. And then immediately, you don't know where you're staying? No, I haven't gotten to that step yet. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
That's right. First step is get in the country or get in the state. Then you worry about where you're staying.
Yeah, I'm going to jump into a taxi. I'm going to read the thing. Most of the time, I can't even read the country, so it doesn't matter. The language there, so just take me there. I'll figure it out from there, man.
Did you have to go a lot to the Middle East or like Europe? Where all did you have to get stationed?
So when I was in the military, I did a lot of traveling, and that was extremely easy. That was easy.
Is there a reason why it was? Is it because you took like military airplanes? Is that why it was easy?
We took military flights. If it was a civilian flight going into it, it was military chartered, so it didn't really matter. It's always when I'm traveling as a civilian or when I'm doing my job and I have to go someplace. That's where the problem comes in.
What's up, MadSpidey? Hope you're doing well, buddy. So
glad you could join us.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I didn't bring my comic cards, even though I have a metric fuck ton.
Oh, I think we went through enough earlier.
We went through. Oh my god.
There's too many.
It was cool.
It's fun, but it's a sickness. I mean, unless you're a completionist and you get a lot of gratification from it. But
I was going to say that's the other reason why I don't think I've started. Besides the increase in price, I am a completionist and I have to try and get sets. Like I've got so many incomplete sets incomplete, should I say? It's quite.
But you know what? That is the cool thing about our community. That if you shows like, hey, I'm missing blank, 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 just mentioning it,
people hook you up.
Yeah, people are like, crazy. 2, 3 of them. They'll send you one. Yeah,
and it's like
our problem is. Oh, sorry.
Well, I was gonna say the thing
our
is,
problem.
Go ahead.
Pick one.
I was going to say our problem is in Australia is finding cards
and pricing.
We don't have like big card specific shows. It's only just started in the last few years, and even those shows is Pokemon, basketball, hockey, not Marvel, DC.
American centric things,
Like all the cards I've got, I was importing the boxes from America. It was cheaper for me to buy. Like when I got my Marvel Masterpiece set, the 93 set, I bought 5 boxes, sold off 3 of them with other stuff I got just to cover the cost it was to get the 1 box.
Yeah. And to answer Tate real quick, when I find mine,
you ain't getting it.
Number one, when I get mine, if I get an extra one in that deal, buddy, hear me. You got it.
So I actually went to McKay's today. I went and hung out with my little brother, and we're big Lord of the Rings fans, so I brought him a bunch of duplicates of Lord of the Rings comic.
That's kind of been your hardcore thing this last few months, hasn't it?
It really has been, but that's just because, as a child, before I could really read super complex things, so say 5, 6, 7, my dad had The Hobbit on audio cassette. And our thing would be that he would play it for me and we would listen to it at nighttime. And it just blew my little fucking child mind. Oh my God. And then they had the.
Tell me you're an 80s kid without telling me you're an 80s kid.
Basically. That Last Unicorn, all that shit. Lord of the Rings. But yeah, super into it. And even though I was born in 84, that stuff still. Like he played that shit for me. But no, I spent $40 on 9 books at McKay's today, and I want you guys to tell me whether you think I did well or I did not so well.
If you're talking to Joe, that's a different story. If you're talking to us, probably one of those books is probably worth $40 over here.
Well, but I will say McKay's is a secondhand store, so you hear us talk about like Ollie's, Big Lots, and things like that. McKay's is kind of in that genre of stores.
Yeah.
So like
This
a
is-
BMV?
Secondhand store.
So now this one I got at my LCS this Friday. But I had to get it, and I actually used it on the hunt. But Tales to
Claim.
Astonish. Yeah.
That's a fucking home run right there.
Yeah. So this has got the first reprint of Hulk #6. And this is the first time that you see the Hulk story start to appear in Tales to Astonish. And it's just a beautiful book, man.
What did you pay for that, if you don't mind me asking?
I paid $59.99 for it. So I thought
that's easily $150 book over here.
You know, so it's in decent shape. I think it was worth it to me. It's completely intact. There are no tears. It's been read, but it's been nicely pressed. And I think if it could, like, if I send it to somebody like Comic Book Chiropractor, he could zhuzh it up a little bit. But I'm very happy for it, and I think, you know, for me, it was worth it at $60. Some other people, yeah, some other people it may not be. But anyways, that was my big one.
Happy?
Yeah, I'm fucking happy as hell, man.
You're good. Don't worry about other people.
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's why I got it, because I fucking care. So these ones are the ones that I got tonight, and I'm gonna show like kind of the meh, which none of them are meh to me because I like them all, but to the, it's gonna go from like meh to like yeah, if that makes sense. First one,
You hit it off with a banger, so let's see what you got.
I love the Stephanie Hans fried pie variants, and so
Fried
this is a
pie.
Stephanie Hans, Riri and Tony Stark, where they have like, you know, the two generations, the different iterations of the character based on what era. So there's that. Just love Hans art, and this one I love Sorrentino as well. And I found this was $3.25 for this Immortal Hulk ratio number 25 Sorrentino variant, and
that's a first appearance.
It is. It's a bit of it's like Cosmic Hulk or some shit, isn't it? What is it?
Check, but yeah, I think you're right. But I'm gonna double check.
But anyways, this is just a beautiful, beautiful book to me. Harkens back to the OG.
So that's probably what do you reckon, Sean? $20 to $30 over here. Being a
Is it 1 in 25? You said.
Well, it's whatever the number. A B C D E F G. It's a G variant. it's Andrew Sorrentino.
So it's not a numbered variant, just the variant.
It's 25. 7-1.
25.
Yeah, 25.
I don't know how to read the book.
Yeah.
So
it's issue 20. So when you're looking at the barcode, issue 25, and then you have so it's the 5th
G variant.
The G variant, and it's the first print.
Yeah.
A B C D.
So it's not an actual numbered like a 1 in 25 variant or 1 in.
Nice.
Yeah,
well, that
so
may be a ratio. I don't know. I don't have
that
to
would
Google.
be about a $30 book here.
Yeah,
I'd say.
$20 to $30 book.
It's 45 here in the US.
They had this for 90 cents, and I was like, "You guys are fools." Captain America, 280, or is it 272? I love this.
Claim that too.
Love. This is like Mike Zett goodness, man. Pretty sure.
Yeah. 90 cents for the book, Simon, and $900 to get it to you.
Yeah.
There's that.
Unless you sell it at a Comic-Con in Australia to pay for your trip.
And then This one was actually, I almost have the entire run of this, but I'm missing just like a handful. But this was one of the handfuls that I was missing. And my LCS had it, but they had it for $12. And at McKay's, they had it for $5. So what if Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu, fought on the side of Fu Manchu? And that's number 16 of volume 1. But it's just one of a handful that I'm missing. I only need
I'm
like
sorry, would you pay for that?
$5.
It's not bad.
No, it's in decent shape. Like it's not beat to hell. 1979. You know,
That
$5.
actually looks really clean.
Yeah. So whereas my LCS had it for $11.99, and it's just like, well, fuck you guys. I'm not paying that much. This one was super cool. It was $4.50, but the super awesome thing about it,
Oh, nice.
It's a 12 pence.
It's a UK variant.
UK variant. So I was like, oh shit, because I'm a big Black Panther fan, and I was like, all right, well, I'll pay $4.50 for this pence variant because that's just unique and fun and cool.
Yeah, that was cool.
This was $2.95, and I think it was badass, but it was Weird Western Tales number 16.
That is cool. Phantom Cowboys are always kind of a cool thing for me.
Yeah, man. So, and to get this nice, bronze DC for $2.95.
That's a steal.
Hell yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
It's not. I mean, it's not in perfect shape. But
yeah, it's got a few. It's pretty clean in the middle, but
yeah,
it presents well. I think is a terminology we're supposed to use.
And then,
I'm a low grade collector every day, so I don't, as long as the book's complete.
Yeah,
as long if you get a bargain, who gives a shit?
This was the most expensive one, but I really wanted it. It was
$5.95. Oh, okay.
$12. And it's World's Finest 177.
That's a steal, actually.
Yeah.
That's the first cover appearance of Lex Luthor and Joker together on a cover.
Yeah. So I had to get this.
Came very close to buying that when I was in Canada.
That's a great book. You see on the racks at Comic-Con.
It was more than $12, but
and then
I just didn't have the room.
This was $2.95, and I'm actually opening it to show you that it's really fucking cool. But this is Army of War, featuring Sergeant Rock number 206, and you got the ladies.
There's a lot going on that cover.
Nice.
Yeah.
Boy's getting hooked up.
Yeah. So the guy on the left is getting all loved up.
Hey, ladies are just appreciating him for his service.
Yeah, he's being thanked for his service, and the guy on the right is in the middle of.
He's kind of getting a different type of service.
So there's that. This was $2.95.
That's a steal too. That's a beautiful cover.
But then there's this. Okay, the two centerfolds. Now the two centerfolds were detached, but look what they were. The middle one, it's like it says Battle Album. So this is a spread, like a pinup of the Battle of Britain.
That's cool.
So you can take this out. They have it, Battle of Britain. And on the back, it's just advertisements for like showcase and like a little story that doesn't have to do with the rest of the story.
I think the advertisements are probably the coolest thing on there.
And then, here's the other one, which is the Battle of Midway.
Classic battle.
Yeah.
Old tiger moths on there.
And then on this, it shows like an ad for House of Secrets. And there's some letters, but there's that.
What issue? Hold on. What issue are they showing off in that?
House of Secrets. House of Secrets number 81. See that?
Let me see the cover. Okay, I don't think that's the first appearance, but that would have been interesting. But yeah, that's a cool cover.
Yeah. So yeah, I thought it was an interesting thing to have both of those as pinups, but they were the centerfolds that you could pull out. And then like here, let me put this back. But to me, like the coup de grace was this dude for $4.50. Hold on, I'm gonna put this shit up real quick. Got it in. That's what she said.
Can you imagine what they get for $4.50 here, Simon?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Jack shit.
The corner of a She-Hulk, number 29,000.
From last week.
With our Australian guest here, as Americans who can find these things, while she picks her next book, the books that she's shown right now, she told you the price, and you kind of have a knowing what you'll pay there. What would be the bottom line price you would be willing to pay for those books that you like? If you could pick one of those books she showed, what's like, this is what I would pay for that book versus what it could be sold for in my country?
Well, I'm not a DC guy, so that'd be a bit hard for me. But like, say the Tales to Astonish book, like that would literally be going for $100 to $150 minimum in a worser condition.
Yeah,
like that's probably, what do you reckon, Caroline? Maybe a 6, maybe
I'd
a
say
7 even.
And what
No,
number?
You know what?
I put it at 50, 55.
Okay, say that's a 5. Like we'd be paying for like a 1 or a 2, probably $100 to $150 over here.
All right. So what would you actually pay for it?
As less as possible.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm asking. If we were in a negotiation and I said it's 125 Canadian, like what would you talk me down to?
I don't know why you said Canadian, but yeah.
I'm sorry, Australian. Sorry, I was in a talk earlier with somebody about the same thing earlier. I'm just trying to get international pricing.
He's back.
Yes. Me bitches.
Like I've
How you doing, Lady F?
I've picked up some old Tales to Astonish books because that's one of the runs that I would like to complete at some point.
Yeah.
Like I've bought probably the cheapest price I've paid for any Volume 1 Tales to Astonish is probably $30. That's a fairly earlier one.
So this is 60.
So that's 60. So I'm talking about like I've paid like issues in the 80s or the 90s that are non-key issues. Probably $30 to $40 is the cheapest.
Mm-hmm.
That would probably be like, I'd be comfortable paying probably 60 to 80 for it in Australia.
Well, I recently picked up this.
How much Australian?
What would that be in a book for you?
At my LCS, I'm pretty sure they had that on the wall for like $24.99. Now, closer to the Moon Knight times, it would have been $49.99. But because it's gone,
it's a pen.
Oh, that's really cool. I'd pay $60 for that.
This book cost in Australia.
When I bought it, $100.
Shut up.
But he bought it a long time ago.
I wasn't that long. It was probably about 3 years ago.
It was before the COVID bubble, though, wasn't it?
No.
So
it was during it.
Okay. That book cost.
That here is about a $400 to $500 book.
So this is more than this.
No. That the Ultimate Fallout now to buy minimum 1,000.
Shut at the front door.
I bet you I could have a good time in Australia for 1,000.
Oh,
I want to show you guys.
because I just came, like I said, I just came back from Canada, so I bought that in the States.
I have that too. Yeah.
Let's get.
And I'm
This
sorry,
is-
lady. We took that away from you. I'm sorry. What were you showing us? I apologize.
That's okay. I got this for $4.50. It's a 1959 Dell
Nice.
Mickey Mouse in crazy nice shape. It's number 64,
1959.
Walt Disney. And it's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. It's a 10 center. Like it just
Wow,
came
that is really clean.
out of a factory, bro.
It's weird there's no spine text on that.
Nothing. Not diddly. It's got pencil on it. Somebody wrote a date, 12-16.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, that adds to the.
I hate to say it with Golden Age, that
date's
doesn't
not
even
that
count
bad.
as a mark. Like they don't even count that.
I don't like it when there's a name on there.
I was just floored that they had something this old, this beautiful, and it was less than $5. And it's just like, so how much would this cost in Australia?
If we could find it,
Yeah,
I would say you'd be around the 200 mark in that condition, if not more.
they're actually, and it's probably because they're not as popular and not well collected over here as well.
It's a niche group of people.
It really is like a really small niche sort of.
Like you would have to go to a Comic Con. I would have like like what we always talk about with Heroes Con. And if I'm wrong, tell me, guys. But like we have Heroes Con here. That's straight comic book dealing, the whole 9 yards.
Your cons, even your worst con, is going to be better than our two
Best
cons on their best day.
Yeah, that's
So
so
if I-
niche group.
I picked up this at Frank and Sons.
Oh, shit.
Now-
How much did you pay? Tell us.
It's not the best, like you can see, missing a bit there. And this is low grade. Now he had 180 on it,
That's not bad.
but I got this with a bunch of other books, and it cost me 170 for all the books, and I'm getting 4 books.
Okay, I thought you were going to say something like 300.
But
So,
so
that's
this minimum here in this condition would be what, a $1,500 book?
Over here,
Fine.
easy. That's a real big boy book over here.
What about
If you can
this
find one, because not many of them here.
How much
I
would
love
this
that
be?
cover. Probably what's that? 55.
Yeah.
About an $80 to $100 book,
Yeah,
depending
that's
on
what I was
condition.
thinking.
80 to 100?
Easily.
Just to be fair, right now it's 64 cents US to a Australian dollar.
Yeah, the Aussie dollar's really tanked at the moment.
So that like they're saying high numbers, but like, equivalent wise.
182.
Nice.
What would that be
Yeah.
worth? 200?
182. That's easy in worse condition than my detective. About $250 to $300.
Yeah, this is about an 80, I would say.
In an 80, you'd be looking around 1,800, I'd say. Or maybe not 18, maybe 14.
Yeah, probably 10 to 12, maybe 14, possibly.
So what did you spend on that book?
This was an A-OK.
Okay. So
So,
in the
I'm gonna-
US,
So nothing.
I'm
their
gonna die with it.
$200 is about $128 to us.
Yeah.
That means
There's
somebody gifted you $128.
Well, I mean,
Just gave you $128.
he's my friend, and it means more than that to me. I want this.
You goddamn right there, you're a friend. Like I don't give hundreds of dollars.
There
to
it is, Sean.
anybody.
Do you know who
You
gave
tried
this
him?
to me?
Yeah, that's right.
Steven Spock.
Okay.
He's awesome.
Oh, yeah. This
I also hooked up
is
Steven
another.
Spock lots of reflection covers too, so it's been mutual. That's awesome.
Well,
So this book here in Australia, the last one I seen, the cover was pretty much detached and was a $600 book, so about 300 plus American.
Find out.
And I picked it up for about $40, 40 American, so 80 Australian.
Damn.
Holy crap! So you picked it up. It's 600 Australian. That's equivalent of $386, and you picked it up for what?
40 American.
You picked it up for
Damn.
$40 in America. I'm
Yes.
just saying, my guys. I'm thinking about doing this thing in Australia. If a couple of you YouTubers want to come along for about 10 days, we can get into some shit. We can take.
The thing you need to do is if you bring the right books, it doesn't even need to be big books, just books that we struggle to get.
I told him store variants and ratios because if you wanted to go moderns, like
I
that
have an
sort of stuff
entire
is hard.
short box of one per store variants.
Like
one
this?
per store.
Yeah.
So, like this, I picked this up for $10 Canadian.
Yeah.
This book
How
here
much is it?
minimum would be an $80 to $100 book.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and,
I mean,
and
Joe-
Canadian would be about 13 Australian.
Might
I'm going to
Because
go
the
talk to
dollar-
my wife real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, man.
So even so like this book, finding this book here, I've never really seen it here. Third Race, not a big book, but I got it for 27 Canadian, which is about 35.
Yeah,
that would be easy $100, $200 book here.
That's nuts, man. Yeah, dude. Like Pocan Joe, I mean, it's a pretty good idea. Like, fuck, you could check a short box, travel on, carry. You can make a shit ton of money if you brought the right
You don't need
book.
any
So,
clothes. How much is a package of underwear in Australia?
$10.
probably 10
So
bucks.
five American.
Just buy more clothes when you get there.
If they're pre-worn by you, Remy, then 100.
So that was the biggest book I think I picked up.
Oh, nice.
That's
on my
amazing.
travel. No pin up, but I got this for about 230 Canadian, so about 300 Australian.
And that's about 175 American.
Yeah, and minimum this book would be $1,000 book here,
Yeah, easily.
even with.
If it had the pin up, it'd probably be 12 or 1300.
So,
jeez,
your options and pricing, it's only expensive to us because of the exchange rate.
And
But for
shipping
you,
and all that sort of stuff.
yeah,
But
for you, it's dirt cheap.
Yeah,
and it's
like,
also
I wish you
it's
guys...
a rarity. It's a rarity factor as well because you guys can literally go into any city, any state. You might have 10 comic shops. Like I'm not saying everywhere, but you go to any major city, you might have 10 or 20 comic shops. Yeah, we have maybe.
We have like 4, right?
Yeah, but you'd have like we don't have the back issues. Like back 20 years
You
ago.
guys also don't have like the McKays and the half price books either.
No.
We don't have the resources over here. Like there are stores that have back issues, but everything's exorbitantly priced and there's not the range.
It makes sense though, because like comics started in America. Like there are European comics, but they're not the same. They're like kind of underground and a little darker.
So, have either of you been to Frank and Sons in LA?
No, I'm southeast, so I haven't been to any west. I've been to the West Coast, but I've never been to comic shops on the West Coast. So,
well, are you next to Philly, or is that the other direction?
I'm in the South. So, do you know where Nashville, Tennessee is? Like where they make country
Yeah.
music?
Yeah,
that's where I'm at.
So
yeah,
I've been to Wizard World in the States.
Okay, I think I've heard of that. That's like a big comic shop, isn't it?
No, it's a con.
Okay,
So
Where's the
but
world's con? Yeah.
the
that?
They go all over. So Chicago, Philadelphia,
Okay.
and they do a few others. But the last one I went to, Fan Expo in Toronto,
Yeah.
one seller had more books than all the sellers at our con would have.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, but it does make sense though, just because they're made in excess in America, and it's like, how the fuck are they going to get to Australia? So it's like you pay a premium just to get them fucking shipped, because that is not cheap. And I mean, they got to come over on like freighters, or however the fuck. It's just not. It's a tough commodity. Just like if I wanted to get Australian versions of the Phantom, or I know Kyle Walker has certain like Australian like newspaper versions of like Judge Dredd or some shit. I don't know. He's got some crazy collections.
Yeah, some 2000 AD stuff and things like that. Yeah, but like Phantom was literally you could walk into what we call a news agent. So I'm assuming you just call it like a paper store or whatever, where you get magazines and newspapers and stuff. But what's like Phantom would always be on the shelf.
But see, it's printed everywhere across the world, except it was not. It's not printed in America anymore. For the longest time, it wasn't.
Yeah, because you got because there's the Australian. Because I think did the Phantom start in Australia? I think.
No.
No fucking clue.
I thought it started in Australia.
No, I'm pretty sure it started somewhere else. And then they stopped doing it, and the Australians got the rights.
Yeah, I think it may have originated the Phantom origin.
So it looks like next year, your next con is in April, beginning of April.
Yeah. Biggest one is April, and then I think it'll be June for our state. But they start up in April.
Okay.
So our cons go back to back. They'll be in one state one weekend, the following weekend in another.
It's American.
It did start in America. Yeah.
Lee Falk. I don't know anything that started in Australia. Fucking kangaroos, dude. Wake up.
Condom Man. And that I'm not joking, that's actually a thing.
Yeah.
Did rugby start in Australia?
Yeah. Oh, I don't think so. I think it's a Pommy thing.
Yeah, I think UK is where rugby started.
Yeah, rugby started. I played on an army base for a short period of time. I was an inside mid.
Aussie rules started in Australia.
Yeah, they have a whole separate set of rules there.
Yeah. It's very hard to explain AFL or Australian Aussie rules football to an American. Like you basically say that it's I don't know how you explain.
American football, but you kick the ball instead of throwing it. No pads.
Right. The biggest rule is no pads, and a grip is allowed in Australia, if I'm not wrong. Like you can grab a guy and slam him.
Not anymore.
It's called a tackle. Yeah,
right. Not in England, not in America. That's strictly Aussie.
Yeah. So
it is getting a lot softer now. Like literally, like in the 70s and 80s, like guys would literally have blood pouring down their face. They get a bloody wrap around. They go back on the field.
It was hardcore. Yeah.
But now it's like, I sprained my little finger. I better go off and be off for 2 weeks. Yeah, they're all turning into pussies.
All sports change over a period of time. But yeah, I remember playing as an inside mid on the weekends. And I was like, the thing that killed me the most wasn't the aggression in the game, because we're on a military base. Aggression is a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
What killed me the most is I probably ran more there in the game, a full game, than I did in my physical fitness test.
Yeah.
It was nonstop.
A full size AFL, a full size Aussie rules thing is literally like a full stadium length, but it's bigger than your American football things. But you have to run from like one end to the
it's
other.
more to the European soccer, or what we call soccer.
No,
Yeah,
it's bigger than a soccer field.
It's bigger than a soccer field.
Yeah,
By
and
about
it's oval.
20 meters.
It's by 20 meters. It's over by 20 meters, right?
120 meters long.
Yeah.
So
yes, so it's basically you have to include the end zones. So if you included the end zones, then it'd be 120. So it'd be like
literally like where the goalposts are. It's only about 2 meters from the actual spectators.
So from an American standpoint, if you look at an American football field, it would be just past the goalpost and into the second round of stands.
Yeah, pretty much.
Give or take.
Yeah, you're right there.
All right, I'm gonna show you guys a book. I picked this one up for $19.99 at my LCS. I want you guys to tell me what you think it would be in Australia. So, Tales of Suspense 90.
Banger.
Oh, it's skull cover.
Yeah, probably a good $80 to $100 at a good buy.
Like for me to see something in this nice of shape and it for only to be like $19.99, I'm gonna fucking buy it.
What would be the Comic-Con price for that?
Oh,
I'd say
depending on the seller too.
No, I'm talking about Australian.
Depending on the seller, if it's somebody, because there's a handful of key sellers. Like if it's one of the guys that Sean and I know, we could probably get it for maybe $50 to $80. If it's one of the guys that we know that are always overpriced, probably in that shape, maybe a $200 to $300 book.
Well, let's look up the low end. The low
something
end
on comparison to what you're showing.
53.
Oh my god, brother, I love it. You need to get that in Mylar. You're breaking the heart.
So I picked this up in Canada, and before I left, in probably at the show. So this year I bought it in April, an Australian one. This cost me $20 Canadian.
Shit.
And it's in a lot better condition than what I bought my one for. My one is torn up, and it cost me $180.
That's beautiful.
Australian.
Canadian?
And it cost me, you can still see the price there.
He got that for $20 Canadian.
But I bought the exact same book, but in worse condition here about 6 months ago, and it cost me $180 Australian.
That's a
Remy,
difference of damn, that's still big.
Yeah, what's up?
You got some cool Thors, don't you?
Yeah, I got a couple.
Yeah. You need to show them. Just.
Oh, I got a really cool. Hold on, let me.
Remy, you want to go to Australia and?
Yeah, that's what I was checking out. The I actually was getting some booth information at that con.
Oh, you table with somebody else because they're ridiculously expensive for.
No, Supernova for a booth is about 1,400 Australian, so under 700 American.
Oh, I got this too. It's
hey,
this one's
that's manageable with 3 guys at a booth.
You don't need 3 guys
to break down the cost.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
The booth isn't that big. The booth is only 3 meters by 3 meters.
Right.
Defenders is one of
the figuring a couple of guys are just making enough money for a 10-day vacation there. That's
hey, Callie.
Each of us having 2 small boxes. You can fit that.
You need I went as a seller to last year's show, but I didn't do books. I did pops and toys. It's not hard to make your money. It just comes down to shipping, because shipping would be the killer to get your books here. You'd be looking anywhere between
That's not a problem if we're flying out from the U.S. That's just
Well,
It
that's
is
what
because
Pokemon is like. It'd be cheapest to take a trip.
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Yes.
That's great.
Have a look at what slab it's in though, Caroline.
Hello.
What kind of ghetto shit is that? Halo.
Yeah.
That's an Australian slab.
Australian.
Oh shit! Sorry, it's the most amazing, classiest thing I've ever seen in my fucking life.
All I can say is like
Do I have a
they
green
make 'em-
screen on?
they make them strong over here.
This is a reprint from
Your battery
1960.
brick, so probably.
But that thing is built like a brick shit house.
It is. It's a weapon.
Sorry, this was 1963. That's awesome. I really want to get the Frazetta. What is it called? Straight Arrow or something like that. Red Arrow. It's him. It's an Indian guy fighting a bear, and it's an early Frazetta. And I think Callie would know.
Shirtless bear fighter.
Simon, you're the only person on your own channel not showing anything.
Because I'm not at
All right,
home.
show us some stuff. Joe's got a stack. Let Joe show what y'all.
Here's a stack that I would bring to Australia to sell, to absolutely pay for my booth, for my 10 days there, the whole 9 yards. I'll pay out of pocket for flight and hotel room, right? So the first thing I'd bring out cheap, just so to milk the butter. Omega Man.
Omega. So how much would that go in Australia for?
The book would probably sell for a decent amount, but finding a person who's really into that would be the hard bit.
Yeah,
So
that's the hard bit.
I would bring down the price, right?
You'd need to bring your main, like your best selling stuff here is going to be your keys, like the Batman sort of stuff I was showing at decent pricing, or your main characters like Spidey, Fantastic Four,
If I brought
Thor. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't collect Fantastic Four, so I couldn't tell you what they're
that'll
going
be
for.
what number is that, Joe?
60s.
This is 84.
84. So it's probably still
classic
$50 book.
50 to 60, maybe $70 book.
Okay. Just to keep modern things alive.
Not that's another thing that comes down to having the right person.
Yeah.
But as I said, like variants,
this as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's like a
That's
$400, $500, $600 book. That's a big boy book.
11.
Yeah.
That's number 11.
I'll give you $100 for it.
And
anything under 10.
To test out the market, I would also throw something like this in there.
Star Wars. That's I love it.
That'd be a very, very, very niche. Very, very niche.
It's Bill S. It's not super niche. That's Bill Sienkiewicz.
Let me ask if this is super niche because it's super high end here.
There is a decent following of Battle of the Planets over here. Not as well known, but being an older book, the old school guys
should be well known. It's the prototype for
Black Panther. Yeah, prototype. Yeah. What number is that?
But see, that's a book that you'd have to have a Black Panther fan to think, which is not big here. Yeah, see, like I'm collecting the first Black Panther run.
What number is that, Joe?
77.
Of Two Gun Kid?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And I found it easier to find them all over there than here.
Oh yeah, no doubt. But
even the She-Hulk. And on average, I'm paying around $25 to $30 a book for that first set.
So I'm already at given your minimal prices, assuming that there's a collector for it, I'm at $750 right now.
Yeah, give or take.
Yeah.
Then bam,
Mystery in Space.
I'm
I
not a
don't know.
DC guy, so
I don't know if there's a real big following for that here.
Okay. Well, that's a $55 book here in the U.S.
Legion would probably be a better title.
Yeah. Okay. I'll tell you what. Let's throw out a big book then.
That here, minimum 400.
I don't even know the significance of that. Is it First Aqualad?
First Teen Titans.
Oh, First
Yeah,
Teen Titans.
because I that was one of my books on my hunt list when I was in Canada.
All right. So here's a $100 book in the U.S.
that's a '90s book. Why is it $100? It's like first Silverhawk.
80s.
It's gone down
Oh,
some. It was
Hard
a
to
$100
find.
book.
Low print run.
Mm.
Yeah, it's tougher, and it's like a show. I think.
I think
it
you'd
was.
struggle to get $100 for that over here.
Okay.
Those sell
That's
like
money.
for the old school collectors like me and Sean and a
$100
handful of other guys.
easy.
Yeah, like $80 to $100. Any old Tales to Astonish, Tales of Suspense, like even Brave and the Bold, like we're talking DC as well. Like all those group type books, like the 2 characters in one type books or group type books, will sell day in, day out. And you'll get like, well, that's first of all, probably $100
Don't
book.
even bother bringing it
I'd like to get that one.
Why would you say that?
because there's heaps of copies of it here.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah. That's a book that you can go to 3 or 4 different sellers here and they'll all have it.
I can't find
See,
it
that
anywhere.
book is a book that you'd struggle to find here. So you'd have more chance of selling that than the Avengers book.
So here's the weird thing about this book, if you don't know. This is the first time that Jack Kirby, Stan Lee, and Ditko worked on a book together.
Interesting.
Yeah,
What
so
number?
That's Bronze Age. That's Bronze Age monster books.
22.
Which
Okay.
the main ones, like your Tomb of Dracula and your Werewolf and that, they sell a lot because they're very hard to find.
Okay.
Oh,
Those
Remy's got
ones,
some.
because it's got no
Remy,
character, no
But-
reasonable character, they probably wouldn't get as much.
Go with
That's
some
a
80s stuff.
That'll sell here. That's a
Yeah.
$200 book.
There you
Is
go.
that from the collection, Joe?
These are duplicates from the Duke collection that I picked up.
Wow.
The Superman He-Man?
Yeah.
Yous being Americans, I picked up this. I'll show you these 4 books. I picked these up in the state. I have no idea what that one is.
Trash.
Obviously, that's
Yeah.
the first Mac.
Trash.
Yeah.
This,
Trash.
Well,
Trash.
I wasn't going to say all that.
Yeah,
That's
that's
decent.
about
we
right.
can pay $7 for it. But those 4 books, what would they be worth in America?
$4.
Spawn?
As a dealer that owns an auction house, I would give you, because I like you and I know you now, I would probably give you $25 for the whole lot.
It was
25.
right.
I paid-
This was the first captain in title for Tales of Suspense.
Thanks. Yeah.
Clay.
That book would sell for a fortune here.
This is the first war bond advertisement in comic books for World War II.
Yeah, see, that would sell because it's a Bugs Bunny book, but not because of the.
Not for the price you'd want to try and get it
I was
at.
going to say,
Yeah.
like that would be an American rib. Like I would.
All right, I'll tell you what.
That
Here's
has
something.
more significance there than it does here.
This is the first time that Mixiplex and Batmite worked together.
Yeah, see, that would have to be just a world finest fan. Like some of the characters that have a big following for you don't have it here.
No, in the U.S., this is a $200 book.
Hang on,
Yeah,
I got to
like-
answer this question for Biggie. That was like a 1 in a million opportunity. The seller was a comic book shop owner, had no idea about Golden Age books. They just put it on one of our Facebook groups for 500 Australian. I messaged Rob knowing that he wanted one, and Rob goes, "That's like a $340 US book with the currency." He goes, He literally sent me the PayPal funds within 2 minutes, and I
So,
bought it.
Let me
It was
show
a one in a
couple of
million.
high-end books here in the U.S. Silver Age. Let's see what they do and their first appearances in the Silver Age. There's the first one.
Yeah.
You'd probably
That's
know better
cool.
than what I would on this one, Sean. No, you're muted. Sean, you're muted. He keeps
He's
talking.
saying words. I don't think he hears us.
You're on mute. We can't hear you.
I think he's having technical difficulties again.
Mm. Is that like first Silver Age Riddler? What is it?
First Silver Age Riddler.
Yeah, because I and it's hard for me obviously because I don't collect DC. Like I say, I know roughly some pricing, but like because I don't buy any of it or don't search for it, I don't necessarily know off the top of my head. Like I can probably guesstimate that it'd be at least maybe a $500 to $600 book, maybe.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's just make this easy. If we threw these into a lot, all first Silver Age appearances of all these characters.
So what do you got? Scarecrow, Riddler, and who?
Solomon Grundy.
Solomon Grundy. You could get $1,000 minimum for all three. And that's just me. That's just me, like having a decent guess at it.
Yeah. It's all a guess at the end of the day. Yeah.
Like what would that be over there?
So all three of these books in the condition that they're in, and well, I bought an entire collection.
Like apart from that, yeah. Like if I was to walk into a shop in the
But
States,
if I
what
took
would I be
these
charged?
into a shop tomorrow, I could probably get right around $400 easy
for all three or each?
for all three.
For all three, yeah. So
I
would
thought
be
it'd be more
safe.
than that.
I'd be safe to say
Probably,
$1,000.
but I'm being generous.
Yeah, probably $1,000 minimum over here.
That's great.
Claim.
Remy, let's go to Australia.
I know. I was checking out the flights.
Stop showing me all these awesome books, Remy. You're making me jealous.
Well, here. I know you don't like DC, so
yeah, that's better. And it's a bondage
It
cover.
It sells.
Some nice bondage cover there.
$400 in Australian is 625. Sorry, $400 US is 625 Australian dollars.
But they're willing to spend $1,000 on all four of those books.
Yeah, that's a profit.
You think that's fair for all three of those books? $1,000?
I'd say. Can we hear you now, Sean? Or
Yeah, can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear. What do you reckon for those three books? If you saw those three books,
No, which three books I didn't see.
sorry, the ones that Joe. First Silver Age, Solomon Grundy, Riddler, and what was the other one?
Scarecrow.
$1,000 for all three, you reckon? Or maybe
First
more?
Solomon Grundy, I would say you probably be getting about 200. The other two, yeah, anywhere between 400 to 700 each, depending on condition.
Yeah, that Riddler's awesome.
It's beautiful.
So that's a
So yeah,
grand.
so my $1,000 wasn't too far off.
No, I don't think so. I think I
But-
could get away with, hey, give me $1,000.
The thing you get is in America for say this Fantastic Four book, you might have say 20, 30 people wanting it. Here you might have 2 or 3.
Right. But if I wanted to find those people, I'd go to a Comic-Con.
That's going to be, but then the other thing you need to do is you sort of need to publicize that you're going to be there.
That.
Or could I just sell them straight to the dealer?
No, dealers here aren't going to buy for the prices you want.
So let's say I asked for a dealer, and I'm assuming you're a dealer.
Claim.
If I took those three books in and I said, hey, I want 600.
My for what? Those 3 books?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd get it.
Dude, that's a hotel room.
Claim.
Not where you want to stay.
Joe's lived on army bases. He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, I could live in a ditch. I'm not that.
Yeah, but it comes down to if you like the cheapest hotel room you'd find near our city.
I have that one.
is at least $180 to $200 a night.
So what you're saying is I need to sell from a booth.
The thing is if the right people come, you'll make more money selling from a booth than you will to deal. And then it also comes down to what your total costs are going to be.
Right. That's the business model.
That's on everything.
And I'm thinking if I brought 3 people in to a booth and we sell just short boxes.
Yeah, but so I wanted to send a 10-inch by 10-inch box with 3 pops in it from the States to Australia. Was going to cost me $210 American.
Right.
You're making me want to smoke now.
So to bring 12, 13 short boxes between 3 people, I would assume you'd be looking at around the 2,000 mark. So
I can take a military flight to Australia. I can pack 2 bags.
Yeah, but either way, just say your all up costs with the booth, $2,000 in shipping. Don't include flights. You've got say $2,700 American.
Teasing me.
So you need to sell around what 2,007 Australian American. You need to sell.
If I ate the cost, because it's a vacation for me, I'm not a dealer. I got a booth anyway. I ate the cost on travel. I ate the cost of a hotel room, and I brought in 2 short boxes because I can get them there for free.
I can beat you, Remy.
Do I have a good time there in Australia?
Claim.
Yes.
Claim.
Claim.
All right, I got a question.
This one in there. This was the wild card in the box.
Oh, the Gamby.
So the Gambit here, I tried to buy that book, is anywhere between $150 to $200.
Why the fuck is that book $150 to $250? And I legitimately have keys over here that are less.
Because we only got the black variant, didn't we? We didn't get the bloody gold one.
So some of the key books you have may have been at a stage when a lot of books were coming here. So we have that key book here. Whereas that Gambit, we don't.
The black one also a lot in the 90s there was a lot of Australian reprints too. So that Gambit was reprinted here as an Australian reprint, but the gold one never was.
Like
claim the whole pile.
This book for you guys is a nothing book.
Yeah.
But here I've never seen it ever. So considering it's a nothing book for you that you can get for 10, 15, maybe $20, it'll be a $200 book here because you'll have it and no one else will.
Jesus Christ. What about the modern variants that are coming out that are foil one per store?
And that's what I told you, Joe. Things that are store exclusives, website exclusives, con exclusives, ratios, all that sort of stuff that you guys just go to a con or go to a shop and just pick up. That stuff does not come here, and if it does, it's stupid price.
Premium.
It's a rarity.
Okay. Interesting to know.
So that and old school books.
So something like this is a rarity.
Yeah. But Joe, this book.
Hold on.
Hasn't come down to finding a Hulk guy. So this book.
One of these, Spidey.
What was that? What'd you say, Remy? I need more Strange Tales. I haven't got that many Strange Tales.
So this Virgin variant came out as a one per store. It's Wolverine number 37. It just came out this last week.
Czars, how much would have that Daredevil newsstand would have come?
That one came out last week, Joe?
Well, so this
which book is that?
Wolverine 37. It's one
that
per
looks awesome.
Virgin
one per store here.
Bag. I don't know if that makes a difference in Australia.
So one per store variant would be a minimum starting price of around $40, depending on the store.
You know,
in
when you
saying that,
start talking
But-
about like when Caroline was showing fried pied variants. I'd never even heard of fried pied variant until about 3 months ago.
but
We don't
the
get
other
that sort
things
of
you have
stuff
to
over here.
take into consideration: one per store variants for you. Like you said, you have 20 stores in your local area. We don't even have 20 comic stores in probably all of Australia.
So Zars, how much would have that
Hold on. Let me
that
bring that-
Daredevil
Bring it
newsstand?
back.
So I had one of these and I bought another one in America because I met Joe Casita. So the one I bought here cost me $25. I bought one in America for $1.99.
Yeah.
So
Interesting.
All right, no more showing books. I'm sick of changing screens all the time.
No to Immortal Boogie Shack. That wasn't the Ghost Rider mix with it. That's just a straight title from the Mutant X.
Oh, he's thinking of the Helverine thing that's going on at the moment.
So one in 10 variants here, depending on the shop, you can pick them up for 20 to 30 Australian. Give or take what they are. 1 in 25 variants, you'd be looking anywhere between 50 to 80, depending on the shop, the artist, the book. 1 in 100 variants.
Forget it.
Are at least, if you find it here, you're looking anywhere $100 plus.
Oh, way more than that. Because like the shops don't have the buying capacity here to get those variants.
Right.
The only way they get it is on the aftermarket, like the secondary market, and then ship it over here, and then you're paying an extra premium on top. So anything probably more than a 1 in 50, you won't find.
So
I have a
if
question.
let's say, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Blade.
So
that was Remy.
I have.
Oh no, it was Blade.
X-Men 16 Master Mold. How much would that go
16.
for?
I bought
16?
my copy about 3 years ago, and it cost me about $280 to $300.
Okay.
But the market's gone up now.
Yeah, it's probably a $400 to $500 book now.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Remy.
I just got this for $19.99. It was the Thor 129, the first Ares.
Oh, nice.
Two to 300, easy.
I wouldn't go that much, but around probably
in a
120.
half decent condition.
Yeah. It also comes
What
down
about Catwoman? Are
to
there big Catwoman fans around there?
Catwoman. Yeah.
Yeah, Simple Simon.
Diamond, your first one.
Joe was
Any-
going to ask a question. Sorry.
I was gonna fuck around, but now I'm kind of serious. Remy, you want to go to Australia and make some money?
Yeah, that's what I already. Yeah, I've got screens up.
I have this kind of weird way of shipping things internationally without it costing me anything.
If you really
you're sending it
serious,
to me then.
if you're really serious about coming, just when it gets closer, let me know, and you won't even have to pay a full cost of a boot.
Fair enough.
Because me and another guy
advertise ourselves as the American dealers. Like we're gonna piss off people there.
Well, you know Harley, yeah, don't you?
Yeah, he comes down.
He comes over here, but he bumps up his prices like stupid.
Which guy?
Pricing.
Harley
Yee comic. Harley Yee.
He's an American dealer. The West
He
Coast.
was at Toronto to show how stupid he is. He had all the books that he brought to Australia, and he doesn't even price things. In Toronto, he had all his books on his wall, and he just had a sign: all prices in American add this much %.
You know, we don't even have to do that. Like, we could just do an average and just post a price and be $10 less than everybody, and we would still have a great time.
And you could just say, like, prices are negotiable, like just
that's the big thing. We don't have a lot of people that do deals like what you guys in America do. So
I would overprice everything, and when they bring them to me,
I'd be like, I tell you what, we cut you a deal.
Yeah.
If you overprice, you'll lose yourself instantly.
Well,
put it this way, like Joe,
what are you willing to spend on this?
When
All I gotta
Harley,
do is
when
look at
Harley,
the other vendors and see what they're doing, and just
How
charge
does it make you
$10
feel
more.
to hold it in your hands?
yeah,
Your advantage is if you were coming in on par or a bit lower than our sellers,
Yeah.
but had different stuff and then were able to do deals,
Yeah.
you'd clean up.
Dude,
because
I'm
our
telling you right
sellers
now,
don't do big deals.
3 by 3 meters, right? We could do a full row of 6 boxes in the front, 4 boxes on the side, and then still have enough room for wall books that we don't negotiate on.
Well,
and sell out.
But see,
All
like if
But how would you get it there though? Because I was thinking more if we win.
there are some big there are some big book hunters though, so you'd have to do deals on the wall books.
Yeah, well, we can talk, but like I'm going to be cheaper than everybody there because I'm just there.
And if I'm buying them, I want 50% off.
50%. We can talk.
No, I agree with Joe. I'm not trying to walk away with cash, but to be able to do the trip,
like we can
pay for it with the books.
I want to make enough money to do whatever I want there. Like I want to punch people in the face and get away with it. That's the kind of money I'm looking to make.
No,
take you to the western suburbs. You can do that anyway without having to make money.
You'd make enough money to cover your trip.
Yeah.
But it's also going to be obviously just a matter of who shows up and that you have the right books that they want.
Yeah. And the truth is, if I can't sell it there, guess what I can do? I can come back to the US and I can sell it over here. I mean, it doesn't mean anything to me.
The other thing is like I was saying with the table, because me and the other guy have a table, if you were to like join on and add another 3x3 booth to what we would, the cost isn't $1,400. It ends up coming down to, so once you get past the first one, the next booth costs less. Then the third booth costs less.
What happens?
So if you were coming in with us where your $1,400 would come down to say $700.
So let me ask this: what if we conflict on a book?
Well, see, I don't sell books, and the other guy sells cheap books. So he does like $5 books.
So we would be the high-end dealers in your booth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless James gets some big books, which he occasionally does.
Me and Remy.
But the thing is this guy that I booth with is a businessman. Yeah. So you might like be able to work out a deal where he has stuff that's more valuable to you in America than it is here. And the opposite way.
I joke. I'm sorry.
But just to put a bit of it into perspective, Joe. The first year that, like, because we've got two major cons, right? We've got the Supernova Expo, which is the one we're pretty much talking about at the moment, and then you've got Oz Comic Con, which is newer of the two. In 2010 is when Oz Comic Con started. The second year, 2011, down here in Melbourne, Harley Yee came down here for the first time that I know about. He had like AF-15s and Spidey 1s and FF-1s and all that sort of stuff, but he had like $20,000, $50,000 price tags on this stuff. People would walk into the booth and go look at the price and then walk away.
So
because
that's just all
somebody's not going to spend that kind of money at a con.
Yeah. But if we came there to actually sell, I'll tell you what I'd be willing to do. And Zars, let me know if you're willing to do this. And I would need a partner in this. And there's only a couple of people I trust, and Remy's one of them on the US side. No offense.
I love you, Joe.
I'm offended.
I'm sorry, lady, but I've known Remy longer than you. I apologize. I love you, but
sorry. Yeah, I've seen the times you guys had at Heroes Con. You guys bonded.
Super romantic.
You bumped swords.
If we worked it and I could avoid paying cash, I would be willing to avoid to pay cash, and I would be willing to give your friend some high-end comic books that I know he could pass. Now that I understand the pricing that you all have, and knowing the multiples that I have in multiple short boxes over here, I don't think people quite understand my collection that I have.
Give us a number. Give us a number.
Age. So my total collection?
Yeah.
Net worth or just how many comic books?
Just number, and then if you feel comfortable, net worth. But if you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to say. But I'm curious in size, and if you want to share the worth.
My Golden Age collection, I have about 7,000 comic books. My Silver Age collection, I have about 5,000. My Bronze Age, I have, God knows, it's uncountable. And then I have multiples that I push through an auction 4 times a year.
So you'd say what, 25,000 at least?
Generally have about 200 lots in them, and I sell multiple comic books. And
yeah, so 25,000 easily.
Yeah, easily.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So you know hoarders hide, but you got a decent collection.
Yeah. Hoarder's Hide knows I got a decent collection. He knows I do 4 sales out a year through an auction with 200 lots. Multiple of them, each lot having multiple comic books in it. And
it is interesting
for all my Comic Cons.
And I've said that, and we've discussed this before, Joe. If you do want to send them instead of carrying them, then that can be arranged too. And I know you and I have discussed that before as well.
All right,
military, that's not a problem for me. But yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah.
Because
I think backstage the 3 of us figured out.
Yeah, I think we were
at one point.
Czars, I got one more question. Sorry, I'm really just curious. This is like a DC like movie variant where it's like Selena Kyle, but it's an homage to the Bullet.
Yeah, we got that here.
You've got that here, so nothing.
I bought it. It's not nothing. I bought it for I think about $15 to $20.
Interesting.
In the resale market, but we could have. It was a store variant that we could have got on order if we wanted to.
And then what about something like this, the World's Finest 177?
Yeah, so now that you're talking different story.
With the World Finest it's a valuable book here. Just finding the person for it. So a lot of collectors who are like me and MadSpidey will collect that if we're collecting that run, or we're a fan of the 2 characters. But just for the novelty of it being the first time that Lex and Joker are on a cover together, you'd have to find the right person here.
And what about is Dave Stevens a guy that you guys know of, or?
Yeah,
we know. That one you have to ask Simple Simon more.
He doesn't know pricing. He's got no clue.
No, but if it's popular here or not.
Yeah. I have seen that book because there's been an odd times where I've seen an actual Dave Stevens. I think it might have been Casey might have been Casey in South Australia, I think, or maybe who's the guy in WA that sells a lot?
WA. I don't know. I know who you're talking
about.
Anyway,
there's 1 or 2 guys, I think, that I've seen a couple of our Facebook groups. They've actually done a Dave Stevens sale. And all of them are all starting bid at like $50 to $100, and they always go for a good couple $100 most of the time.
Jesus.
So in any Batman books, there's a big market for it, but it's more, how to say it. So like I picked up I think it's 382. So the one with Ra's al Ghul and Batman on the cover shirtless.
Mm-hmm.
So I picked up a really nice copy of that, and it cost me $250.
What about? This is a good Batman shirtless.
Oh
no, you're not showing that one, are you, Remy?
It's got a candy. It's the candy variant.
Nice.
The Australian candy variant too.
That's cute.
So early Flash books, you have to find the seller, but they do sell well. Like I picked up First Professor Zoom in a really nice copy, and it was
Yeah.
$1,000 book.
Good grief, Charlie Brown.
So now you're actually getting a gist of what we're actually dealing with here. So when I keep saying claim or I want it or something like that, it's actually legit, because trying to one, find it, and two, actually able to pay for it is two totally different things.
Well,
All right.
so an X-Men 4, so I just picked that up. I picked up an X-Men 2 and an X-Men 4 in the last 3 months. So X-Men 2 in a 2.0, I think it was. No,
Yeah,
so
it was a 2 or a
X-Men
2.5.
No,
Was it two?
X-Men 2 was a 4.
Hmm.
Cost me $2,000. And an X-Men 4 in a 1.5 cost me $1,500.
Oof. Yeah, it's a lot, man. It's not cheap shit.
So
What about
it comes down? Sorry.
Like a Neil Adams say Strange Man. Is that, or Dead Man?
See,
I mean.
I
Dead
would
man,
assume,
little niche over here.
yeah,
okay,
that you'd find someone. A lot of Neil Adams stuff will sell just because the fact that he's gone and there is people who collect it. But
Yeah,
Dead Man,
you could capitalize on it.
yeah, like if you had Neil Adams Batman books, you'd flog them without even thinking twice. Dead Man would be, I'm not going to say impossible because I don't know every collector, but would be a little bit more niche.
Yeah,
we know, between Sean and I, we know a decent amount of collectors and sellers and stuff, though.
got it.
Sean would know more than what I would, but I still know a fair deal of them.
How with what most sellers, so we have at our conventions, you would say we have 3 or 4 sellers that pretty much travel everywhere.
Yeah.
And then you've got another 3 or 4 sellers who show up here and there. You have one guy who will have, so in his 3x3 booth, he'd have 15 to 20 short boxes.
Yeah.
And then a complete wall of wall books. So I'm talking about Bruce.
You're talking about Bruce, yeah.
Now, Bruce is a seller that once you start buying from him and you become a regular, you start to get better pricing. But he is high end in his pricing.
Yeah.
So if there's a 10 sales and one is at 100 and the other 9 are at 80, he's pricing the book at 100.
So any of us that are coming over there, I would assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, my job, if I came over and I brought, let's say, 3 short boxes, right? One per whatever variant that you can't get in Australia. I had 12 Golden Age books that are kind of considered high end, regardless of where you're at. There, and I brought some other variants that are a little bit more different, right? Something that's unique and rare, and I brought a lot of 80s nostalgia, right? And then I teamed up with another US guy that could do it. Let's cancel the flight costs and all that. Let's say that's out of pocket. And we wanted to spend 10 days there because this isn't a living for us. We're just there on vacation. We could have a very good time there.
Yeah, like obviously you'd need the wall
wrong?
books would be the eye candy, like at any booth. Like that's just worldwide.
But even if I was, let's say, 5% lower than everybody else, I would be the guy. Like I would sell out quickly.
And the idea would be to try and tailor as much as you could and price it, obviously, to move the books but still make decent money.
Yeah.
which is like the case, and doesn't matter whether you're in the States or in Australia.
Yeah.
So you're not going back with as much as obviously with
Well,
what you
I
sort of
don't
got.
plan on coming back with anything. I plan on selling everything there. I think that would be easy to do with a couple of short boxes.
The only thing you got to remember is that it's only a 2-day con, not a 4 or a 3-day con. So you're limited by time. And then you've got, depending on the convention as well, whether they're doing the split room thing, because this is what hurts sometimes. One time you have all the exhibitors in one hall, and then you have all the celebrities and the artists and artist alley in another hall.
Yeah.
And it sometimes hurts the exhibitors.
Yeah, we have the same thing in the US, right?
Yeah. So
the goal
literally,
is
I would rather go, you'd obviously rather go quality over quantity to try and move the products. But I wouldn't be going, oh, this is a $10,000 book, or whatever.
Especially if we're getting the books cheaper here, and we eat the hotel. We if me and another guy split the hotel and the travel, because that's just a cost, right? You eat that cost. But we're there after the Comic-Con, we're there for 7 days. Just to experience Australia. I think that's doable.
And there is a possibility that if you don't sell out, between Sean and I, we would probably know. I'll wait till he's finished talking.
I'm discussing business right now. You need to come back.
Stop interrupting me while I'm talking business. Yeah, so like between Sean and I, like if you didn't sell out, we would probably know whether we could turn it around in a week is a different story, but we would know the people that might buy whatever you have left.
Right.
So there is that thing as well.
Deal with the dealer at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's doable.
Hey, Dan.
And let's say there is some cost. You spent 7 days in Australia. Are you kidding me? And we want to go do things like stab kangaroos in the face. Like that's.
I was thinking more
I
along
just
the
want to
lines of
film
like
it.
drinking a Foster's or something.
Yeah, I just want to film it, Joe. That's all.
Yeah.
No, I've already claimed rights to the the filming.
Fuck it, I'll sell the rights.
Come on, you got to give me something.
If we come up short, I'll just sell the footage.
Tonight on Channel 9 News with Peter Hitchener, there's an American going crazy trying to stab kangaroos in the face and getting beaten the shit out of. Here's to the live broadcaster, MadSpidey.
And I hate to say this, but let's say we came up somewhat short, right? And I found a quick blacksmith shop or a place where I can make a couple of knives real quick. On the hush hush. An American style bowie made by an American. It's a legit blacksmith. I could sell that.
Just fucking hawking your wares, Cocaine Joe.
Yeah, I'm just being a guy doing the American thing.
Fucking A.
Country.
Living the American dream in Australia.
Yeah. It's like Quigley Down Under shit.
Oh, God.
Every year there's a different Pocan Joe goes to insert.
Insert.
Start in Australia and then you'll just move on from there.
Just the footage alone for our channels. I don't care who films it because I'm not filming anything. I'm doing stupid shit. just that. Filming it alone is view hours. Comic book collectors in Australia. This is what they decided to do.
Yeah.
You'll end up getting arrested or some shit.
That YouTuber, Dan, that one.
Yeah, I'm not going to fight a kangaroo.
I'm gonna go find that red kangaroo, that jacked up one that I showed that other week, and then go, that's the one you're fighting, Joe. Have at it.
I'm gonna get out of here. I'm getting a little sleepy, but I had fun hanging with you guys. Cool books, and y'all take care. Be
Thanks
safe.
for joining. Oh, now he's back again.
That would be fun. Oh, Zara's back.
Yeah. It is feasible for use, but it also comes down to how great the market is at the time. Because our interest rate has been killer at the moment.
Yeah, I didn't even think
Good
about that.
salesmanship. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, right? But let's say, I don't know how Australians feel about Comic Cons and how they interact with vendors, right?
Come on, CJ, that's not nice.
I would assume it's not too different than America. You see a price and you're like, hey, I'll give you blank for it.
See, that put it the thing that's a little bit different. So if you say you had 30,000 people through your con, they say 40 to 50% of them would be comic people hunting for books. Here we would have 20 to 30,000 people through our con. About 10% of those people are hunting books.
Right, but I would assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I can't sell it, a vendor will buy it at a different price.
Yeah, you won't have getting rid of the sort of books you were showing is not going to be hard.
Yeah.
It's if you're going to be doing it at the top end and getting the most out of your money, or if you're going to be doing it at a lower end and still coming ahead.
I'm not walking away with books. They're dumb.
Yeah.
Not my problem.
So if
you bring it, you gotta get rid of it.
As MadSpidey said, between me and him, the amount of different avenues we can exhaust for you to get rid of them isn't hard.
I've seen people at cons where they didn't want to sell their books.
Yeah.
And that's
Well,
I don't want to show any books.
The con at Toronto that I went to, like the way I hear most of the YouTubers speak and this, or everyone does deals on Sunday to try and get rid of books and this and that. Maybe I would say at the show I was at, there was 25 to 30 sellers just selling books. Out of those sellers, maybe 3 people were really trying to get rid of books on the Sunday afternoon, where the others weren't.
Let's see what a commercial flight is to see. Or Melbourne.
To Australia from you'd be looking at, it's about 3,000 Australian, so I'd say 1,500 to 1,800 American.
Oh, no, I'm taking a military flight.
$130. $130 for a 130. Say 130.
No.
I think he said, I thought you told me it was like about $125, $130.
It depends on where I go. Sometimes I'll take a flight to
the
Singapores at $75. It changes.
Thanks, Simon.
Yes.
The other one.
Yes, these are my
Australian
Central Station, I'm assuming.
What's that?
What?
No, it's not Central Station. Hold on. I'm sorry.
So proud of my Halo slabs.
And they're old school Halo.
Yeah.
As well.
Always wanted one.
And now you have 2.
It's changed a bit now, the slug.
And they're doing a bit of custom label stuff too now as well.
Yeah, they've been doing it for a few years now.
Mm.
So,
When's the next? What's the biggest Comic Con in Australia? What month is that in?
so you're the two biggest states you're going to have is Melbourne and Sydney.
Melbourne. I want Melbourne.
But Melbourne, then so how to explain it?
Well, there's Supernova and there's Oz Comic Con. They're the two biggest ones in Melbourne.
They're the only two.
April.
Supernova's April 6th.
Yeah, so Supernova is probably a better con because it's more cost effective. But Oz Comic Con would probably have more people through the door because of its location.
Yeah, because Supernova's at the showgrounds, which is like out in it's like, what, 20 minutes out from the city. It's out in the suburbs, whereas the other one is literally across the road from the casino.
But then Supernova will have bigger guests.
Yeah, so there's a lot of pros and cons for both.
The one across from the casino.
I was gonna say, hold on, time out. You said casino. So which one was the casino?
That's Oz Comic Con. So
Comic Con.
It'll either be June or July. It's usually around that time.
June, and it's not your sort of casino.
Who cares? It's a casino.
Yeah, I heard
but
casino.
June or July. That kind of interferes with Heroes Con.
Yeah, I don't know what it is next year.
And the problem with June, July here is we don't get a lot of big guests around that time of year, so the show can be hit or miss. Whereas Supernova,
but the exhibitors do better when there's no big.
So let's do the April 6th through the 7th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we plan out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, so that would lead to 12. 6 through 12.
When's
I
Heroes?
mine for the 10th, which was midweek, but yeah, I could change it to the 12th.
When's Heroes?
June,
like what? Early, mid, late, about mid to late.
20s,
The one next year in Melbourne, the Oz Comic Con is June 8th to 9th, so that would make it hard.
Yeah,
to actually to enjoy your time here.
So let's just do the April 6th through the 12th, just to kind of just say some days. Fill that out. Let's say 2 travelers, 1 room. Remy can bunk with me. Let's go. What does that cost? What's the average cost here? I don't care about the room, so let's do someplace called, I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name. Something Bjork.
What?
Buick.
Barrick. That's way too far out.
Okay.
You want to be looking CBD, Footscray, Sunshine.
No, Western suburbs. He doesn't want to get stabbed.
Don't listen. You've never lived in the Western suburbs.
What about the Vibe Motel in Melbourne?
I'll be honest with you. The idea of a possible stabbing is kind of exciting, though. So
yeah, I'm not overly concerned. We live in America.
Anywhere CBD, you'd be looking minimum 100 to 150 a night, if not more.
I'm looking at hotels. I'm not seeing what you want. I see Muckapick. I see
is that American or Australian?
I see Quincy. Rendezvous. That's weird. The Victorian Hotel. Melbourne?
Yeah, but they're all city. What are they averaging a night?
$94.
American or Australian?
American.
Yeah,
so about 140, 150 bucks.
So it's $622 the entire time we stay there.
See, like if you go, say, to like Footscray or Sunshine or somewhere closer to the venue, you'd be looking at maybe 50 to 80 Australian a night.
which
Well,
The
would probably
biggest thing is getting there. That's going to be that's the.
These
It's
are
not once you're
hotel
there.
deals with flights through Travelocity. So our pricing is going to be different. So the Brady Hotel,
Never heard of it.
okay. There's a Winston, but I'm not paying that price. Let's go back to the top here. Maybe I'm missing something because the places you mentioned aren't there. So we got Next Hotel.
No, the places I'm mentioning are suburbs. So
They're not,
places you'd look for hotels in.
And the other thing is, I don't know whether you want to be sending him over to the like northern western suburbs with all the bloody crap that's going on with the east-west link and the bloody.
No, that's why I'm saying Sunshine and Avondale Heights. So they're within 10 minutes or so of the venue.
So if we stayed at the Brady Hotel
Oh, if he's doing Supernova, yeah,
on Jones Lane, where would we be at from the venue?
From where? Sorry, I missed that.
No problem. Brady Hotels on Jones Lane.
Where,
Give
what's
me
the
one
suburb?
second.
Melbourne Central Business District.
Oh, so it's in the city. It's right in the city.
So you're about
Is there a
15
server
minutes.
that's close? Because I'm going to need to get something with at least 200 energy in the morning to get me going. I need 200 energies in the
I don't
morning.
know. It's illegal there.
I'm sorry. I know what Remy's talking about exactly, and it's hilarious.
I need 200 energies.
Kilojoules.
Yes.
Oh god.
Because that's $97 a night.
Yeah, the problem with the city is if traffic is bad, it'll take you about 25-30 minutes to get to the venue.
Yeah, but don't we get to drive differently?
That's
you'll
the thing.
be driving on the opposite side of the car and on the opposite side of the road.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm
Yeah,
going
it's
cheap.
to
this
the
one.
gutter.
Let's pop that. We'll just pop the cheap place for now, just so we got an average.
Hey, Aussie.
So, like, if you're really not fussed about where you stay, there's like smaller hotels and stuff closer to the venue. And on average, it's about 80 to 90 Australian a night. So about 50 American.
So I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll go back and I will take out the hotel option.
Are you just looking for hotels in Melbourne?
Yeah.
And is there a distance? Like, because Melbourne is actually is a suburb as well. So you might have to expand the distance from
It just
the
says
actual.
Melbourne at vicinity, Victoria, Australia.
Yeah. So that should bring up those suburbs.
Area. Okay. You know, let's just take out the hotel and just do flights. Because apparently we can get a cheap place from there. I'm going to leave from Norfolk, Virginia. Or Norfolk.
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 Norfolk. Let's do two travelers. Because for him to drive up to me is not a problem.
Couple hours.
Yeah, 4 hours. Let's change it to
Three
April
of
the
its ending
6th
days.
through the 12th, just for shits and giggles.
3 hours if he wants to become part of your tribe.
Let's fly away. It's taking me a minute. Let's see what the cost is of this. Just flight, just for shits and giggles. It says Melbourne, Vic, Tullamarine.
Tullamarine.
Yeah, that's the main international airport.
So a flight for 2 people at its cheapest rate at 3 p.m. we'll get there about 8:30 a.m. 27 hours later.
Well, what time would that be for us?
2 layovers.
Where the layovers at?
That is $2,451
Each.
No, total.
Total?
Yeah.
That's actually a lot less than what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Like for a normal domestic
That's
flight.
for 2 people.
That's not per person? I thought for sure it'd be per person.
That is 2 people round trip.
1,200. Yeah, it works out because it's about 2.5 Australian for us to get there. So about 1,200, give or take. Sounds
And
about
they
right.
Yeah, it's not
3 flights going the same distance from Norfolk, Virginia, which Norfolk, Virginia, people don't give the credit. It's kind of a weird airport. They have 3 different flights heading out from there at the same time period, stopping all at the same place. You're stopping in Chicago, you go to LAX, and then you're heading to Australia. From there, it goes from.
You said it's 27 hours?
That's only because of the layovers. I think
27
direct
total.
flight is like 18 to 20, I think.
So the way it breaks down is it's 27 hours total, 1 hour and 45 minutes to Chicago, 2 hours and 45 minutes to Los Angeles, and then from there, whatever the distance is. So total.
Now, because
17
they're in the
hours.
future, does that mean we leave the day before? I mean, 2 days before?
You gain a day going back, but you lose a day coming here.
But if we want to get there in time,
Remy's face just exploded.
if we want to get there in time for the Comic-Con, we would actually have to leave a day earlier.
That's what I mean. So, instead of leaving like Friday to get there Saturday, we'd have to leave Thursday to get there. Well, and if we were getting there Friday, then we'd have to leave Wednesday.
Let's just leave Thursday and say we're going to stay till the.
Depends when you leave because we set up on the Friday.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we
bump
Thursday
ins usually at about lunchtime.
27 hours
on the Friday.
Yeah, but we'll lose a day, so we'd have to leave Wednesday. That's what I'm saying. Our Wednesday is their Thursday.
So
well, no, if you put it on the date, no, that should autocorrect it. In fact, if it doesn't autocorrect it, and they're accounting for our Friday, that's just terrible website. Yeah,
let's just say the 3rd through the 12th.
Okay.
Let's see what that costs because I got a feeling it will cost less.
It should tell you on the site that you arrive +2 or +1.
Just +2 on it.
Yeah, so that means if you're leaving, you entered your Friday, you're not getting here till Sunday.
Yeah, so we need to head out.
We need to leave Wednesday.
Wednesday minimum. And Wednesday morning for you to get here.
So
Friday morning.
The 3rd through the 12th, and we can change the back date to fly back. It doesn't really change that much. It's only $2,336 US.
So that went down about
26-hour flight.
Okay.
And you're stopping at Dallas, and you're flying straight from Dallas to Sydney, Australia.
And then
which is a better flight for you.
Yeah. It's a little bit more. $200 more, but it's worth it.
I've flown out of Dulles a bunch.
Yeah, I've flown out of Dallas a lot.
Yeah.
Dallas has got some great bars inside of it.
Yeah, that was where we anytime we would leave, we'd fly out of Dulles.
Oh my God. This is so doable. For 2 people? It's what is that? $1,156 for 26 hours of flight. Fuck me, that's so doable. Remember, I'm going to eat the cost of a flight. I'll eat the cost of a hotel, right? I'm not expecting to make that money back. That's money spent. But everything I do there in 2 days, the party, fuck it, hey. I would spend all of that for everything partying, drinking, buying comic books, the whole 9 yards, like that, I would easily spend that at a Comic Con. And I would drive to the Comic Con. That's crazy.
That's the only other thing I don't know about. Would he be allowed to drive?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got a passport.
Yeah,
I
I'm just not
drive
sure
in
how that
America.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
sure how it works over here.
As long as because their license is in English, that's all you need.
Okay.
I drove in America. I drove in Canada,
Truth
and I
is,
had no issues.
I would probably be drunk half the time and just take an Uber.
There are Ubers here.
Yeah, just take an Uber.
So
Don't you have public transportation there? Isn't that something that everybody's proud of?
Yeah.
except for us?
We actually have pretty decent public transportation here.
Yeah, all right. So we'll take the trolley or
Not that I'd
whatever.
want to catch public transport in the western suburbs, but yeah, that's just
Jump
me.
on the back.
Oh, get over your western suburbs shit.
Jump on the back of an emu and fucking ride there.
Put it this way,
I
but
love that
even
Spidey always comes back to the western suburbs. It's always the western suburbs.
okay, but he lives in the worst part of the country.
No, yeah, it's fine.
But
I
I'm
stayed
getting
in
to
the
the
worst part of your country. No, he doesn't live there.
yeah, he does.
Place
He
where I
lives
was
in the
at, there
worst
was
part of our state.
There was no water where I was. Like they had to ship the water in.
He's only
that was-
saying that because my side is the expensive side.
Really? I'm sure my property is worth more than yours.
Possibly.
Oh, property value.
You're probably on an acre too. I'm in the middle of the suburbs.
Yeah, but I'm considered in bush, so it should be worth nothing.
Yes and no.
Let's say Ricky all of a sudden decided, hey, Pocan, I don't trust you and I don't want to go with you. Let me see what it would cost for me.
A booth would be 1,400 to 1,500. Should be.
No, I think he's looking at flights, I think.
Oh,
That didn't change at all. Hold on.
He's like, why is it still the same price for one person?
Yeah, that's weird. Hold on.
that's why you sure it wasn't per person? Because
Oh,
you-
no. Wait a second. Hold on. Yeah, I may have misread that.
The pennies just dropped.
Yeah,
So it's 2.5 per person.
yeah,
That's a lot.
That's
because
a lot.
it cost me three grand per person to get
Yeah.
to the States and
I
Canada.
won't read that. I'm sorry. That's $2,336 per person per travel. That is that's
Makes more
What
sense.
about the $150 military flight? You could always go
Let's
that.
find out. Let's see if the Norfolk flight. The problem is you gotta have military ID to get on that flight.
The military, do they
The
expire?
problem with the flight is I can get bumped at any moment because of government stuff. If somebody has a higher status and they need to be there, they can bump me. So right now, to go to Melbourne, Australia next year, May, unidentified, which means they don't have any numbers yet.
April.
Oh, it's not. So October 1, they have to renegotiate all their federal contracts. So I have to wait till November or October 1. So we don't get that money yet because right now the government's talking about a shutdown, which isn't going to happen, but whatever.
So what? No military flights out of the country?
No, they just can't preset any flights until after October 1st.
Oh, okay.
Because they don't know what the government contract's going to look like.
But obviously, if you could do it that way, it's going to be a couple $100 at the most. At the most.
Yeah. I would say under $1,000 easy. But that's a very specific flight for one specific person. I don't think that would.
So you wouldn't be able to take Remy with you.
Yeah.
And would you be able to take your books?
I'll get my own flight.
Yeah. I can actually take up to 75 pounds. They don't do luggage. I can take up to 75
It's a C-130 like freighter.
Yeah, I
flying,
know,
like-
but they would still have restrictions on what he could take. It's not like he can bring a pallet worth of stuff with him.
Yeah, I can take up to 75 pounds. It's not a C-130. It's a 747. It's just a military contracted 747.
So 75 pounds would be about 32 kilos,
Yeah,
give or take. So you could bring, probably about 200 books, I'd say.
No,
at that.
I actually bring more than that. I just pay for the extra.
Ah,
Yeah, $35, whatever they charge. It's super cheap. It's ridiculously cheap. So what I would probably do is I'd probably just max out my advantage there. Just bring whatever I want, eat the cost for it. That's fine because I'm getting a few $100 flight to get over there. I'd probably max the shit out of that, which would give me more volume, which would work. But the fact of the matter is I don't want to go alone. I don't want to go alone. That's not an option for me.
So it has to be what if you take somebody, does it have to be like immediate family, or they have to be military?
Be my
military
wife,
person?
my daughter, like
adopt Remy.
Your stepson?
Adopt him.
No.
Newly adopted, haven't got the paperwork yet. Adopted son.
I could.
I'll work out a flight. I'll work out a flight. Well, that's fine.
I went through travel velocity on it. That doesn't mean anything. Let me work, talk to some people, and see if we can't get something done. Because the truth of the matter is, I know enough personal pilots that can fly us to like Texas or something like that. If we got a connecting flight there, that's nothing. I know 2 guys that fly out of Elizabeth City. That's nothing for us. That's easy. Let me see what I can do. We'll work some numbers out. We'll figure something out. I can't guarantee it. But we can play with numbers. I like playing with numbers. Play with all kinds of numbers. Ask the IRS. I play with numbers more than anybody else.
If it's doable, I think in realistic terms, I think you could make a literal killing over here if everything if all the stars align. In other words,
the whole concept of everybody should come here, I do agree with that. If you come to Heroes Con, you're going to get shit you cannot get anywhere else. I promise you that. But the whole concept of everybody always coming here, I believe in my soul of souls that, like, if you're willing to eat the cost of a flight and a hotel, I think you can have a very good time flipping books in Australia or anywhere. Fuck, I'll do it in UK, Hungary, Lithuania, some other fucking country I can't pronounce. I think it can be done. Because if the value of the comic books are as high as we claim they are, they're still valuable anywhere else in the world.
I don't know what the exchange rate is with the UK, but I know they've got a fairly decent market over there. There's a worse
the
over
UK,
there.
Yeah, for us it is.
Oh, for us, because I know the exchange rate is fucked.
Yeah,
like it's literally double for us. But I'm just thinking for the US guys, I'm talking about.
But then, in saying that, the UK rate is shit, but their pence versions of the books, like I got some great deals last year when I was in Scotland and London compared to some other places.
And I didn't even think about the ratio variants and the other variants that we have here in the US made by companies that other people are just not going to get their hands on.
No.
And
but then the thing is if it's also got to be a book that we know, because a lot of stuff here, if you can't get the standard copy, not many people are going to be chasing the variant.
I don't know. I think a little salesmanship, a little magic, a little pizzazz.
I think it's more those mid grade books. So you want your key books and your first appearances of characters that aren't your crazy price people. It's
I
like
think you need to meet an American car salesman. He can make
I have.
he can razzle dazzle pretty much fucking anything.
Yeah, but the problem is that most Australians will come to a show. Like I was trying to say to you, we may have 10% of the people that come through the door chasing books.
Right.
Of that 10%, maybe 0.1% are people that are going to spend over $1,000 on a book.
Yeah.
You might have 2% of that 10% who are people that will buy bigger books if they see them.
Hey,
Then the other 8% will be people who are chasing the books that they're chasing.
I'm not ridiculous. I want to sell a comic book and my entire stack will be nothing more Australian, from what I've realized, is nothing more than $100 and a few $600. That's all I need to do in 3 short boxes.
Yeah.
I'm good.
You'll sell those books.
Yeah, I'll sell out. Like, I'm just going to run out with that and then drink their money away and give it back to the Australian people in their own country. And I will make that a selling point. The money you give me will go right back into your country. I'm not taking it to the US.
No one will give a flying fuck.
Somebody, it doesn't matter if they care or don't care. They just have to get the joke. We're having fun and we're telling a joke.
There's a lot of like unique titles, like Transformer stuff at the moment is pretty crazy here. Your Simpsons stuff, you got a lot of people chasing it because it wasn't something that was really easy to get here in the original run.
What about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff?
Yeah. Always sells.
But not high end though.
We're going to Australia.
I don't think there's probably only a handful of people that would buy like a first print #1.
Yeah, no. I'm talking like
Invincible.
Issue 15, 16, 17. Yeah, I can do that stuff.
Invincible will sell like crazy here.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't have any Invincible.
What about Saga?
Yeah. It's not going to sell like you're going to have hundreds of people lining up, but
$10?
yeah, mid $5, $10, $15 books, you'll find people who want them.
Average short box carries 250 comic books comfortably. You put that in there. 2 of them have $10 to $20 books in it. The last book has anywhere from $100 to $600 books in it. I'm sold out and I'm done. I'm walking out. I think that's reasonable.
If you came like that, yeah.
Yeah, I think I would come like that. Yeah, anything I got worth more than that, no, I'm not bringing it to Australia, so I'll sell it here.
Whereas me personally, like the stack that Remy pretty much showed, like I need probably 80% of those books. Like if I could buy nearly all those books for like $500 to $600, I'd be just handing cash over fist straight away.
Yeah.
But then even if you had another box, say of your $1 books, like books that you get for $1.50, you'd be able to sell them here for $4 to $5 each.
Yeah. But I told him quality over quantity though, because he's trying to go lighter more.
Yeah, but the thing is, if he's getting his cheaper flight and he can, if it's costing him say $20 to $30 just to bring that extra box at 200 books at $4, he's making $1,000.
Yeah.
Off a box that would probably have cost him 50, 60 American total to get.
I'll play with some numbers. We'll see what we can do. Well, we got till April. Play with some numbers. Plus, who knows what will come out? Because I am the collector of one per stores. Like I have a lot of one per store.
I'd be more focusing on the
1 in 25.
The ratio exclusive.
I don't have a lot of the ratios, I don't think, but I do have a lot of older Like
Your con and your store exclusives. Like as I said, like your fried pied stuff and stuff like that. We just do not see that stuff
I
over here. And if
honestly
you
wonder
do,
what I could do if I just said, you know what, just make it clean and just say, for the Australians, all Silver Age collection. Just bring a Silver Age collection.
That's what I'm thinking about.
I'd be going.
No. See, I wouldn't. You need to bring those ratio variants. You need to have silver, Deadpool.
When I say Silver Age, I'm talking these.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You're going into the 2% out of the 10%. So people like me,
if he's got room in the box, you might as well put him in there.
Yeah, but so just looking at the 5 Australian YouTubers that you would know, me, Simon, Sarah, and Lee.
Mm-hmm.
Out of those 5, me and Simon would be the 2 that would look at Silver Age.
Like me, Simon, not the other Simon.
But if I got all 5 of you to promote the fact that I was coming to a particular Comic-Con,
yeah, but
I think I would draw more.
Simon and Lee would be the main 2 because they got the bigger channels.
But see, like Simple Simon, it would if you were bringing an all Silver Age thing, he'd be able to buy 1 book or 2 books.
Yeah, but
because they're in the higher end. Whereas me and MadSpidey would buy 10, 15, whatever our budget was.
I'm saying, if I brought 1 short box of high-end Silver Age, and let's say I didn't sell everything, we've already confirmed I can dump it on the last day to vendors.
Yeah, no. If you bring 1 box of high age Silver Age, I don't doubt you'd sell it. But
And
to
I'll be
bring
honest,
3 or 4 boxes of it, I think you'd struggle.
No. I would dump it. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
Or I could just have an early preview, buy everything that I want, so you already start ahead.
See, that's the other thing. Like, because we're gonna have a show in December where 2 to 3 of I know, but 2 to 3 of the big sellers, our bigger sellers, will be there.
Yeah.
So it gives us a chance to have a refresh of what books they've actually got. So you'd want to be bringing stuff that's different to what we can get here.
Or you can just bring the same thing they're doing and just drop the price by 5%.
Yeah, but the thing is if they've got it and they haven't sold it in months, then it means that there's not the people wanting it.
We'll figure it out, because the truth is, when somebody sees a price, right? Sales 101, when they see a price and they really want something, the thing, car, whatever it is, and the guy's like, hey, and he's somewhat charismatic, maybe slightly douchey, but he's got it for 5% less. I promise you, that's a good sales technique all day long.
It is, but so our 2 biggest people are exactly what you're saying. You got the one who's always high priced, and then you got the guy who's always doing deals, always doing things. Yeah. They tend to have some of the books that are the same books that just don't move because the people here either already have it or they don't want to spend that money. Whereas if you bring something different,
I'm super romantic looking. Look at me. I'm a beautiful human being. Look at these eyes.
I'm waiting for Remy to start cracking up again.
Super.
I think him and
looking at you, right?
him and Penny will have some fun.
I reckon he'd get on like a house on fire with James Penny. Yeah.
I tell you what, even if I don't sell everything and I got to eat some of the cost, I promise you, I will have a great time trying to sell to Australians.
Oh, so that's the advantage you have. Like, just from seeing you on this, like, you can ask Simon, me and the guy I sell with, we sort of have that banter and we joke with the people. So it works well for us. Whereas the other guy, Bruce, doesn't have that banter and that sort of communication with the people.
Yeah.
So
my biggest thing is when I meet it,
That son of a bitch, Bruce.
You can ask him. I've literally walked up to a guy before and he gave me a price, right? And America's famous for not negotiating on prices, right? That's our thing. And I looked at the guy and I was like, "What's your best price?" And he gave me his bullshit best price. And I was like, "I'll tell you what, man, you take $5 off that. That way I feel like I got away with something and you made a sale. It's $5 more."
Yeah. Well, that's what I did with this book. That's what I did. So he had $2.95 on it, and all his books in the boxes were 20% off. So I had 2 books from the box and this, and I go to him, "What's the best price you're going to do?" He goes, "Oh, I don't normally take money off the wall books."
Hear that one, Joe?
Oh, Remy, tell that story because that was a beautiful story.
So I was looking for this book for my wife, and Joe went to it. He's like, "We're gonna find this book," and he literally just walked over to the table and he's like, "Hey, do you guys have this book?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, I've got it raw." And I don't know how much did he want for it, Joe?
$200.
$200. And Joe was like, I don't even think it was that. It might have been $100.
Yeah, something like
I
that.
was going to say
it was like $100.
seems a bit much.
He's like, "Well, can you do anything on this?" He's like, "No." The guy was like, "I've got this one graded. It's quadruple signed. It's $250." And he was like,
$250.
Yeah. And Joe was like, "Can you do anything on that?" And he was like, "Yeah, I can give it to you for like $220 or something." And he's like, "Sold." It was like sold. And so he gives the guy the money, and then he's like, "Hey, you guys want to see something?" He's like, "You guys want to see something pretty cool? Hey, Remy, here, I'll sell this to you for $50."
I remember that.
$50
Because I felt bad because I was like, "Here, Joe, I'll split it with you." Like I was going to give the guy the whole $230 or whatever, right? And Joe's like, "No, I'm paying for it." And I was like, "All right, I'll split it with you." He's like, No. We're going to take care of this on our own.
Yeah.
And then he was going to give it to me, and he finally was like, "Just give me $50." He's like, "That's how you depreciate a book." And so he sold it back to me in front of these 2 guys.
We're sitting there overpricing a book, which it's a good book. I'll give it credit, right? It's a good book, but it was overpriced. It's a con. That's what happens. In front of both of them, I sold it for $50 and then looked at them like and walked away.
It's like, that's how you look after people, bitches. Yeah, surprisingly enough, I actually picked up that book this year too.
What'd you pay for it? Was it $50?
No, it definitely wasn't 50. I actually got a pretty decent price on it, like for here. I think I paid 80 or 90, I think, for here.
Raw?
Yeah, but that was the low grade one.
Just raw.
Yeah, raw.
That book's still like a $200, $300 book.
The thing was, the guy, because Joe was literally like, if he would have taken $5 off the thing,
if he would have taken $5, I just want to feel like I'm getting a deal.
No.
The truth is,
and he did.
If I had to sell in Australia, I would just reverse the deal. I'd be like,
Joe got
offer. Can you give me $5 more? So I feel like I'm getting away with something.
Yeah, and he got the satisfaction because when the guy with the raw book, the face that he made when he didn't make
he was so pissed.
He was so pissed. He was so pissed because it wasn't that that was the thing. It wasn't that Joe didn't have the money. It's just that he wanted a deal, and the other guy was willing to take $20 off. So he's like, "I will pay double the amount, but you gave me the deal." So there you go.
And some sellers, that's all you want. You just it's the deal and the banter and the communication.
I think a Comic-Con can be more, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I've been drinking too much. Let me know. A Comic-Con should be fun, and you should have fun when you're in these shouldn't be hard negotiations.
It shouldn't feel like you're doing a business deal, in other words.
Right? Yeah. You should be having fun. You should be bantering back and forth. If you're in there grumpy and just miserable and you're not willing to work or banter with anybody, even if you're not moving on a book,
you better have a goddamn funny story while you're not. Like, just
Yeah.
make the person. If the guy gave me a story like, "Hey, my wife will chop my nuts off," I'd be like, "Bet I know." Like, I get that. Like something. Nothing. Like, no, I'm not moving on this book. And I'm like,
can't move
I'll
on.
pay double for the book.
That's
over
what I
here 'cause he
paid
gave me
for it.
$5 off.
Well, it's like the time like Sean mentioned the two sellers is Bruce, and then there was like James Penny's who's the guy that will and deal and things like that, and he's a super nice guy, and we think Joe would get along with him. The first time I met him was a couple of years ago, and Sean actually introduced me to him, and he goes, "Oh, this is because Sean had been talking James up, goes he makes great deals, he'll look after you and all that sort of stuff." I went there. Sean's like, "Oh yeah, this is James. James, this is Simon." Blah, 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 blah. So, met him and all that sort of stuff. And he goes, "Oh," and James is like, "So what are you looking for?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm looking for this, Silver Age, Bronze Age Marvel, things like that, keys and run fillers and all that sort of stuff." And just something caught my eye straight away. And like, we had a bit of a joke about, "Oh, you really know this guy, he's a bit of a, shifty or whatever," like talking about Sean. So we had a bit of the banter like straight up. And there was an Avengers 5 sitting there on the shelf. Right, and he had a price of I think $270 or something on it, and to me a sub 10 Silver Age anything Marvel book is a big score over here for me, especially. And he had $270 on it, and I was willing to pay that. I thought that's a great deal. And James goes, "Oh, this guy, I'll give it to you for $130, just like that. Like he'd met me 2 seconds. And he gave it to me for $130. And I went, I'm sticking with this guy, and I'm buying off this guy every time he comes near me.
That's what he wants. He just wants to be your guy. That's it.
That's the thing. He gives you that deal, that first book you buy, you're always going to go and look for him and look. And then the next time the deal might not be as great, but you say, "Oh, last time he did this," and then the next deal might be better. And that's what I found with him.
But every time he has looked after me and I bought off him nearly every time he's been here.
Every time I go to a Comic-Con, like the same dealers always go to the same Comic-Cons here on the East Coast. It's pretty much standard. The only time I saw a vast difference is all my dealers that I know were at Heroes Con, plus other ones I'd never met before. But it's always the same thing because they get comic books that I can't get all the time. They travel around, they're dealing, and I walk up and they're like, "Hey, I got something." That's what I like the best. "Hey, I got something that I know that's kind of in your realm." "All right, what do you got?" Because everybody knows I like weird shit. And they're like, "I got something weird," and I'm like, "Check it out. What do you think?" And I'm looking at it, and I like that aspect because I'm not dealing with a sticker price. I'm dealing with a negotiation. I'd rather do that. And it's like, "Oh, okay. So what are you thinking?" And if they say throw the number at me first thing, it's like, I get it. I read Trump's book too. I get the first number out thing, right? So fine. I'll throw down a stupid low number that you're going to totally disrespect, and I'm going to make a joke behind it just so we have fun. Art of negotiation. So I throw something stupid to them, like, "I'll give you $50 for it, and I won't tell your wife you sold it for me for $50. Where are you at?" And then they're like, "Well, I was kind of looking on eBay," and I was like, "My guy, if I wanted it from eBay, I'd go to eBay. Like we're here right now. What are you looking at cash wise? Where are we at? I want to be your friend. I want to keep you as a friend." Like I make those jokes as we're going through. In Australia, I don't have that limitation. In Australia, it's like, I'm just trying to have fun in your country. Can you give me a couple extra bucks so I can do that? Like, I'm basically the homeless guy. I just don't want to beg for money on the road. What do you want to do with me?
And if we need to, we'll beg for money on the road.
Yeah, Remy will dance.
Yeah. Like, I'm not trying to give handies in a parking lot here. Help me out. Like, I'm in your country.
So what you're saying is, Joe, if it's a $100 book and somebody goes, "I'll give you $50 for it," you say, "Give me 55 and we got a deal."
No, I'm going to say, "Give me 75. I'm going to say, "Give me 75.
But that's fine, Simon. But if it's me or you, we'll offer him 20 and he'll say, all right, give me 15 and you can have it.
No.
Oh, you think the same deals? No. You guys don't get. You're not American.
All right, that's it. Australian Federal Police, don't let this guy in the country.
Those fake parts aren't fake parts. They're weapons.
Joe's looking to get banned from another country. That's what it is. He's...
That's fair.
It'd be more the fact of, like border security and all that sort of stuff. It'd be like, nah, just throw that stuff in the bin. Now you can come in.
Yeah,
that would be it.
He just wants to be banned from another hemisphere.
Lawyer.
Lawyer.
Why are you here in our country? Lawyer.
And technically, I think 2 of the countries that he is banned from are in the Southern Hemisphere.
Hold on. Yeah. 2
in the north, 2 in the south, I think. Or northern, southern.
But, well, it's kind of conflicted right now. We don't know what's going to happen in the Ukraine, so let's hold off on that. I don't know
that's northern.
I don't know what the fuck Bosnia, Kosovo, Yugoslavia is now, but I'm pretty sure they're all one country. I'm not allowed there.
Well, that's still northern hemisphere.
Yeah, and then South. Actually, hold on.
I need to sit up.
3 countries in South America I'm not allowed in. That's fair.
So maybe 3 in the south and maybe 1 in the north.
3 in the southern hemisphere. That's crazy. It's not like we should clarify. I'm not a criminal. Like, I'm not an international criminal or anything like that. I just had military service, and the U.S. says, hey, do not go to these countries and start an army there. So they just banned us from those countries. Not allowed in Cuba, but most Americans
don't start an army, just a militia.
Yeah, don't go there and start a boogaloo. Like most Americans aren't allowed in Cuba, right? But that's a known fact. Like we're not. Like we have to go to another country to get into Cuba. That would be one of them.
Cuba.
Yeah. Same thing with Venezuelan Americans. No, you can't get. You're banned from Venezuela. You got to go to another, like Brazil, to get into Venezuela. So yeah.
So what you're saying is, you can go anywhere as long as you got back channels.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I am clearly not allowed in certain countries by both U.S. standards and their standards. All right, guys, I got to get out of here. I got a long day tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I need to get out of here too.
And I'm going to figure out how to do this Australian thing. And then I'm going to DM my buddy Remy. And then we're going to figure out not only how are we going to sell every book we bring and pay for our trip, but we're going to figure out how to advertise it correctly. Because you guys in Australia do not advertise shit. So we're going to show you how it's done. I don't mean that as an insult. Zer's looking at me like he's got a problem. It's not a problem. Figure it out for you, buddy.
You should know we're easy going by now.
By the way, Zer's super happy to meet you, man. Cool cat, man. Thank you.
Nice meeting you too, buddy.
All right, guys.
That's all right. It's probably time to end it anyway. So
I'm going to sleep, man. I love you. Oh, also, I'm going to steal one of your possums in Australia because we need more of that over here.
Yes.
Our ones over here look like demon hell animals. That's
take a wombat.
Oh, we'll figure out how to steal animals too. That's awesome. We can sell those
Just
things
put
here.
them back in the short box.
I'll bring a possum from over here.
No. You lay those goddamn things there.
As a matter of fact, bring 2, a male and a female. Just let that Noah's Ark shit happen. Awesome. Right,
and on that note, I'm going to end it before I get shut down. Thank you, everybody. Everybody who jumped on the panel. Thank you, everybody who was in the chat. Anybody who lasted the whole thing, which is probably nobody. I greatly appreciate it.
Mark, good to see you. Thank you for coming in.
Bye, everybody.